Yidamoda, Final Fantasy XVI. How you doing? Good luck. Take it away.
It's late.
Good luck, Alpha. Would you want one of us to hit the split button for you to start?
Well, one more sip of coffee, just quickly. Yeah, that's all I need.
And now we're ready.
All right. Final Fantasy 16 is the new one that just came out.
Literally, just came out today.
Just quick warning. This is an 18+ game, so there is cursing, like I guess gore and.
Oh, shit.
we actually, should we just make the stream 18+ for the run?
Well, I wouldn't say that the commentary should be like effing and jeffing, but
and
we were discussing that last night actually about the
I mean, we can get the from
effing and jeffing apparently.
started. Tried.
I was a production. I'm innocent.
but yeah, action focused.
Naturally.
And then timer when I press go. 3, 2, 1, go.
You.
And now, for the beginning of the run, I'm gonna do absolutely nothing. I'm just gonna relax for a bit.
this is perhaps one of the greatest voice acting tracks in a video game ever. Ever. Just amazing.
Thanks for speaking over it.
Amazing cast. I'm just saying, enjoy.
Yeah. I mean, so I genuinely, when I run this, I play in Japanese because I have a bias. I have a bias to Japanese voice acting over English voice acting. And even my first playthrough, I played Japanese with English subs because I'm used to that.
Also, once again, for the intro, we're fighting Ifrit. But we also don't do anything in this Ifrit fight as well. It's like a 3-minute intro of just nothing. But I guess like it's pretty cool that the game starts this way. You're supposed to like shoot fire, but in reality it doesn't do any damage. Just I lost
Holy
break before the suffering begins.
Suffering is a.
I mean, I think that's a good word to describe the story of this game.
There is certainly suffering in the story of this game.
Also enjoy the music. I love this game soundtrack.
We do in fact have energy drinks. I believe it's Red Bull specifically, but you know, we're more like coffee enjoyers instead of energy drink enjoyers. We do have good supplies over here.
All right, now I can play the game. Cutscene skip.
Go.
So, I guess for the start, it's a very slow start. Right now, it's just a bit of movement. I guess to explain movement, you will see a lot of jumping actually, just like FF15. But it's not a case where jumping is like faster than just normal walking. It's more like every time you jump, your horizontal movement is like the exact same as if you're just walking normally, but the idea is you basically skip going like up really steep hills or like slopes that are like super steep, and it just keeps you going in the same like horizontal speed without losing time, just going like in a diagonal direction. It's like just very minor optimization. But yeah, this is like an introduction to Clive, which is our main character, and this is actually currently the present time, but in a bit we're gonna go to the path. So that's like the entire tutorial and prologue of the game. In general, it's one of those games where like you can skip cutscenes very quickly back to back, and you gotta like really know where they are, because sometimes you might want to skip certain scenes because it's faster to just let the game run. Sometimes it's much better to skip them. It's one of those things where you really need to know exactly where to cutscene skip. Even if it saves like half a second, they do matter a bit. But yeah, right now Shiva and Titan are fighting because we love fighting. It's like a big war between two empires or something. I honestly, I forget what it is exactly. Alright. And also there are like auto movements, stuff like just jumping over platforms or climbing things. Usually you just have to hold a directional button and that's it. So this tutorial, we just skip it. Ah! He's so offended that you skipped the tutorial. But yeah, so now we are young Clive now. There actually are differences between young Clive and older Clive. Specifically the movement. We don't really see any of that just yet. But the way this game sort of operates is you're pretty much just progressing the story by going towards the quest markers usually. And as you can see, like the font and everything looks very similar to FF14. Like even the quest looks like pretty much exactly how it shows the quest in FF14.
Nice and quiet in here, isn't it? There's Joshua.
Yeah, we're not gonna talk to him. But yeah, like going upstairs even you want to jump just to get that small minor optimizations. Quick tutorial of like having to hold R2 to open big doors. It's
Making an effort.
Yeah. Yeah, not much is happening right now, but we will get to our first like dungeon in the game. But yeah, this game is also very story heavy. Like there are a lot of cutscenes. Some of them even unskippable, which is unfortunate. But I guess like for those long cutscenes, it is a good chance to have some kind of break in an 8-hour run. So we take those.
Yeah, some of the things that really add length to their fun are like those unskippable cutscenes in the middle of fights, but then also like some segments where there's a lot of like just like running, doing like kind of fetch quest kind of things. So those also add a little bit length to the speedrun.
And as you can see, like they didn't even bother putting a load screen for the game because the game just loads that fast. It's just like you fast travel one place, you instantly go to another place. It's actually very well optimized for a current gen game. So the first menu here, we are immediately going to equip some abilities, and these abilities literally are just to unlock basic like combat maneuvers. And a very simple way for this first menu is actually just holding L3, which just automatically equips the recommended abilities for you. But of course the recommended abilities are lunge and charge magic. So lunge is the main form of movement for young Clive specifically. So for some reason older Clive cannot like repeatedly lunge. He gets like a very long like cooldown animation for it. But while you're young Clive, you can just repeatedly lunge over and over. Also, what am I doing? Also, the way combat works in this game, or the way charge magic and the physical attacks works is you can honestly buffer anything in the middle of any animation. So what I'm actually doing is holding the magic button right now as I'm doing physical attacks, and when you hold the magic button you actually like charge up this really powerful burst. And the idea of these goblins is we're just doing like enough damage to get their health low for a charge magic. And then charge magic recovery time is way better than doing like a physical finisher, so we definitely want to go for those. And I'd say in general, enemy placements are always consistent. So if you're like watching this and thinking a lot of the stuff I'm doing is like generally random or something, I'm doing the exact same thing every time, except I kind of messed up here. But yeah, fights are like the routing of this game was like every single fight should go mostly the exact same every time, and that's like the beauty of this game. It's pretty much like mostly consistent. So that's where like a lot of the time losses are literally just down to bad execution, and just gotta like basically not mess up a lot. Also we get abilities which is like icons that are like basically what are known as like summons in other FFs, but in this game it's more like certain people can transform into the summons, and we call them icons. And the human that can transform into the icon is called a dominant. But we have specifically a Phoenix ability called Rising Flames, which is like that wing attack that you do. And abilities have cooldowns, and it just depends on which ability. Also, I need to concentrate, so I guess Dan should explain it.
Yeah, this is like our introduction to the first boss. You do see like this like stagger gauge, so now we hit the halfway point, so it's partially staggered. That actually increases our damage by 5% for the duration of the stagger. And then once he is fully staggered, then he will be unable to move for some amount of time. And during this time, the more you hit him, the more the like multiplier for the damage builds up. And it's actually, like, it depends on the amount of stagger damage specifically that you do during the stagger. So it's like, if you use like these moves that have high stagger damage, they're not going to waste during the stagger. They're adding a lot of multiplier.
I'm bad. Parry! There we go.
Okay, there we go. So parry is like you attack during the enemy's attack, like very like well-timed attack, and parry also increases your damage by 25% for the like duration of the animation. Except that right there, he actually got partially staggered during the parry, which like kind of reset the damage multiplier to 5% only. So that was a little bit unfortunate, but in the end, got the kill.
Yeah, parries are like quite tight timing. It's pretty much just your physical attack landing on the opponent's physical attack, but we do make a lot of use of it in the run.
I want to specify as well about that is that some kind of action games allow there to be like a buffer, generally like a window of opportunity where it works. But I found that the specificity of that kind of like parry is you need to kind of get that timing right so the animation like literally clashes as it goes, which I think is really nice. Because rather than just having like a bit of an open window where like the frames are active to get the parry right.
Yeah,
It was a thing I really enjoyed.
High-level combat is very satisfying in 16, and it's a really nice thing that, not to spoil about anything upcoming, but there's a room where you can practice against pretty much every enemy in the game.
Okay, so this is the first big boss, Marble. For some reason they changed it to Marble instead of Marlboro. Uh-oh! Parry! There we go.
And normally the opening should be like a consistent combo, but you know, a little bit of improvisation there.
Gonna go for another parry.
Yeah. Like you truly can't parry most enemies in this game. Like any kind of like physical swing type attack, you can parry.
So usually, in beginning game at least, I'm actually saving my Rising Flame. At least like when they're close to being staggered. To build up the stagger gauge faster. Also, he is not meant to do this. Oh no, he is meant to do this. What am I doing?
As good as mine.
We're just gonna quickly lunge, because if I'm too far away, this like thing is gonna drag me all the way to him, and it's gonna take longer if I'm far away. So we're just lunging.
An introduction to the quick time events, which they are very lenient in this game. In early games specifically, they tend to give you like free staggers on the enemies. They're just gonna give you these freebies sometimes. Later on, they tend to be like less significant than in early game.
Dodge! And Rising Flames half stagger him. And then 3 air combos. And then I'm gonna dodge this. And then 3 hits and parry. And then stagger. Okay, so the reason why I'm doing air combos is it's actually more DPS than just doing ground combos. And you're still doing... A ground combo is just a 4-hit combo. An air hit is just a 3-hit combo, but we do 1 extra swing as we're coming down anyway, so overall it's just more DPS.
Yeah, it's kind of like the air hits generally just deal more damage, and then the whole combo comes out quicker, and then you can even land the extra swing while you're falling down. So yeah, it just really ends up being one of the best DPS combos that you can do, including these cooldown abilities. There is some couple combos you can do that are better DPS, but they require upgrades on the abilities, so you won't be seeing too much of those. So it'll mostly be these kind of air combos that we do whenever our skills are on cooldown or we want to save them.
So I'm halfway staggering there after he turns around to specifically skip a long attack that he would do if I didn't do that. And now just finishing off. Charge magic just for extra damage at the end. I would say Morbol is probably top 10 hardest bosses in a speedrun. But that's really just because you have almost no tools at this point. But yeah, if otherwise he would do a long, I guess we'll call it DM. So DM is desperation move. Basically attacks where, I guess their ultimate attack, their strongest attack. And it wastes a lot of time because he's just running around and we can't really hit him. So we have to skip that by specifically half staggering him at a certain point.
Yeah, I want to add, so action mode is the hardest difficulty for new game, and also story mode is in fact just easier, you deal more damage. It's not only the accessories you get. So this is notably a harder difficulty, but it's actually kind of with how the routing is. At least for Yida, this was actually kind of just easier to get into. In terms of strat execution, story mode can actually be kind of tricky. With the timings of skipping these enemy attacks and skipping phases or stuff like that. It's actually pretty tricky for the speedrun.
Well, I mean, I guess in general, action is obviously a much harder speedrun. It's just there are some certain optimizations that are difficult to get in story mode, but that's just optimization specifically for story mode.
And there is the Final Fantasy mode that you unlock that's a New Game Plus difficulty. That is harder, but then again, it's only New Game Plus, so you would have all your stuff. It's a very different style of speedrun, but that is definitely something you could run. But I don't think people have done any runs of that. At least it hasn't really been crowded.
Alright, so this is Joshua, Clive's younger brother. He does 2 different things, so he can do a physical hit like that, and I just did it in between these 2 guys to make it an AoE, and then he can use magic, which is generally more powerful, but you do get a long cooldown after that. But it's still the general idea is usually Wade, which is our party member right now, will actually usually, sometimes he doesn't because speedrunning RNG is a thing. Sometimes he won't reliably attack them for me, but it looks like he's going ham. Let's go. And then just from here, we're next to the door already, but we're just doing a range attack, and now we can just go straight back to Clive. Already setting up my charge magic for the next fight. So Imperial Captain, Rising Flames, because he has the most HP, and that's the only thing that can really one-shot him. These guys, they do have more HP, so you want to do like 3 ground hits, leave the finisher out, charge magic to finish them off, and then it's generally like the same every time. Also, the nice thing about this game is you can start skipping cutscenes even as soon as like opening a door. Okay, Imperial Captain, and nice. Very clean fight. So this is our second big boss of the prologue, the first Dragoon we face.
We should head back.
Probably like also top 10 hardest fight in the speedrun. I say that in the perspective of early game though, but yeah, I just need to concentrate for this fight.
He's an Imperial Dragoon. And you are the shield who was blessed by the Phoenix. Not that it will save you.
So yeah, jumps, you have to like time your dodge because you can't really see when they're gonna come out. It's one of those things you have to just feel. And of course, there's a thing where called precision dodge, where you basically evade, and if you perfect time your evade, you get a precision dodge. I really suck. Stagger him, rising flame to get the stagger like multiplier up. So like any ability that deals a lot of stagger damage to the stagger bar reflects on like how fast you build up the multiplier as well. And of course, rising flames does build up stagger, like does stagger damage a lot more than just air combos. So we want to go for that to build up. Also, I pressed the wrong button here. What am I doing? You can fail the QT by pressing the wrong thing. I guess it's not a big deal, whatever. Dragoons, when they like get to a certain point, they start doing double jumps instead of just single jumps. A little bit more difficult to deal with. Okay, stagger him again. Oh, parry, nice. I don't plan for every single parry, by the way.
yeah, the parry timing is quite tight. So like sometimes you just see him doing a precision dodge just because it's like more consistent to go for that. Because like if you truly start like going for all the like parries you could possibly get, then you'll just spend a lot of time like missing those.
Also, another thing about parry is that they take 1.2 times more damage and 1.2 times more stagger.
25%.
Oh, 25% more.
Yeah, you don't actually like see a multiplier. Only time you see the multiplier is like during the stagger, like you see the multiplier build up. During other times, it's like we've just done some testing and see like, okay, the damage increases by this much.
Wait, I skipped the cutscene. What's going on?
Huh? Is this not?
No, you just go straight to the fight. What is going on?
Who are you?
Did they patch this?
Yeah. There was a new patch that just came out. Yida has not actually done this run on this patch, so if there are some surprising differences, it could be because of that. Either that or somehow there was a glitch.
There's no way it's a glitch. No, that's so weird. Okay, so now we're doing a real fight against Ifrit. We're playing as Phoenix, otherwise Joshua. So this is basically just a point and aim style of gameplay. In general, it like auto targets for you if you're pointing close enough to him. So the game tells you hold, like right now, L1 to attack. But you can actually also press the default attack button, which is square, to do extra shots. It's honestly not even that much more damage, but it's like enough to do this fight a lot faster.
Yeah, basically at the end of this fight there will be like a countdown. Like it's gonna be like 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and if you don't kill him before that, then you lose. But if everything goes well, like throughout this fight, then it'll only say like 5, and then we just get the kill. Well, like usually it should be a lot tighter if you like kind of casually do this fight.
Also, I just got to put it out there, I am very bad at talking and playing games at the same time. So if I go silent, I'm sorry about that, but I'm just trying to do like a difficult fight or something.
Yeah, I'll do my best to commentate at those times. I have not done like speedruns of this myself, but I've been kind of like hanging out with these guys who have been like working on these strats and doing runs. So I guess most things I feel confident commentating about, but there might be like some specific things where I'm better off leaving it to Yida to like commentate best he can while like doing the run himself.
Yeah, in general, this is like just one giant auto-scroller. Honestly, I feel like icon fights in this game, at least in the perspective of a speedrunner who's going to do them over and over, don't really age that well.
Yeah.
Like intentionally failing this QT because it's just a lot faster. Otherwise, you would knock Ifrit down, and the damage you deal is just honestly not even important. We're gonna get him to his next HP gate anyways, like quite easily. But yeah, we kind of have a term called HP gate, where when a boss is like about to progress to the next phase, you'll see like as we're attacking, the HP bar doesn't move, and that just means, oh, it's progressing to the next phase and you cannot deal any more damage. But right now the HP gate isn't even like close. We're actually trying to damage him all the way to when the HP gets to around like if you see like icon of fire on top of the HP bar, kind of like at the start of F, or like in between the F and the I in the fire. Another QTE. We're gonna do this one because it's faster and we want to deal extra damage to him anyways. Why not? Also, I gotta say, this specific track is so addicting. I've been listening to this for months, just non-stop.
Yeah, the soundtrack of this game, made by Stokens, the same guy who made the soundtrack for FF14. So you might hear some similarities, but it's kind of a different style. It's very, like, for the most part, very like orchestral focused, but there are also some tracks that are a bit more out there that we get to hear later.
Okay, so we hit the HP gate and we can't deal any more damage until we get to this last phase here. So the iconic final attack, if it always does Hellfire, or Damnation in apparently.
Well, yeah, I think it's like it says Hellfire if you like gets it off. I think, probably.
I was gonna say it here, I think.
Yeah, I think there's like a, I don't know if it's a
yeah.
countdown or whatever, but yeah.
There it is.
Yeah, that's meant to be a countdown.
Yeah, no, he just used the attack 5 on you.
Attack 5 on.
Yeah.
Phoenix, Immortal. That's like the whole gimmick of this.
Yeah. Interestingly, like, if you bring Ifrit's HP down to 0, he still like kills you the same way. Like, if you like fail that damage check, he kills you the same, but then you just don't survive. So, like, it's kind of weird how it works, but you know, if you do die there and hit retry, then it just like starts right there, and Ifrit's HP is quite low, and it's easy to finish the fight there.
Oops.
So now we're back into like the present time, and something that they added in a patch is the Onion Sword, which is a very strong sword to have this early in the game. So Yida will be able to just like redeem it from the menu. I think you do it a bit later, but Yeah, it's important to redeem that weapon before the next fight. It has like way higher stats than like you would originally have here. Well, it also means that we don't really have to upgrade our weapon for quite a while in early game. But yeah, for now you'll just see HP bars just like melting because of that sword.
Yeah, it's like it saves like 6 minutes in early game compared to like the original patch. But yeah, I guess to discuss movement, older Clive can't really do the lunge spam anymore. So in general, whatever movement we do, we want to do it in the middle of the air. Because if we do it on the ground like this, you're going to have a long cooldown. And that includes Phoenix shifting, which is this movement as well. So outside of combat, you can actually just use it as movement when you jump. And yeah, it's like basically this game's version of warp striking, I guess.
Wait, is Buster Sword redeemable as well?
And actually, yeah, there's a new patch.
Yeah, well, we literally don't know. Well, we were at the event when the patch came out and the DLC. I think we don't have the DLC. You would have to buy it. Maybe you would have to buy it to be able to redeem it now. But yeah, we don't even like know what's in the DLC, except that we heard about the Buster Sword, but like we don't even know like how you get it or if it's like how it works or anything.
Yeah, there's the Buster Sword. Looks very ugly, obviously. Every redeemable sword from a patch has to be ugly. Rising Flames after you half stagger her. Because if you use an ability before you half stagger them, it only... yeah, we meme about this staggered voice line from Jill, which is Shiva's dominant. She goes, ah, when she gets staggered. Also get the first air hit, please.
I guess this is an awkward spot. It's like, she's very low to the ground, so it's really hard to hit that first attack. Yeah, also, this music is so good. This is like one of my favorite tracks in the game, but it doesn't play like anywhere later. Maybe in a cutscene somewhere, but underrated song.
We just cut the F-bomb.
Good job there.
Don't get staggered. Too slow. Yeah, not a good joke, but I guess I just missed so many air hits like that. But yeah, like I was saying earlier, if I was using an ability to deal stagger damage and then it hits the halfway, it actually just gets stuck until the final hit of the... Well, it depends on which ability, but it usually gets stuck until the final hit of the ability. So sometimes you want to like wait until after you've staggered, halfway staggered, and then you use the ability, just like I did on Jill.
You also heard a quick whistle there. That's the taunt ability, which makes enemies like target you be more aggressive. We'll see a lot more of that later.
Except it didn't work in that fight for some reason.
Yeah, he didn't actually get attacked there, but at this point it's not really as big of a deal. But yeah, that's actually...
Betray the Holy Empire?
Betray.
Betray. we also meme that a lot.
Yeah, we have a lot of memes with this game and voice lines.
I just fight to survive.
All right, so
And you think I don't?
I guess we also want to explain like what's special about Scarlet Cyclone.
Yeah, I can explain. So when you get hit, you can use Scarlet Cyclone during your like, recovery animation. That actually increases the damage of the ability. I think a lot of people don't know this. It's like if you read the description, it says that, but like in my first playthrough, I didn't know. Another thing that it does is it reduces the cooldown if you use it in such a way. So that's why we see us getting hit many times before using Scarlet Cyclone, because it just makes it so much better. And also you can see this fight was just so quick that he was like in the middle of his voice lines and we just finished the fight because we're using the Onion Sword, which just has a lot of damage for this early in the game.
Yeah, I guess also to explain like Rising Flames and Scarlet Cyclone together in general, because those are the only two abilities we have like for the most of early game. Rising Flames is like more focused on damage, whereas Scarlet Cyclone is more focused on stagger damage. So you'll see me using like them differently depending on how I want to deal with the enemy, as well as the cooldown for Rising Flames is like 20 seconds, and then Scarlet is 30 seconds. So obviously the different cooldown length will also affect like how I deal with managing my abilities as well.
Yeah, of course, if you do get hit and then use Scarlet Cyclone,
Retney's a soldier then.
I think then it would go like down to 20-second cooldown. But yeah, of course, another big thing about Scarlet Cyclone is that it's kind of our first AoE attack. So if we have enemies around us and we use it, then we'll just hit all of them. And that's going to be like how we try to deal with mob fights in the early game, which is try to gather enemies around, get hit, do the like buffed up Scarlet Cyclone, and hopefully I kill all of them right away. Because like if we do that, if we use Scarlet Cyclone and it doesn't end up like killing all the enemies that are there, it's just gonna like spread them out, and we don't really want that.
So this is the hideaway, and more tutorials basically. But long story short, we're just meeting like the cast. This is Blackthorn. He's the smith. We will talk to him quite a lot in the run because as we go through the run, we're always gonna want to upgrade our weapon constantly. The stats do matter a lot in this game.
Yeah, before the Onion Sword, we would like already start like upgrading our weapon, but now we don't have to. Yeah, also someone was asking if we're using any of the like easy mode accessories, and the answer is no, because like mostly they just like a lot of them actually like slow you down because they like give you like slow motion to like allow like more reaction time. There is like something like you could use like the Torgal accessory, but Yida is good enough that he can like micromanage Torgal attacks as he's doing combos, and also time them in such a way that you get this like precision 6, I believe they're called, which are like better or no, actually I'm not sure if you do that much or if you just like spam the attack, but either way it's just better not to equip them. We rather just equip accessories that increase our stats.
I'd say like a lot of what the easy mode accessories do for you, you can still do them manually anyways.
Yeah.
So it's pretty much just getting used to doing them automatically every time.
You mean
Like-
getting used to doing them manually?
Well, automatically isn't like, I don't think I just...
Oh, okay, I get you.
So yeah, to go to the world map, we usually open the mini-map, which is just by pressing a touchpad, and then after we press options, then we open the big map. And the way this game sort of operates, it's more like it's like a semi-open world game, but it's sort of like split into different segments, and then the way you traverse through the world map in the story is it's more like you're going through points where maybe it's like a dungeon, or you go to a specific waypoint in the location, and then you just have to traverse to a different area.
Okay, so why did you load the autosave there?
So, there are a lot of dialogues that happen just in gameplay. Also, I need to do real quick Heat Wave, which is another ability we want to use. Actually,
Yeah. So the loading the autosave actually like in some cases it just like prevents dialogue from playing, or it kind of cuts it off and then it doesn't play again. So then you can move faster, or get through areas faster. There are some other reasons we'll also be loading autosaves. We'll get to them later. But yeah, Heat Wave is convenient to put on because it's kind of another AoE spell. So now that we're dealing with these mob fights, it's like you shoot like a straight line. So if you want to do like a buffed up Heat Wave, you need to like absorb a projectile. We don't really need to do that because we have the Onion Sword and we have a lot of damage, so even without like that interaction, Heat Wave still like kills most of these enemies just straight up.
I guess in terms of like movement, obviously Phoenix shifting is like the fastest form of movement we have right now, but you gotta really know exactly like this was all routed out. You got to know exactly when to use it, otherwise you just lose time by getting stuck, getting that long cooldown animation.
Yeah, and also there at the end, like you could see him launching to the cutscene trigger, so that way obviously we get the benefit of the launch without the long recovery time. Yeah, you can see now Yida just like using Ravage all over and over with Torgal. So Ravage is pretty decent for like actually adding to the like multiplier during the enemy stagger, because like it has like some amount of like stagger damage, and it's also a little bit of just like HP damage.
Yeah, it's like one of those things where the damage is so small and the effects on the staggered gauge is so small, but in the speedrun you really gotta use it because it just adds up over time. You gotta like this is just pure optimization.
Yeah, there you could see the risk of using Phoenix Shift and landing on the ground.
There for some reason.
Yeah, like you can only use Phoenix Shift if you're not going like uphill, because like if you go uphill, then you're just gonna land on ground, and then it's not gonna be very good. Of course, if we do get into combat, then our movement is a lot more free. Then you can like cancel out of like all the animations.
So we're gonna use Heatwave here. This satisfying line of wolves. We're just gonna clear through all of them, and then the next wave will spawn. And I'm just gonna taunt if there are any like wolves by themselves. I'm just gonna quickly clear them, but they're gonna be close together. Scarlet. There we go. Why did you just stay outside of that range? I thought he was in it.
Yeah, you could see that taunt into Scarlet Cyclone, just like trying to like gather them up and get hit, intentionally get hit by the attack, and then like cancel the recovery animation with the Scarlet Cyclone.
Alright, so the first boss of the dungeon, we're gonna be using an item called Strength Tonic, which is basically just a 10% increase to our damage, abilities, melee hits, everything. There's also another thing where on large enemies like this Fenrir, Fafnir, not Fenrir, if you attack the head specifically, you deal, this thing is like 25% more damage as well.
Yeah. The weak points, as far as I know, is always 25%. I think it's mostly like some bigger enemies usually have the weak point in their head.
Yeah, it's like big enemies kind of gimmick.
Yeah, if you see the yellow number, then that means you're hitting the weak point. Of course, if there's some other reason you're getting yellow numbers like half stagger or stagger parry, then that's another thing. Also, the multipliers do stack, so like if you have stagger and on top of that you're hitting the head, then the multipliers kind of like add up and you deal like really good amount of damage. We're gonna go for this Burning Blade parry, very nice. Also, doing this aerial Burning Blade is basically the easiest way to hit these parry windows, and yet there it was really important because he was doing this like spin attack where it just like spins all over the place. It's kind of a time waster, but if we parry right at the start, we just like cancel the entire attack.
So, as I mentioned before, we used Strength Tonic on Fafnir. Strength Tonics, you can only have 2 of them in your inventory at the same time, so in terms of routing, we were very selective with which fights we use them in. Like, it all depends on how fast we want to like phase push, or sometimes it's just a fight where we just simply like kill them a lot faster just by having more damage. I guess like on mini bosses, it's been like generally said that you save maybe just 3 seconds or so, but in a lot of like crazy bosses it can make a difference. So we also have our party member Sid, one of my favorite characters from this game actually.
Yeah.
Party members in this game are dumb, but they also do a lot of damage on any enemy that's not like some kind of boss. So on the Wyvern he wouldn't really do much damage, it's pretty much just me doing everything. But on the wolves he can actually like deal a lot of damage to them, and that's generally what we hope. There was one wolf left at the end. Yeah, that's exactly why I hate party members sometimes.
But he likes wolves. Okay, here's a new boss. Again with the Onion Sword, it's just kind of gonna get staggered very quickly. We don't get to see much of what he's gonna do. We're just gonna keep doing this air combo same as before.
So for this fight, I'm gonna hit a specific HP gate, which is like halfway of its health bar. I'm just gonna use the Scarlet Cyclone to get there. So I've done a lot of stagger damage with the Scarlet Cyclone. So that's me setting up the stagger for the next phase. And then from there on, I'm literally just gonna use my abilities to quickly get him staggered. And that's just how the fight goes. It's like very simple. I guess depending on the other enemies that surround this boss, like enemies could maybe just snipe you out of nowhere, which is generally just bad RNG, I guess. But here we're just gonna do like a couple of hits with Torgal, of course, because he contributes to the stagger bar. Quickly get him staggered. And then from here on, it's just attacking him until the HP bar goes quite low. I guess like, so when Raven is on the health bar, or like maybe just a bit above, I don't know. But yeah, it's just, now it's just more QTEs.
Yeah, also a fun fact about these cinematic clashes, these like mashing QTEs, is that if you don't press anything, then nothing will happen. You can't fail these. So, like, when you were playing, if you thought, like, oh no, I gotta mash really fast, actually you really don't. You could press, like, press the square button once every minute and you would still, like, beat the QTE.
Alright, and that's the first dungeon done. And then now we're finally gonna see what like the open-ish world part of the game is. So dungeons, you would see like 2 swords for the icon. When it's just like a story segment in an open world area, you just see like this kind of icon instead. It's like generally where the main quest waypoint is closest to, I guess. Okay, so quick menu. We're going to equip pretty much the best accessory in the entire run for some reason. So Badge of Might. So abilities, you basically get to manage them as you please. You can like reset them to get like the ability points you spent to acquire them. And then you can use those ability points to just spend it on something else. So what I did there was I basically reset the heat wave ability because we're not using that anymore. But I just spent the ability points to upgrade Scarlet Cyclone. So upgrading, I guess it just depends on which ability it is. Like some upgrades are like increases the amount of hits the ability does, or I don't know, maybe make some abilities easier to execute or something. It's not always directly more damage. But in Scarlet Cyclone's case, yes, it is just straight up do more hits. So as a result, it is more stagger damage and more damage.
I think, if I remember correctly, most of the upgrades end up resulting in like pretty much exactly 20% more damage. I think that was the number. It's pretty like consistent between the different abilities. Like it seems like it's always like about the same amount of like relative damage increase.
Also, that was like a quest marker on top of one of the on a child, and we just straight up ignore it. That's like one of the 2 like quest markers you can ignore. I think it's just only 2 of them. I actually don't even know what happens here in the story. You're just chasing some soldier, and then a Garuda-related enemies.
Yeah. Right now, what we're here to do is the Sid told us that there might be like the dominant of fire here, which is what Clive is looking for because he believes that some other dominant of fire killed his brother. Yeah. Anyway, this is like kind of like Garuda's little minion here.
Oh no. Whatever, just stagger it. Nice parry. Yeah, this is not going away at one.
It's gonna die anyway.
Yeah. Honestly, like when it comes to being like unoptimal in the run, it's really just you messed up the strat. You did like this one thing wrong, and it's gonna make the rest of the fight like slower and yeah, it's like
Yeah.
in terms of mistakes, this speedrun has very small margin of error.
Yeah, I mean that's not to say that like bosses are completely consistent in their like patterns, but basically all the like pattern variations, we have like strategies to deal with everything. So like sometimes like there might be like something that's like better or worse, but in any case, it's never like a case of like like I just got screwed over by RNG, like nothing I can do. It's there's always something you can do that shouldn't be too bad.
Also, this is one of those cases where I have dialogue, and walking normally will just make me walk very slow. So you have to jump to go a little bit faster. And that happens honestly a lot, especially in towns and stuff when stories stuff is happening.
Really works.
But yeah, we just want to talk to 2 villagers, just gather some information for I don't even know what.
And that's all you can remember. Think hard.
Yeah, at this point it's been like a while since I actually like watched all the cutscenes and stuff, so I don't really remember all the details. There's a lot of parts where you just kind of like go around in towns and like talking to NPCs. I don't know, like I know the like main points of the story, but like what exactly are we asking about right now?
So yeah, just buying 2 more strength tonics because we used it, 1 on Fafnir and 1 in the last fight I just did actually, I forgot to mention that.
Yeah, basically we're just gonna be grabbing strength tonics whenever we're like near a shop and we're out of them, because we want to have them when we're going into dungeons, and then we have those 2 valuable strength tonics that we can like allocate somewhere into the dungeon, oftentimes into a boss fight.
I know of another shortcut.
I guess this is one of those dialogues where you don't slow down, which is convenient. Oh, I'm going the wrong way. So you can't Phoenix shift when you're inside town, but once I leave, that's exactly what I'm going to do. And like I said, when it comes to movement, everything has been routed so, like, carefully. Like, I'm doing these hops because I know exactly where I can and I can't Phoenix shift. And now we're going to just kill these specific enemies right here. This is like the first time we're doing combat that's outside of forced fights in the story. So XP level blah 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 doesn't really matter a lot. Also, no matter how far the enemy is, I can actually just spam Torgal's attacks, and then he should hopefully finish them off for me. 2 of them were still alive, so I'm gonna have to kill some extra. But I'm not really grinding for experience here. I'm actually trying to get just a little bit of AP so I can get some abilities later on that are super important. Rising Flames, just one of them. Fine, that's whatever. That's enough. And if I were to Phoenix shift now and enemies are close by, or in this case they're just behind me, I would actually just Phoenix shift towards their direction. So you gotta like be really far away from them. And again, it's just one of those things where you need to know exactly when to Phoenix shift and when not to. But in general, while you're in combat, you don't get the long cooldown when you do a dodge or a Phoenix shift on the ground, so we can just alternate between jump hops and the normal hops, because that's faster than just doing jump hops every time. But in general, when you're outside of combat and you're going uphill, because you can't Phoenix shift uphill, jump hops are like the best alternative.
Yeah, and of course, same applies to lunge. It would just like target something behind you if you try to do that. And something you also saw Yida do there earlier is shooting a little fireball at the enemy to like aggro them, and then lunge to like ensure that he gets into combat, so you can like just animation cancel the lunge and like immediately do another.
You'll have to teach
So this is the another like big dungeon.
We should start with the dungeons.
I'd say in general a lot of it is making use of making sure we use our abilities correctly, because not only do we have to like kill enemies quickly, which is like part of the specific like fight strats we want to go for, but we also got to make sure the cooldowns are managed correctly, so by the time we go to a different fight, we have our like one ability back, which is useful for that fight, and then maybe for the next fight we want Scarlet, which is more useful because maybe it's AoE or something. But hopefully I do everything exactly how it should be done. So this first fight, what I'm gonna do is do one dodge forward, lunge, magic burst, which is like a big push, and then I'm gonna wait. Scarlet Cyclone. This guy is back here, so I'm just gonna clean him up with Rising Flames. Not the cleanest fight, but in general the whole idea is to one-shot everything once you gather them with the magic burst, and then just use like Scarlet to one-shot them all.
Take it back. How about a window?
How about a window?
Bloody show up.
Bloody show.
Yeah, Sid's voice is really quite unique.
Right, well, then why are
Alright, so next fight, I'm gonna do 2 lunges. Magic burst this guy so he's closer, and then get this mage to hit us, so we do a buffed Scarlet Cyclone, as well as making the Scarlet Cyclone's cooldown to be shorter. Target this guy. And then now that it's back, bait another attack. There we go. And that's the fight done. And then again, we need that attack because we want the Scarlet Cyclone to come back for this fight now. So we're just gonna attack a few times, and then once he teleports away, it's gonna do 1 hit to bait the buff Scarlet Cyclone. And then after the halfway stagger, do a Rising Flames, and then we're gonna attack him until he staggers. And then from here on, to build the multiplier fast, we're gonna use our quickly, like the Scarlet Cyclone that just came back very quickly. And then after he's done getting staggered, we're just gonna use a Rising Flames to hopefully finish him off. No, just like 1 hit off. Yeah, I must have messed up like a couple of air hits or something.
Yeah, you can see kind of how precisely we've already shrouded this game, where it's like a cooldown comes back exactly in time from using it in the previous fight, and then like within the same fight also. It's just like, yeah, like things should be able to like always go the same way as long as you execute the strats correctly. So we can shroud to like that kind of precision. But then if things don't go as planned, then it'll be really difficult to deal with the situation in a way that's quick.
Oh, also enemies can like, some enemies can guard, which is annoying. Scarlet Cyclone's back, so I'm gonna bait another attack from these wolves. They are not grouped up very well. So yeah, this is like, I was a little too slow of the previous wave, so this wave managed to basically spread out far too much. Okay, but this last wave should be just bait another hit. Scarlet Cyclone, whatever survives, just clear them. Oh, I just kicked him instead. Yeah, I guess another mechanic is if an enemy is like prone, and you just execute an attack button, you do like a finisher on them, which generally does like a lot of damage. Sometimes it doesn't kill them though, but usually that's like
Yeah,
finishing move on them.
yeah, it's not even nearly like an instant kill thing. And also there's like different animations where some of them are faster.
I don't know if there's any time difference between
I don't
graphics.
think so.
I guess it's just nicer to play on performance mode anyways. So this QTE just immediately gets them staggered. I guess it's one of the nice things about QTEs in early games. Some of them just immediately get enemies staggered, which is just a very nice extra touch. So that Rising Flames and Scarlet Cyclone got the multiplier to 1.4, which is like pretty high for early game anyways.
Yeah, 1.5 is the maximum, and you know, later on when you have more abilities, it'll be much easier to reach that number. But right now, we can realistically just get to 1.4.
She doesn't look happy to her. Come on.
Okay, so it's doing like this AoE thing, get hit, and it's Scarlet Cyclone when it's close. It was far away. Oh no. It's fine. I'm just gonna stagger it now. Just doing air hits until it staggers. Avoiding those like arrow things, of course. Scarlet Cyclone.
Yeah, it's still got the short cooldown, so now we had it back up for the stagger, and yeah, we're done here.
Yeah, so I guess the main idea of this fight was just finish one. That would change the moveset of the second one, and then pretty much just finish up the second one. The cooldowns, like managing the cooldowns in this fight is also like part of it as well. Specifically, like sometimes we want to use the ability to stagger them, other times it's purely just to deal as much damage as possible while they are staggered.
Yeah, we don't really want to like. You know, I feel like a lot of players might think in a way where they want to like save their cooldowns for the stagger, but we definitely want to use the cooldowns also to like build up the stagger gauge.
Oh, come on. Yeah, I guess like one thing about this dungeon is a lot of the mob fights are literally just, are you gonna hit me? And then sometimes they just take forever to. So yeah, taunt isn't perfect. I just wish some enemies would just attack like straight away as soon as you taunt them, or like even just run immediately towards me. Also, this guy is alive. He shouldn't be. But I definitely do not want to use Rising Flames there. I want to save it for the next fight. And then these two guys, hit them close, Rising Flames.
Oh, very nice.
And this is just lunge, Magic Burst, push them. So I have a group here. Nice, the mages hit me. Now I'm gonna clear this mage, because in general in mob fights mages are like the worst types of enemies. You want to just get rid of them quickly. Last guy. Oh. I guess it doesn't matter, I'll just kill him. Yeah. I didn't want to like wait for Scarlet Cyclone if it's just one guy anyway. But usually there would be like 2 or 3 of them and I would want a Scarlet Cyclone. The second assassin, this time we're not actually waiting to use Rising Flames, we're actually going to use it immediately. Get hit here, get the buff Scarlet. We wanted those dogs to come close so the Scarlet Cyclone would hit as well, but hopefully the second one comes. There it is, it's right behind me, and we're just going to kill it as well with the Scarlet Cyclone. And now it's just the assassin left. Rising Flames while he's still staggered, so I still have that multiplier for extra damage. By now he should be dead, but I'm like, I just messed up so much here. There we go. Yeah, like even small things like just missing a couple of air hits will cost you a lot of DPS. Alright, so the reason why we did Rising Flames in that particular way is because by now we have it back for these two guys. Bring them close, Rising Flames, hit both of them.
Yeah, there's another kind of like unique combo sort of you can do. If you use magic right after a lunge, then it has this like really nice knockback effect that we sometimes use to like just group enemies up.
Okay, so the first, well, not the first, the second icon fight, but not like the actual. This is Benedicto, aka Garuda. This is the first phase, so it's very simple. We immediately got hit by this range attack that she does at the start to get like a free buffed Scarlet Cyclone, and then immediately getting her staggered, like after the halfway stagger, or like during the halfway stagger, we were using Rising Flames to quickly get her staggered. And then now I'm just gonna lunge close, because it's like a small optimization, but you get this cutscene after she lunges towards you. But if I'm just close to her, I get it like very quickly. But if I'm close to her, if I'm just standing next to her, she would do like an extra animation where she does like this wind thing and pushes you away. You don't want that, you just start far away and then you lunge. It's like just small optimizations. But yeah, the whole thing about boss fights in this game is you cannot skip these cutscenes. But enjoy the music. This is definitely like a banger. It plays in pretty much every single icon fight as well. Or every single one actually. No, Torgal! I feel like how to make the audience hate a villain 101 is to make them hurt a dog. That's like true in anything. Precision dodge here. Rising Flame, Scarlet Cyclone. Get her halfway staggered, and we're just gonna do air combos. And then she's gonna do this specific DM called Arrow Rain. So we're just gonna try to do magic bursts at specific points of this DM. Otherwise, if I just use it now, it just would straight up miss. So there are certain specific points I'm looking for. Right here. And then another one here. Precision dodge, air combos until she's staggered. I'm going to use a strength tonic here. Scarlet Cyclone into Rising Flame. So because Scarlet Cyclone does more stagger damage, you want to do that first before the more damaging move Rising Flames to get the multiplier up for Rising Flames instead. So it's just one of those small things that like you want to do in specific orders to deal more stagger damage.
I like this QT that's coming up. It looks... I think that's the one that's coming. Yeah, right here. You can see he's kind of like ducking already before you even press the button. It's like, I wonder if I'm supposed to like press the dodge button or why. It's like
yeah, it's even weirder when you fail them because it looks like he's about to dodge and then he just doesn't. And you do get a couple of those as well, like he's just about to dodge something. Same thing again. She's staggered. Scarlet Cyclone, Rising Flames. One extra thing to note is that during those cutscenes, the cooldown for the abilities is still ongoing. So usually after long cutscenes, you get everything back. But another nice thing is that the Strength Tonic is actually like paused. So Strength Tonic lasts for 60 seconds. But during a cutscene, it just pauses. So it's actually lasting like it's gonna last for the rest of the fight. And yes, we definitely want it because like I mentioned before, some situations are like where we need that extra 10% damage boost to finish a boss precisely like while they're like right before they're about to like maybe get back up and, you know, make the fight even longer. And this is just one of them. So again, another QTE where she immediately becomes staggered, which is just another nice early game perk about QTEs.
yeah, but first she needs to get up.
Yeah, she needs to get up before she's staggered somehow.
Now we're to go.
I did it in a wrong order, but whatever. So now we have Torgo. We just want to get these precision 6 for the extra DPS. I should finish her right before she does anything. Let's go.
Alright.
So more or less a perfect Benedicta. Did we explain like why we want to go for precision 6 over just spamming Ravage?
I did explain that you get like that, or that it's like a mechanic you can do that makes the stick more powerful. I do think at some point you like do spam it instead of doing precisions, or do you always just do precision?
I guess usually the easiest way to constantly get precision. Well, actually, I need Penny first. Rising Flame. Also, what am I doing?
Yeah, we did unlock Garuda's powers here, so now we can switch between these icons. Now we have a total of 4 abilities instead of 2, so that will significantly ramp up like our damage potential and like things we can do in combat. We also have another iconic ability, the Deadly Embrace, which allows us to like pull smaller enemies in, or if you use it on a bigger target, then you just kind of like bounce up yourself. We don't really use it that way as much, but Wicked Wheel is also another good ability for increasing the stagger of enemies, but it also has pretty good damage.
I did this fight completely wrong. Like, completely wrong. Yeah, I'm supposed to kill it by now. This is bad. Okay, sure, Scarlet hasn't come back yet. You don't want to get hit by that. Whatever. But yeah, to answer the precision sick question, so when it comes to doing air combos, you have to time it so that right after you do the finisher of your air combo, you press Ravage to trigger precision sick. And you can trigger precision 6 in other ways, like using an ability, and then when you press it right after the final hit of the ability executes, you just get one. But in general, the timing for precision 6 like that is not very good to continually get them over and over. But air combos are just the best way to do that.
I'm not sure what this no-hit item is that somebody in chat is referring to. Is that like a DLC addition? I don't remember there being a no-hit item.
So, the fastest form of movement actually in the open world is sprinting. But we have to trigger sprinting by just jogging for a while, and then after maybe 5 seconds or something, maybe it's longer. Now I can sprint. But you have to be outside of combat and outside of dialogue to do that. So you could see me doing some air like hops earlier because I was still in dialogue and I couldn't trigger the sprint earlier. Yeah, this is about as fast movement gets in early game.
It's a very novel form of movement, sprinting, running quickly. Yeah, for some reason you really need to like jog for a long time before you can trigger sprinting. So we don't get to see that like that many times, because like a lot of the time there's always like something that would interrupt your sprinting, or like you just have like dialogue, or like you have enemies or something.
Very small trick here. If I time the jump correctly. Okay, so sometimes you can actually keep moving forward even after Garuda like lands. There's another one here where I want to jump here. If I'm on the ground, that rock will sort of make Clive do this short animation where he's just stunned for a bit. So that's just like skipping it. And at this point you're just moving slowly. I can't really do much other than just going all the way to the quest marker, or I guess not quest marker, but all the way up there. Yeah, I guess like 16 does have a couple of downtime moments like this, but it's still one of those things where you gotta focus on the run. You can't just like have an easy time just looking at something else.
Yeah, and right now what we're doing, we're chasing this dominant of fire. We're not here for Garuda. That's definitely not something that's gonna happen. We're not gonna fight Garuda. We're just gonna get this dominant of fire over here.
Alright. I need to focus, so I can't really commentate on too much.
Yeah, here's Garuda. yeah, now this is the big Garuda. Yeah, I guess it's just faster to skip the quick time event again.
Yeah, some of them are faster to skip.
Yeah. Yeah, usually the damage you get if you do it correctly is very minimal. So like we generally prioritize the faster animations. Yeah, we can see Rook's Gambit being used. So Rook's Gambit has this unique property where if you time it well, like when the enemy is just about to do an attack, like kind of how you can do a precision dodge, you can also time Rook's Gambit in the same way on enemy attack, and it'll be stronger than it would be. Uh-oh.
I missed the Rising Flames. That's always a super feels bad moment. I'm not going to do too much damage. You do not want to stagger her here. There we go. Yeah, that's just a feels bad moment. But you want to keep the stagger bar right after she does this DM. So this is the aerial blast. If you go close to her, you get knocked back, but of course the feet is just slightly exposed, so we're gonna go for some damage here. And then we're just gonna go back to spamming charge magic.
Yeah, another thing with Rook's Gambit is that the cooldown is also... I think the cooldown is like reduced by 50% if you do it as like a counter. But you know, in this case, it's just like this like long DM kind of move, so you know, we can just like kind of throw it out there. And again, Garuda has a weak point on her head, so like now we're attacking the head, and like we got a little, like a few hits on the head even before the stagger as well.
So during that combo when she was staggered, the idea was to just prioritize first the abilities that increases the multiplier of the stagger damage the most, which was Wicked Wheel and then Scarlet Cyclone, and then use Rook's Gambit and Rising Flame. Rising Flames is by far our most damaging move, so we want to save that for last after we've gotten the multiplier as high as possible.
Yeah, at this point, this part of the fight is done. We're just gonna get a little ding. I always found it a little bit jarring, especially on this fight where it's just like stab her and die, and suddenly the music just stops. Yeah, we're not quite done with Garuda yet, so we're going to get our first icon versus icon fight. And at this point, Ifrit doesn't have a lot of attacks or like different moves available to him. We're mostly going to go for like a lunge into a combo, and then after you do a combo, you can get like a special animation that deals a lot of damage. And then there will be some like HP thresholds where we get like cutscenes. Those are like the kind of key points of this fight.
Yeah, so Garuda has a very specific way you want to deal with all of her phases. So the first thing we do is lunge 3 times and then, evade like forward 3 times and then lunge, which was that big like thing that staggered her all the way. Fail this QTE, because of course sometimes it's faster to just fail them and the damage just doesn't matter. Now I'm gonna lunge immediately. 1, 2, 3, knock her down and do the finisher. And then this is another HP gate we just reached. This time we just wait for her to go to the next cutscene. And then now we're going to lunge immediately. And then she's going to do Aerial Blast, but we want to get a combo out just really quickly for extra damage. And then now I'm going to do one lunge. And she's not going to get staggered. She's just going to attack through. After she's done, I'm just going to lunge again. Do 2 hits. And then wait for the recovery. And then go back to another combo again. And now this is just barely enough damage to get to the HP gate. And now I'm going to evade 3 times to get close to her. So she doesn't have to get close to me to trigger this cutscene. And now that's basically the fight. The rest of it is just watching them, like, I don't know. This is like the most Attack on Titan-esque fight you'd ever see.
Yeah, basically we just kind of like ignore some of the like mechanics, like how you're supposed to like avoid the attacks in favor of just getting a couple hits in. And the melee attacks generally are just more efficient than like being far away and using some fireballs. And also, like the finisher animations are a little bit lengthy, so yeah, I think like if we didn't get all that damage in and like do the combo reset, then we would have ended up doing like another finisher probably that would have been like slow. So yeah, not like a lot of things you get to like do in this fight, but a few optimizations that are pretty significant in the end.
I will say the choreography for these fights are actually really good.
Yeah.
Yeah. Growing back the arm, of course. Failing that one, it's way, that's one of those where it's like way faster to fail.
Yeah, by the way, at this point you can't lose the fight anyway.
Can you lose all your HP and game over? I actually don't know.
I'm pretty sure. Okay, let's not test that theory.
I'm not gonna test it, of course.
But as far as I know, like every like kind of ending QTE segment of like an icon fight, you can't actually lose them. Like I guess they just didn't bother programming like a lose scenario for these when it's like you're just supposed to like kind of enjoy this like interactive cutscene basically. I mean, is there even anything you could do to like lose HP anymore?
No.
Yeah, no.
Only is like the evading or attacking QTs if you fail. Oh, sorry. If you fail the dodging QTs, then you get damage. But there weren't any more at that point. Garuda slain. Conveniently 2 level ups. Which even like in like maybe late mid game that even happens one time as well. It's quite insane. Some of the XP the bosses give you.
Yeah, at this point, Clive is not feeling very well mentally because he just realized that he was the one who actually killed his brother.
Yeah, he was Ifrit all along. I feel like a lot of people who played the prologue just immediately like put 2 and 2 together. It's quite obvious.
No, I mean the player is supposed to know that, but
yeah.
Clive does
Clive
not.
doesn't. Oh.
But yeah, then Sid is kind of like encouraging him, like you might as well still like make yourself useful and like let's go on and you know he's feeling quite down and don't actually like get any combat music at the start of this dungeon here, kind of to like reflect this like sadness or like whatever he's feeling. But yeah, you can see the Deadly Embrace being used, like I mentioned earlier, to grab enemies and pull them in. And it is preferable generally to use that while you're in the air.
I was going downhill. How did I? Okay, whatever. It's weird sometimes.
Yeah, you want to use it in the air because that makes you like kind of bounce up a little bit. You stay in air, and that way you can just like keep doing it like very quickly and just like pull everything in. Then you just like land. And another thing about like being in the air is that then the enemies like fall from the air to the ground, and then most enemies will stay in ground after that, so they will stay in the radius, and then you get to do like an AoE attack that will hit all of them.
Oh, it should be staggered by now. Whatever. Yeah, so Minotaur, Rook's Gambit, and then just stagger it. Using the abilities at specific order, obviously. We're gonna go for another Rook's Gambit after he gets up.
Give them all you got, boy.
There we go.
Yeah, you can hear a lot of those like Torgal voice lines. You know, it's kind of funny. Like I was talking about like how like Clive is not feeling very well. Like like after everything that's happened, but he's going strong with his commands to Torgal. But now he's going back to being depressed.
Yeah, and we're only really using Ravage for the run, but if you use Heal with Torgal, you get lines like, "My wounds, boy." Alright. Deadly Embrace once again. They can be too far away and that would be a problem. Also, they dodged out of that. Whatever. Okay. And now it's just these Hornets left. They get one shot very easily by Wicked Wheel, unlike those spiders who have a lot more HP.
Yeah, it's also nice that you can use Deadly Embrace to get those flying enemies closer to you.
Come on. Let me through.
So it's generally the same strat as the previous Minotaur. Except this time, we're gonna we have these spiders that could get in the way, which could be annoying, but we're also gonna specifically save Scarlet Cyclone for the next fight. So like I mentioned before, this is one of those things where we want to manage our abilities optimally so we can deal with fights later much better. Also, that spider is still alive! Go away! Go away! Yeah, the nice thing about Precision Sick is Torgal can actually help knock out some surrounding enemies sometimes. Like that spider right there. I'm gonna Wicked Wheel next to the spider. I missed that. Ugh.
The spider is a survivor.
Alright, let's finish it off.
Okay, we're approaching this boss fight here. Well, first we have this little mob fight.
Uh-oh. Okay, whatever. I guess me using Wicked Wheel too late in Minotaur made the cooldown for Wicked Wheel start too late, so I couldn't really get back in time.
Okay. But yeah, now we have like two bosses. Now we've already seen a Dragoon, and we've already seen an Avis. But now there's two at a time. However, Sid is going to join us in a bit, and we want him to deal with the Avis best he can, so hopefully he will deal with him quickly while we fight the Dragoon.
Clive, what's the situation?
You're late.
What?
Also, this Dragoon is going to work a little differently than other Dragoons, so there's going to be a Wyvern that Sid is going to target specifically. If you hit a certain HP point of the Dragoon, he can't take any more damage, so we want to hope he kills the Wyvern as quickly as possible. But until then, we're just going to deal good damage, just passively. Yeah, whatever. Gonna bait another hit again. Or jump. Yeah, Rook's Gambit works there, and I'm just gonna bait another hit again. Yeah, so this is just like making sure I have like the cooldowns come back faster. Just like something to help while he's staggered a little bit. Looks like Wyvern is almost dead though. Oh, please tell me the Wicked Wheel's gonna kill him! Ugh. Okay. Now we want to get him low enough HP. Not low enough, but he will be after this. So at a certain point of his HP, he's going to start doing Mirage Dive, which is like the forced DM to progress to the next cutscene. But right now, it's pretty much just him doing jumps non-stop. Oh, I do not want to go for precision dodges. As you can see, it kind of slows down the game, and you don't want to do that sometimes when you're in an auto-scroller. Very quick, Scarlet Cyclone, Wicked Wheel, get the stagger up. I probably didn't even need a Wicked Wheel there, but that's the final boss of this dungeon.
Yeah, we don't really have people behind us to like clap, but you can clap in the chat with the nice follower emote. Anybody can post claps in the chat after these bosses.
It's what, 2:20 a.m. right now, so it's like understandable that there's like no one in the, basically like almost no one in the venue at the moment.
Let's get this fixed before someone.
Yeah, we appreciate all of you who are possibly also in Europe staying up watching this run, and maybe you're in a different time zone where it's not that late, but we appreciate you all the same. We're here to provide content for almost 7 more hours.
Strength tonics, because why not? We're in the shop already. And then I love how a lot of hideaway like quest markers end with speak to Gav, which is this character. Or I guess I think it's like 2 of them, but it just feels like it's when in doubt, just talk to Gav. So now we have Jill as our party member. She's like one of those characters that stick around as a party member for a lot of the game. I'm just gonna quickly do a quick menu. Wait, what am I doing? Yeah, upgrading Wicked Wheel.
Yeah, if you're not familiar with like, if you haven't played 16, if you're not familiar with the mechanics, then in this game you kind of have party members, but you don't really like control them in like really any way at all. Like you don't set their equipment, you don't control their actions, but they can still have a pretty significant impact in combat. Like Jill can like use some spells and just like take care of some enemies on her own sometimes.
And Torgal actually does a lot of damage too if he does his own attacks without you controlling him.
Try it.
So sometimes we actually want to ravage Torgal to a mob in maybe this like part of the area, and then Clive is handling a different like mob. And it's basically just Torgal and Jill or like some other party member handling the enemies for me. Also, oh, that tree. Also, small minor optimization and movement, but when you bump into characters,
You move faster?
you get a small boost.
I never realized that. That's I can see. That's really funny, actually.
Even the Chocobo.
I need to start doing that in real life.
And it's not just sprinting, it happens even when you're just jogging normally.
Let's go and find out, shall we?
We will be getting Ambrosia during this run. Turns out that there's a lot of like really interesting movement you can do with the Chocobo, and it will really speed up many sections, even when there's like dialogue and like, yeah, it'll be really interesting when we get to those points. But it's definitely worth the time investment of doing the side quest to unlock the Chocobo.
So making use of fast travel using minimap. Sometimes we even use the world map. If it just so happens to be the hideaway, because the only way you can fast travel to the hideaway is through the world map. But yeah, it's just like more movement optimizations.
Yeah, once again, the load screens are very like almost non-existing. So, like, even if it's a pretty short distance, we might still just quickly fast travel to like move quicker.
Yeah, that's basically it. Generally, when it comes to mobs, the general idea is use Wicked Wheel into Scarlet Cyclone. If you use Scarlet Cyclone first on its own, it will just knock enemies far away. But Wicked Wheel, all it does is it just like kind of brings them up, and then they just drop back down. And that's just a good setup for Scarlet Cyclone immediately afterwards. And then I guess depending on how bulky some enemies are, like those lobsters there, I had to fit in a cheeky Rising Flames, which is like sort of AoE, but the enemies have to like be in front of Clive. But yeah, sometimes you do need the extra damage from Rising Flames. Oh, whoops. I was not supposed to skip that. It's one of those things where like sometimes you don't skip
And
them,
we'll
sometimes
see
you
it.
do.
Yeah, when you're like accepting quests, then it's like you can like skip and then you get to the like prompt like, do you accept this? And you accept, and then you can skip what comes after. And it's like sometimes it's not even worth skipping because it's like some like short animation only. Also, a small optimization is that if you hold triangle to prioritize quest after you get it, the like pop-up actually goes way faster.
I knew that children were tested, that a bearer's fate was decided at birth.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. I can now start. Yeah, that Hornet was there.
I knew nothing of
So,
what's meant to be born
Phoenix
of it.
Shift just targets whatever enemy's closest. Normally, the Hornet wouldn't even be like available for you to target there, but I guess the Hornet was in a pretty good position to still like go forward anyway, so I just took that chance. But when you're sprinting, obviously avoid enemies, because once you get into combat, you cannot sprint anymore. Or dialogue, so I have to start air hopping.
Darkness awaits us within, I wonder.
But now,
Let's go and see.
oh. Yeah, so get into combat, and now I can now start doing faster evading. Just one of those things where you do want to get into combat sometimes.
We should get.
Yeah, it's like initially when we were thinking about like speedrunning this game, we were thinking like, man, like you don't really have like any movement options in this game, and yeah, a lot of things you can do to like optimize movement, they don't save like a huge amount of time. But in the end, I feel like in the speedrun, there's like a lot of like little movement optimization that you do, and it's like very kind of precisely shrouded. And all of that just to like save a few seconds here and there. Although once we get the Chocobo, it gets a little more intense.
Yes, if you like, you can skip cutscenes as soon as you open doors, but like right before you get the animation, sometimes you can just accidentally pause the game.
Yeah.
Pretty stupid. Yeah, so we're basically going to the next area now. Of course, bumping into more NPCs just to get that extra boost. And then back to real movement.
Artis at the blight and spread even further south, pushing yet more monsters down with it. I dare say we'll be seeing a few along the way.
Then we shall have to keep our wits about us.
Okay, so I can't do any more because there are enemies beside me. Use one magic to start aiding the combat, so now I can lunge without getting the long cooldown afterwards. And then it's like around where the shadow here, where I want to start doing air hops just in case like the combat ends too soon and I start getting that long cooldown. Alright, so now get through them and back to hopping. And then around here, air hops again in case I get the long cooldown.
Look, the windmills. That must be Eastpool.
And now we're gonna go back to sprinting. Very briefly though. In general, like going uphill, that's like the best time to start going for sprints. If you're going like uphill, you can't really get Phoenix shifts. So, you know, whatever option you have. Alright. And now we are going to get new clothes.
The speedrun is going quite well so far.
If we're talking about PB attempts, awful.
Yeah, well, but we're not here to PB. We're here to
just showcase everything. I don't even know if I'll be underestimated at this point. But
well, you haven't lost that much time.
I feel like at this point I have to get everything perfect just to like maybe get a 805 or something. Alright, so one small little side thing before we go to the next dungeon.
You're not so very different, you know.
I actually don't even know what's happening.
Especially dressed like that. Come on.
What, in the
Like,
story?
in the story, yeah.
That's a good question. We're looking for something. We're asking villagers.
When in doubt, ask villagers. Yeah, back-to-back cutscenes. Just gotta know when they are.
Sorry.
Travel back. Bump into Jill. No, I didn't bump into Jill. Well, I mean, it's not like those boosts are that important, but you know.
I hope he hasn't wandered into trouble.
Let's just concentrate on finding him.
And now we just go back to sprinting again.
You know, I guess you did lose time to that like cutscene that couldn't
Think up
be
now.
skipped, like at the start of the Ifrit
Could he have strayed even further?
icon fight with Phoenix.
Yeah, I need to check if that's just in new patch or if I just got some weird glitch.
Yeah, maybe they patched it just to like drive the point home that this is like the same thing as like the opening of the game. Like even if you skip it, or you
I
got,
feel like the whole point of skipping a cutscene is like you don't care about that.
yeah, it's kind of weird. I don't know.
2, 3, 4 Wicked Wheel to one-shot them. And I'm just gonna go backwards. Keeping the camera pointed that way so that like some fights you can manipulate where enemies spawn just by simply having the camera facing in the opposite direction. So I know I want the wolves to spawn behind me, so I just keep the camera facing front.
Very clean fight there.
Oh, wait, I am meant to skip it. What am I doing? Okay. Now we're going to the next major dungeon. But first we gotta push the door. And of course, you know, dialogue, so we gotta keep
I didn't realize they were
air
this
hopping over and over.
leaching the ether from the soil. And when the last drop is drained, their fields will turn to this. No plants, no animals, no life.
close. And no,
We won't be able to use any magic here.
another thing to worry about. As if the absence of ether didn't cause enough problems.
Take away the lad's life force, and problems are all that's left.
I can hardly imagine what this place used to look like before the Blight took it.
I remember.
I mean, I think we could pet Torgal for a reasonable donation. That wouldn't take too much time.
Yeah, I forgot you could even pet Torgal.
Yeah, and we don't want to have incentives that would like take up a lot of time, because you know we're already doing like very late hours here. But you know, petting Torgal wouldn't be that bad. I don't know, maybe. I mean, what do you say, Ida? How much would they need to donate for you to pet Torgal?
I've done this.
I guess a simple, I don't know, $5 will do.
Okay.
I don't think it's that big of a deal anyways, like probably just very quick pet and that's it. I could probably even skip the petting cutscene.
No, I don't think that's a cutscene.
Tell me what happened.
I think it's just like a couple second animation.
But yeah, no, I wouldn't skip it. That'd be...
Yeah. So if you donate any amount of money, $5 the minimum donation, and mention in the comment, pet the dog, pet Torgal, something like that. Yida will pet Torgal at his earliest convenience.
So, Phoenix Gate.
It's really be a fallen ruin.
A lot of annoying mob fights, but with Garuda and Deadly Embrace, that's generally what we go for. So now, whoops, jump. Just gonna gather them and bait them to hit me for the Scarlet Cyclone, because we need the cooldown to be faster for the next fight. And also it deals just more damage in general.
And you can see there that Torgal took care of one of the 4 enemies, while Yida was taking care of 3. Hey, where do we actually have the tablet?
Oh, whoops. Whatever. I used the wrong ability there.
How can these things?
Yeah, I guess we don't have a reader right now to read donations.
We have $5 from Tekis, who says, "Pet the good boy train, heart." So are we doing like a pet the Torgal?
Yes! Torgal, come here!
He's a good boy. Torgal is sincerely my favorite.
You can't do them in dungeons! Oh, someone's got to remind me afterwards.
Right, I'll do a pet the Torgal kind. Thank you so much for your donation. Don't forget, all donations are going directly towards Save the Children. Oh, they're going directly towards Make-A-Wish International. And proceeds from subs and cheers are also going to the wonderful charity cause, helping children with critical illnesses and their family, helping support, give them things to look forward to, bring a little bit of more happiness into the world. Wonderful cause. Please keep donating. I mean, I would love. I mean, I'm a big Torgal fan.
Looks like it can take a beating.
Then let's give it one.
Nice. No, Wicked Wheel here, and then wait for an attack from him. That's not a good attack, so whatever. Staggered him. So there are obviously like the whole like baiting, like hit for Scarlet Cyclone's buff isn't always gonna work. If enemies do attacks that are very powerful and have like huge knockbacks, then that's not gonna work. It has to be specific attacks that do like, I guess, half stagger, where Clive sort of still stays where he's standing. Okay.
Does any of this
Not
make
too
sense
bad,
to
I
you?
guess.
None. Let's find the hidden man and leave.
So yeah, Guardians are pretty much like what you see the most in these kinds of dungeons. They're like two different kinds of dungeons that have this sort of look. They are very annoying mini bosses, let's just say that. But of course, getting the Rook's Gambits on them is very satisfying. Bombs, they are very bulky, so we want to get the Rising Flames right before the Scarlet Cyclone. Very nice fight.
Yeah, very clean. So even though Rising Flames is kind of more like a single target attack, but if you really group them up nicely, then yeah, you can hit like, I don't know, I feel like up to 3 enemies. Like you probably wouldn't be hitting 4 enemies.
I imagine the Phoenix would receive a warmer welcome.
Alright, I'm just gonna stand here because I know this is exactly where I need to go after the elevates all the way up.
Where will we end up this time?
But yeah, literally auto-scrolling, can't do much.
On murdering us, I expect. Could the hooded man really have taken this path?
We won't
They
know until we
patched
followed it all the
you
way
being
to
able to go over the elevator?
Let's keep
Oh.
looking.
Unless like that was my mistake. I don't know. I'm so skeptical of everything now.
It is very exciting because we don't really know what might have changed the patch. We're under the belief that there shouldn't be any like particularly significant changes that would affect the front, but that there might be some surprises.
I'll save the Rook's Gambit now. I'm hoping to hit like one of those smaller enemies with the Wicked Wheel and Scarlet Cyclones anyways. Just for like, just to clear them up while I'm at it. But right now there are quite a couple of guys alive, so we're just gonna gather them. We're gonna gather them.
Gather!
And then whatever.
Everything was kind of just inconvenient, a bit too far.
I hate this. Well done, Torgo. I do have to. No, Scarlet's gonna come back. So yeah, another fight where we embrace, Deadly Embrace, and then just bait them with Taunt to attack me for Scarlet Cyclone. There we go. And now the next wave, which is a lot more annoying.
Look out! There's
Gonna
more
wait
of them.
for 2 spiders to fall and then lunge and magic burst them. And now hopefully that other side is gonna come closer and we're just gonna gather them again. Wicked Wheel. Rising Flames. Please hit both bombs. It only hit one of them. Whatever. Jill did a lot of work for me there. Thank you, Jill. Alright. So now we're gonna be heading into the first big boss of this dungeon. Iron Giant. The iconic Iron Giant. Rook's Gambit! No! I messed up! Okay, whatever. We'll just wait for another attack. This... I don't even know the abilities of the name anymore. Okay, we're gonna get another Rook's Gambit out afterwards. And then we're gonna get a Rising Flames out. And then now we should hit a specific HP point where he does something we like to call Purple Phase, where they have like some sort of secondary HP where they're like charging up some kind of powerful attack. There we go, he jumps in the middle, so that's how I know he's gonna do it. Usually like just using abilities is just the best way to get through these. I don't know exactly how the damage calculation works for the purple phases. It's not exactly directly the same as just normal damage. Alright, so he's gonna eventually do... I don't want to stagger him here, so I'm gonna wait for him. Rook's Gambit. And now Wicked Wheel build up the stamina stagger multiplier. Scarlet, Rising Flames, and we're just gonna do some air combos until Rook's Gambit comes back. And I'm extremely underdamaged because I didn't use a Strength Tonic this whole time.
Uh-oh.
Oh no. We'll use it anyways. Oh well. At this point, it's just be good. Yeah. Rising Flames. Man, it's honestly really bad to forget to use Strength Tonic sometimes because it does like lose you a lot of time. But the idea there is right after he gets up from being staggered, you just basically finish the fight from there. Don't have to deal with any extra attacks from Iron Giant.
Is that some kind of mural?
I guess I have Strength Tonic carrying over to the next fight, but I don't know if it matters that much. Maybe it does a little bit. So Lich, another stupid mini boss that appears every now and then. Rising Flame, Scarlet, and then Wicked Wheel, get it staggered, and just air combos. Eventually he's gonna come back up and do a DM called Thrash. We're gonna bait a Rook's Gambit out of that, and we actually, well, we can get him to stop that attack immediately, but we actually want it to keep going. So I'm just gonna do a quick Rising Flames. I think I missed some of the damage there. Whatever. We're gonna bait like the hit for Scarlet to get buffed. Wicked Wheel. And then halfway stagger him. So after you halfway stagger them, they briefly take like 25% more damage. So that's like just extra boost by air combos by them.
Even more secrets than we thought.
And 2 more mini rooms to go through, so we're just gonna deadly embrace all of these guys. Wicked Wheel. And then Skeleton Cyclone. I guess the bad thing about party members is sometimes they can just knock enemies far away after you've already used Deadly Embrace with them. It's one of the most annoying things, and I felt like Jill almost did that there. But usually they don't, as long as you're doing practice in runs. I don't know. There's some weird change about them. So these guys, they're very weak, low HP. Just Scarlet Cyclone, the first 3. Embrace the other 2, bring them closer for the Wicked Wheel, and very clean fight. And that level up always happens right after finishing these 2 rooms. You can do these 2 rooms in any order. It really doesn't matter because the strats are always the same. You will always get the AoE ability cooldowns back by the time you reach the rooms. Alright, and now we're gonna menu. Sometimes it's nice to menu like as you're in the middle of some animation, like opening a door. It's just to like make sure you don't have to do any extra inputs right as you leave the menu. It's just like small optimizations. But yeah, we did upgrade Rook's Gambit. It sort of just adds extra hits to Rook's Gambit, and then I believe that's basically just extra hits, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, practically, once again, it just like increases the total amount of damage. It does also make the animation longer, but you know, the total damage we get is more valuable.
Okay, so I need to concentrate here, so I can't talk. I'm sorry. Camera, please show me what's going on.
Yeah, we're fighting against Ifrit, but this is not like the real Ifrit. Where we're kind of like fighting our like internal self over here. You can target the feet. You can also target the head. By default, it like targets the head right away, but you can switch the target, and the feet are much easier to hit.
Yeah, I guess I'm gonna have to use it on here. There we go. And then hopefully stagger him now. Stagger! And then wait for the head to come down, Rising Flames. Yeah, by now I should have beaten him, but whatever. The idea was every time he does a stomp, I do a Rook's Gambit, and then just Rook's Gambit, if you get the reaction version of it, you get the cooldown like a lot faster, so he's just basically repeatedly doing Rook's Gambit over and over, and just staggering him very quickly to just finish the fight with just one single Rising Flame. But let's ignore that fight. It didn't happen. This is the real fight I wanna get perfect. So this is like Clive's inner shadow, like his inner guilt that he destroyed his home kingdom and killed his brother. And we're just gonna basically defeat our inner demons right now.
Come on, Clive. Face your fears.
Nice. Oh, not stop. Oh yeah, you can also stomp. You don't really go for that normally. But yeah, just air combos after Rising Flames when you stagger him. As soon as he's out, just one quick Wicked combo, Wicked Wheel just for extra damage. And now we're going to phase 2, which is where this is like the big part of this entire fight. It's sort of like doing the strat 2 times, except I'm gonna alternate things a little bit. But once again, Rook's Gambit at the start. You always got to go for that.
I see.
Yeah, very nice. Kind of using that combo to both get the buffed up Cyclone, but also get the Rook's Gambit counter out of the same combo.
Rook's Gambit, I forgot to use it as soon as possible. I don't know if it will come back later on. I think it will, because it has a very short cooldown. But yeah, this is his DM. I'm just gonna literally ignore these Pillars of Fires and just keep wailing on him. Eventually he's gonna catch me with a very massive AoE one, and I'm just gonna like tank through it by using high potions. Just like that. And then as soon as I'm out... Oh, I got the Rook's back, nice. So it's just extra damage right after I get him out of that DM. And also you need to deal some stagger damage right before the last phase, because the last Rook's Gambit I'm about to do needs like some damage done in order to fully stagger him as soon as possible.
No escape, eh? It's all right. I'm done running from you. Together.
It's almost time to accept the truth that it's almost 3 AM.
Time to
It's
unlock
time to find out who we are.
a banger song.
Yeah, the Deadly Embrace, you can also use it to like kind of keep enemies stunned during a half stagger, but the animation is generally so long that we don't want to use it.
Oh wait, what am I doing? Ah, that's bad. That's really bad. Okay.
We're in improvisation land right now.
Okay, so I don't think I'm going to finish him. Also, with Limit Break, you just do ground combos. It's the same damage as air combos, except air combos tend to miss a lot inconveniently. This should be it. Yeah, okay, it's fine. It's fine. I was supposed to get the Rook's Gambit as soon as he charges, but I was just like, I don't know. I don't know what happened to me.
Yeah, a couple of fun facts about that phase is that you have unlimited limit break during that, and also limit break. Limit break makes you unable to die. Like you can go down to 1 HP, but you'll never die, which means that you cannot die during that phase at all. But another thing about limit break is that what you saw that it changes the combos. Actually, the way it changes the combos, if I remember correctly, it's actually less DPS than doing regular air combos. So you usually don't want to do regular combos in limit break, but limit break does increase the damage of all your abilities by 10%, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, 10%.
Yeah, so you want to be in limit break sometimes when you use abilities to deal the extra damage, but you don't truly want to be in limit break to just do regular combos.
Another thing about limit break and stagger damage is I don't think they're like two separate multipliers. So simply just like stacking your damage with two separate multipliers, it's like insane damage when you combine them together.
Yeah.
And there we go, Infernal Shadow. Okay. So we just got another. Well, it's not really another icon, but we got Ifrit's abilities. So his abilities can be equipped to Phoenix. So the whole point of abilities is whatever icon abilities you have to equip it to the same icon, like slot or whatever it is. But in the ability menu, when you can upgrade abilities and then you master them. Mastering them doesn't really change the ability itself, but it actually allows you to equip them to other icon slots. So I'm just going to master Scarlet Cyclone, reset Rising Flames, and both the Garuda abilities, so I have enough AP to upgrade Ignition, which is a very, very cool ability. Scarlet Cyclone put on Garuda because we still want it.
Promised the mayor I'd talk to him again.
Oh yeah, pet Torgal.
Yeah, can we pet Torgal?
Yes. Wait, no dialogue.
Not doing dialogue.
No, we can't. Ousted again.
There are so many obstacles in petting the dog. Okay, surely now we can do it.
Uh-oh.
We can't?
I don't know why. Maybe I just have to be somewhere else. I don't know.
This is some kind of story
we will eventually. I promise we will. Also, another like nice movement with sprinting is when you jump, you get a nice boost. And if I jump specifically here, the dialogue happens, but I still get the extra boost from the jump. It's like from time to time, I'm gonna want to do that. Just small little things that add up. I think I have to go to an open world area.
Yeah.
Or the hideout.
Yeah, because right now you're still like kind of locked in like a story segment.
So probably top 3 worst mob fights ever.
Yeah, this fight is rough. Like, this is a pretty lengthy mob fight that like spans across like just like a large area. Yeah, we're seeing Ignition here right away. It's one of the like best tools for dealing with mob fights. It just like gathers enemies up and deals damage to them.
So what I did there was I used Ravage on an enemy like all the way back there, and that's just gonna keep Torgal and Jill both targeting them. So it's like just clearing a whole mob of enemies for me. And at the same time, I am like baiting those further enemies. And now we're gonna Wicked Wheel into Ignition to get rid of the flying enemies. I missed one of them sadly.
Yeah, it's like a really clever strategy where Wicked Wheel gives you some height, and then you get ignition out of that, and ignition will just keep you at the height where you used it.
Oh, please come closer. Rising flames. Come closer. Yeah, it's not like... The reason why this is so awful is because enemies are just all over the place, and sometimes they just hit you out of you trying to do some deadly embraces on them. It's pretty RNG heavy here. Ignition after the Wicked Wheel, bring them back up. Sometimes there's like a soldier maybe just running down the stairs and we can just catch them. It looks like Jill and Torgal are basically done. Please, come!
It's just going away!
What are you doing? Okay. But yeah, in terms of ignition, it is by far like one of the best grouping AoE like attacks. Not exactly like I guess as good as Scarlet or Wicked Wheel sometimes, but in terms of grouping, yeah, you just gather whatever's in front of you as you run along enemies. Okay, I wanted to use the Scarlet Cyclone off of the hit. Oh my god, he's... Okay, whatever. Limit Break, whenever I do like big damaging abilities, I usually want to use it there. Alright, I am not doing this right. Oh, whatever. Yeah, it's like once I mess up one thing, it's hard for me to, like, I guess, go back into the flow. But we do want to stop going into Limit Break as soon as we're done with those heavy attacks, because the moment we hit the second stock of the Limit Break, if we exit Limit Break even when we're like almost full, we just immediately lose the entire stock, and we don't want that. Okay, just a sorcerer left.
Yeah, Limit Break is like split into like these 2 bars right now. You can upgrade it to go up to 4 bars total. But yeah, when you cancel Limit Break, you just lose like the current bar where it's currently going. So, and it's really good to always keep at least 1 bar, so then you can activate it at any time. So it's like a good tool. It's like a good backup tool for sure. Like if you get hit or like something goes wrong at any time, you can just pop Limit Break and then you're gonna be okay. And of course, it is of course routed into many of the strategies where you specifically use it to increase damage, so you like get specific like attack skips or stuff like that.
Okay, I think Torgal is next to Karen right now, so I guess I gotta wait until I go to Karen. Okay, so we're gonna fast travel here back to the hideaway. It's just faster this way to go to the next quest marker. No, Torgal's not next to her. Whatever. We're gonna craft new weapons, because at this point Onion Sword is not strong enough. Oh, whoops. What have I done? Stormcry. And then from Stormcry we basically use that to get Flame Tongue.
We're all here to find out when can you actually pet the dog.
Imagine if they patched that out. Where is he?
I actually don't know where Torgal would be in the hideaway. Lion reports we're not going to use. Especially just a way to access side quests.
I suppose that's everything. Now to find Gav.
Another ending hideaway with Talk to Gav. Was he? I genuinely didn't see him. Also, I went to the wrong place.
Uh-oh.
What am I doing? Yeah, there.
Yeah, I mean, the main quest marker is over there. A little bit deceiving in this case.
I think there's gonna be a specific time skip that changes how the hideaway
Shouldn't you now be able to pet the dog?
Oh, yeah, come back. Come back. Come closer! We got ignition out of there. So ignition can also be used for movement as well. Sometimes. Goodness. Okay. Torgal.
Oh, there he is.
There we go. Stay still.
There we go.
That was a journey and a half just to pet Torgal. But yeah, we're just gonna go back to sprinting again. I actually... I genuinely thought you could pet Torgal in dungeons. That was just what was in my brain.
Well, now we know. Yeah, if you want to do more donations for us to pet Torgal, then it's best to time those such that we're like just traveling in the world map where we can pet Torgal.
So this is... I forgot the name of this place already. Northreach?
I think so.
It's just... 16 has a lot of... You talk to this guy, to talk to that guy, to talk to that person, to talk to the guy. It's just... You know... but... I mean... That's how you progress. This is one of those where you actually want to skip after you accept the quest. Weirdly enough. It's like a long cutscene of her just walking away. That's about it. Pet Torgal percent. I wonder how soon you can start betting.
Seems a trip to the barracks is in order.
I guess. Either after the dungeon with Fafnir or the hideaway for the first time. Not sure.
Heard the bone.
Moore is the last village on the road to Oriflamme. I should let Isabel know where I'm headed.
Alright. And so we're going out of the... Bump into this NPC, of course. And of course we use ignition and Phoenix shifts while the dialogue is going, because we cannot start sprinting while we're being slowed down by dialogue. But now we can, we're just gonna bump
today,
here, bump to this person as well. I'd say maybe a third of the run is pretty much this sort of movement, but eventually we will get the chocobo. And you're gonna find the movement with the chocobo pretty ridiculous.
Is this if you thought drifting in 15 was cool?
I think 15's chocobo movement is about as normal as it gets compared to this.
It's no wonder the Empire never.
Alright, so this person, this is pretty much it. Just talk to this person, talk to that person. I honestly don't even know what's happening in the story right now. I guess this is one of those things where in 16 a lot of the run is just kind of downtime, but then you still have to focus a lot. Movement is important and stuff. It's not really like FF15 where the downtime is just sort of mindless and you can just kind of give your brain a rest. Ignition, and then bring them to this corner, Wicked Wheel, Scarlet Cyclone. If there's one alive, there's no one alive. But if there's one alive, I would embrace it and then do one last Rising Flames. That's like usually the backup if there's one survivor. Not skip. And now we have enough AP to very quickly upgrade Rising Flames.
Damn it all. I need to tell Isabel.
Yeah, we're gonna be here for a while doing this run. We're gonna go until like 9 AM and unfortunately the hotel breakfast is still gonna be up at that point.
I'll do my best to make sure we're on time for that. I think I'm already hitting like my second win now. Alright, and as soon as we're out of town, we're gonna go for a sprint again. I just wish they made sprint R3 or something. Outside of that, R3 doesn't even do anything. Jump here, because if we don't, we kind of get stuck. Ignition!
Oh.
Not on the bushes.
Kind of got stuck anyway.
Alright. And we're heading off towards the next major dungeon in the run. Oops. So yeah, that's like the one time where when you enter a point in the world map, it asks you, are you sure you want to go? It's going to change the rest of the story. Yeah, it's pretty much like once you finish this, that's where the 5-year time skip happens. It's gonna change a lot of the game, a lot of the character models and everything. Of course, jumping. I don't think it really speeds up the horizontal movement, but just going down and up the stairs, it's gonna like help a little bit. So this is where we're gonna go behind these two and just ignition. Very satisfying all the way. Scarlet just to clean up, and then we're right at the exit here. And that's generally how a lot of mob fights go.
They never stood a chance.
You're welcome.
So we've got a $10 donation from Mr. Boblex, back again for more. The comment is a bonjour. So I don't even know who's at the table right now. I feel like I've been hearing. I assume Oasis has been packing up to head back to There they are.
Alright, we just gotta wait for Sid to pass through before we can.
Good thing that wasn't a Pet the Torgold request, because now we're stuck in a dungeon again.
But all good things must come to an end. We might have a bit more confidence.
1, 2, 3. Deadly Grace 1, 2, 3, 4, and then Taunt. Ignition, grab them. Scarlet, and now we're gonna grab them, the mini wyverns. And Wicked Wheel, and that's like generally the mob fight. Okay, so this is like the first like boss of this dungeon. Lunge, Limit Break, attack into Rising Flames, and we're gonna use Ignition, but we want to also make sure we keep that one stock of Limit Break as well. Okay, and at some point I'm gonna intentionally take a hit so you get the buff Cyclone. There we go. Halfway stagger right after that, Wicked Wheel. into Strength Tonic, Rising Flames, also Limit Break to increase my damage a lot. There we go, that's phase 1. And then the first thing we're going to do here is try to go for a parry. He's going to do like a charge attack, and we're just going to literally stop him immediately from doing that.
Bollocks.
Bollocks. Oh, bollocks. There we go. Rising Flames while he's parried. Wicked Wheel. So we got a lot of stagger damage because he's parried. So stagger damage does... that you do more stagger damage while they're parried as well, so that's just an extra thing to note. Get hit for the Scarlet Cyclone, and we're going to go into Limit Break. Now, while he's just wailing on us, we're going to wail back on him. We do not get staggered at all while we're in Limit Break, so we're going to use that to our advantage. Build up the stagger the stagger multiplier a lot, and then go for massive damage here. And then while he's down, just keep going for air combos. And then by the time Rising Flames come back, that should be enough to finish him off. Or, yeah, right here. There we go.
Okay, that was pretty clean.
So yeah.
As a two-person claps.
Perfectly offset.
Yeah, you can clap in the chat again.
I appreciate claps. Yeah, I mean, like every single boss fight are like incredibly difficult to execute, honestly.
All right, I've been summoned by production on the basis that I'm about to become production. So we've got a couple of ways we can run it, seeing as it's just going to be us tonight, by the looks of it, unless we suddenly get a raid into the actual building. So I can leave the tablet with both of you if you want, like to lead on that, Dano, or I can take it with me. To the production desk, but I'll bring the mic with me, and if you need anything, just give us a shout.
Yeah, sure.
I'll probably hear you.
We need to be quick. The ether won't hurt odds, but I'd rather not find out what
Might need to charge this at some point, but we'll worry about that later.
Alright, so this mob fight, once I enter, taunt, and Deadly Embrace these two that are far away and keep taunting. You just gotta keep taunting. Even if it sounds annoying, just gotta keep taunting. And then once they're running up the stairs, Ignition and... Oh, one of them is all the way there. Damn. Yeah, we're just gonna finish him off normally. Normally they would all be gathered and then we're just straight at the exit here. Sometimes Taunt, I guess, just ignores us because sometimes enemies, when they're fighting our party members, they just want to keep fighting the party members. They don't like us.
Yeah, so to be clear, when you hear that whistle, that's the taunt that, and yeah, like basically the use cases for that is to like group enemies up and also get them to like attack live, so you can do like a counter.
Yeah, and I guess visually, if you want to know what's really happening, so taunt has like a radius, so I'm taunting there, but you saw like an exclamation mark on top of one of them, so that indicates that that's the one that's going to attack me. I wish all of them would just try to attack me, because that just makes things way easier in terms of routing, but whatever. Now that we've gathered them, just Ignition. One of them is still there. Scarlet. Gather this guy and Wicked Wheel. Oh, he's... yeah, he's Bravered, I forgot. So when they're Bravered, they can't get staggered and they have increased damage.
Yeah, there's like a mechanic that I think it gets introduced right here. Where like some of these mages kind of cast these buffs at this point. It's the bravery. There will be some other things like mages casting shields, or cure as well later on.
So I just quickly upgraded charge magic. I think all it really does is just makes the charging time for it faster.
Yeah.
And I don't know if it increases damage though.
I don't think so.
Yeah. So first, limit break immediately. Do my 2 strongest abilities. I'm gonna get out of my limit break. So by the time he hits me... Oh, that works too. I wanted to bait an attack from him to get the buff Scarlet Cyclone. And he missed me! No! Okay, he's gonna hit me again. There we go.
Yeah, between like having these counter abilities and being able to parry, like, you know, sometimes, like if you get like an unexpected parry, then you might have to like kind of improvise on the spot.
Yeah, I mean parries are generally good to go for anyways.
Yeah.
Whatever. Right now, ignition. Why is that guy all the way there? Jill, please. Jill. Okay, thank you.
That was a nice blizzard over there.
Another optimization about Limit Break is, as you can see, every time I use it, there is some small animation. And if you also notice, when an enemy is staggered, they also have their own like small animation. Sometimes you want to Limit Break as soon as they get staggered, just to get like both animations technically at the same time. So you skip the amount of time it would take to go into Limit Break. And that's just like a minor optimization just to speed up fights. And of course, it's always sometimes beneficial to be in Limit Break as soon as they're staggered, because once they're staggered, you have no time to lose. You gotta do everything you can to deal as much damage as possible. Oh. I forgot we memed this. I've been doing runs so much that I just forgot that that was even a meme.
Yeah, that was truly funny. If you just like, especially on the last like R2 QTE, if you just like let them stay there, they just like kind of hang out, like truly like lean forward. It's really fun sometimes just like not do the QTEs immediately.
Alright, so I hate this part of this dungeon. So first thing I'm gonna do is, when I can target it, magic burst, and then taunt, and hopefully they gather in a straight line for me to ignition all the way to the door. That's all she wrote.
How could those creatures from Phoenix Gate
And
appear
then
in the
pretty much the same thing's going to happen in the next fight, except there is another wave of enemies, including another mini-boss, the Lich, as we've seen in the previous dungeon. But of course the way we handle this Lich is entirely different, because not only do we have different abilities now, our damage is, or rather its HP is a lot different than that other Lich. Just gather them a bit, and then ignition. One of them teleported away, whatever. I didn't. It was like 1 HP. Okay, so Lich. No! Okay. It's so bad to miss any abilities. And for it to miss me as well. There we go, buffed Cyclone. We're just gonna get it staggered eventually. There we go. Just gonna very briefly go into Limit Break just to boost my damage here, and then by the time he comes back up, he's gonna do Thrash. I'm gonna try to parry it. Actually, no, I don't. I'm just gonna use my abilities here. He's low enough HP. Or Torgal's gonna finish him off for me. There we go. Yeah, Lich is like one of the most, like, the fight we hate the most in general.
When I was in the Imperial Army, soldiers assigned to the glass gate.
I guess the abilities you use on Lich sort of depends on how well the mob fight from the previous wave goes as well. Alright, so big boss is coming. I can't talk about this entire thing.
Yeah, Catching Dragon, so there's gonna be some long animations, attacks and HP thresholds to worry about. Also the head is another weak point here. We might be able to hit it sometime.
Keep your distance, boy. Keep your distance, boy.
there.
I kind of like just slowly getting the stagger gauge down, and by this time we already have cooldowns back, and now we can unleash some big attacks. Yeah, this is where we get the cauterize, right? So there's nothing you can truly do to stop this. So we're just gonna like avoid damage here. Just gonna dodge it once and then you're fine.
Okay, it's going this way. It is semi-random where he goes from there. We're gonna get the halfway stagger before he does Dragon Dance. Okay, so now we're already dealing some stagger damage towards him, just to make staggering him after his DM, which is Dragon Dance, a lot easier now. Just gonna do some charged magics, because I can't really do much at this point. Precision dodge, like, counters with magic is also, like, decent damage, but it's not as strong as just a straight-up charged magic. Okay,
don't die here.
Dead.
Yeah, those attacks are very damaging.
Yeah, let's just, I don't need a potion, I guess. Quite under-damaged right now, actually. But Rising Flame should come back before he does anything. Wicked Wheel!
Okay.
There we go. Yeah, I guess I messed up with a little bit of damage with Dragon Dance, but most importantly, I couldn't get all my precision dodge magic hits in, so that was a lot of missed opportunities to get damage on the stagger gauge. But the whole idea is to basically skip it from doing a second cauterize, because, you know, he's flying around, can't really do much.
We're almost there.
I should not have done this. I was supposed to save that. I was meant to do a Phoenix Shifts here, and then when I'm at the stairs where I can't do Phoenix Shifts anymore, that's when I do Ignition. But whatever.
Yeah, we're gonna have a couple waves of like relatively weak enemies.
I've been here before.
Gonna be looking to use Ignition to kind of like group them up, take care of them.
You again. Where are you? What do you want?
So, Typhon, we don't actually fight him yet. We have to deal with, as Dan said, like small waves of enemies, but they can be stupid, but they should be mostly consistent. As you can probably guess, it's Ignition. But in terms of the way you go for Ignition, so I'm going to go to the left here, hope they line up, and then just one line, they sort of ran away, so I have to do
a little bit of cleanup.
Yeah, Rising Flames. I want to save the Scarlet Cyclone and the Wicked Wheel for this next wave, because this wave, Ignition's still going to be cooling down. So I'm going to have to use that in the wave after this. Also those things are going to hit me. Yep, they did. Grip them, Wicked Wheel. I did not do that right. Whatever. And then last wave, we're gonna see a lot of those wraiths. We're just gonna taunt around as they spawn, and then we're gonna gather them. And that's when we're gonna use Ignition to just basically go through this entire group. So taunt, taunt, taunt. Come closer, come closer. Very satisfying. And then whatever's surviving, just Wicked Wheel. And sadly, this is all unskippable. It's like 2 minutes of cutscene here.
Do you need something, Yida? Like a drink, a snack, or something? A bathroom?
You know what? I do have coffee here.
Some cold coffee?
Coffee is coffee. I guess if you need to get something as well.
Yeah, maybe I'll step out just for a little bit to walk around a bit.
That power isn't yours.
That power isn't yours.
Never mind, I heard a sound. $10 from Mr. Bob likes. I'll do this another 2 times, as it will be the cost of 2 rounds in the pub. Thank you very much.
Fly, Weasel Martin!
And thank you, production.
Thank you very much. Alright. Typhon. The second icon fight, and really where you get to use Ifrit like the proper way. Garuda was kind of like Ifrit was slow and sluggish, but like this one, you're actually playing as Ifrit now.
Yeah, so Ifrit has been kind of upgraded. Now he's way more agile. He has more moves at his disposal. We can do this like full combos, and then at the end of a combo, you can do this backdraft finish, which is like a big finisher. So, like when you press the magic button at the end of a combo, that's how you do it.
Oh, I missed that.
Or actually, you have to press it like a couple times. So.
Of course, it's really nice to get the finisher after the halfway stagger because I'm doing 25% more damage.
No, that's just 5%.
Oh, 5%. It's something. Okay. He's gonna teleport a bunch, and it's quite annoying when he does that. Okay, so now I'm gonna go for 3 full combos. It is very easy to drop the finishers. The timing is sort of weird with it, but the idea is now to get Typhon to 0 HP. No, there's no way. Well, yeah, now he's doing an extra long attack. Stagger? Yeah, okay. Yeah, like some attacks you can't really progress with, sadly. That just generally means I was under-damaged somehow. Typhon isn't exactly a fun fight, so every time I go to this point in the run, I'm just like dreading it. But now we are about to go to phase 2, which is in general actually like a more grounded type of strat that we have to do.
How many more could there be?
Oh yeah, just random F-bomb.
Yeah, he tends to have more offensive language in Ifrit form compared to his human form. I don't know what's up with that. It's like just becomes unhinged.
I guess like it's harder for him to control his anger. I don't know. It's
And maybe that's reading too deep into it. I don't know. Maybe the devs just thought that would make Ifrit look really cool. But yeah, phase 2 of Typhon is it's quite different. He's much bigger. He's way more serious right now, and also as far as I understand, that damage is like kind of precise here, especially at certain points. Like there's some like very nice damage optimizations that if we can hit those, we'll have some good time.
Ooh, no! That's so bad.
And speaking of damage optimizations.
Oh, I forgot that he does an extra hit with that move in the second phase. I think F-bombs are always necessary. Alright, now...
Yeah, Demon Wall is like, casually you might have thought that you just need to like stay there and dodge, but the big thing we can do is just get behind him and just keep shooting these like charge magic. Like getting too close to him will push you back, and that's not something we want. I feel like we're probably gonna be missing on damage here.
Yeah, I think I might be under damage. Like quite a lot actually.
Yeah.
I can't do a full finisher there because he's just gonna teleport if I do that. But I think it's like 1 or 2 shots more. But I can't progress the phase until he's like out of some kind of animation. Yeah, this is fine.
Yeah, ideally we would have just like skipped that attack there that we got at the end.
So we're gonna intentionally fail QTE. Like just fail some of them, succeed some of them. Just depends which one's faster. Also, like, Ifrit versus Garuda was like a very Attack on Titan-esque kind of fight. But I guess from this point on, every Icon fight is very much inspired by Dragon Ball Z.
Yeah, this is just straight up Goku versus Frieza.
This is straight up Spirit Bomb.
Also, you know what would make this cutscene even better is this donation right here. $20 from Mr. Boblex again. Double. Thank you all people in the background and production.
Fly, Weasel Martin!
Thank you very much. Yeah, I mean, not really much to talk about here. Is just enjoy the cutscene, I guess. Enjoy the Spirit Bomb moment. It's just so funny because it's like Ifrit's just still holding it, and then Typhon just looks behind him. Oh no, where did that come from? There we go. Typhon.
I love that little nudge at the end. It's like slowly moving and then...
Yeah, it's Typhon. 1-0. So Sid dies off screen, sadly. But yeah, this is basically the 5-year time skip. We have access to Ramu now. I guess I'll let you explain Ramu because I'm gonna have to focus on this.
Yeah, Ramu is the third icon we got now, so now we're like capped on the amount of icons we can have equipped at the same time. And right now Ramu comes with it's an AoE attack, and then we also have the Thunderstorm, is it called? We have Pile Drive and Thunderstorm. I think that's correct.
Pile Drive and Thunderstorm by default, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, Pile Drive is the AoE attack, just like around Clive, and then the Thunderstorm is one of the best single target abilities. We'll be seeing a lot more of that during the run. Then Ramu also has the iconic ability Blind Justice. So I don't think we use that at all. It's like it's basically like if you know Kingdom Hearts, there's this shot lock mechanic in like Burst by Sleep in KH3, where you like kind of just like spend a moment to like aim and lock on to enemies, and then you unleash an attack. The idea with that is that you like lock on to like multiple enemies and then use like pile drive to like pop them all at once, and then you just have like this electricity going between the enemies. But it's just really not worthwhile. Yeah, Thunderstorm also has this like hitbox around Clive as he's casting it. It's like spinning like the staff or something. It deals a little bit of extra damage, but the main damage of Thunderstorm is the last hit of the like thunder itself. Thunder itself deals like multiple hits, and then the last hit deals the like biggest chunk of damage. Also, it generally doesn't miss, like it just perfectly tracks the enemy movement, so even if they're moving really fast, it's still gonna hit.
Yeah, it's honestly like one of the few abilities that we keep for the entire run.
Yeah.
Another one that we keep for the entire run is Lightning Rod, which by default you don't get. You have to actually learn it first. Sort of like Rook's Gambit is like the third ability of Ramuh.
Yeah, like each icon, yeah, like by default you have two abilities, and then there's always like a third ability that's like kind of on the same level. Usually the third one is like kind of like a defensive ability in some way, some kind of like a counter or something, at least for the most part. And then there's of course like the fourth ability, which is like this like kind of ultimate ability. We don't really see too much of those. Later on we'll see some, but generally they have really long cooldowns and long animations as well, so they end up not being very convenient for the run. And they also cost a lot of AP to upgrade. Yeah, well, we can talk more about Lightning Rod once we get to use it, so you know, I don't want to just like say words and without like you actually seeing it in action.
Yeah, I guess so. I guess chat bringing up Will of the Wisps, or Wix, I'm actually not even sure which one it is. I guess the thing about it is proccing it ourselves, proccing the damage with lightning rods ourselves isn't as good as letting the enemies proc it. And in general, as an ability, yes, it's good defensively, but offensively, just not really good DPS in general.
Yeah, it's just like overall, like the damage Will of the Wisps adds is it's just gonna be less than other abilities we can equip. And even with like lightning rod, we're not really like missing out on any lightning rod damage by having other. Yeah, you'll see lightning rod in practice soon, so we can kind of get more into it. Yeah, if you're playing like FF mode or especially if you're doing Ultimaniac, then Will of the Wisps is definitely something you probably want to have, because like especially Ultimaniac is like very easy to die, and obviously you usually don't want to die because then you end up having to do the entire stage again. So they're having these like defensive abilities is actually a big deal, but on action mode, we're not really that worried about dying. Like we already have potions and we have limit break, which prevents us from dying whenever we have it on.
Yeah, I think right now what's happening is Martha Rest has been invaded by some Imperials called the Black Shields or something like that.
We need to find the others.
And I think Martha's currently injured, and a lot of like people died, blah blah blah. And we're now going to have our revenge as well as basically get rid of the Black
Carl
Shields.
is right. That was no tavern brawl.
That's like a
It was a
very
message.
loose explanation for what's happening.
Bearers are the property of the Empire.
What accessories do you use? So we have the Ring of Might to increase our attack. It's like one of the only things that just like across the board increases our damage.
Yeah.
What else do you have?
So at first we get the Scarlet Cyclone one, which is in the Benedicta like dungeon.
And that's for cooldown or damage.
Oh, they're all just for damage. I never get ones for cooldowns.
Yeah.
Then the second one you get from beating Benedicta is Rising Flames, so that's like the third one I have at that point. After that you get the Ignition damage one by default from the previous dungeon I just did, and then that's what I have currently. Eventually I'm gonna swap some things around because the getting the damage buff on certain other abilities are way better, like especially Lightning Rod and Thunderstorm as well, because the Thunderstorm is just insane damage and Lightning Rod is like the bread and butter of a lot of strats.
Are we too late?
Yeah, the accessories in this game, like there isn't a lot of varieties. Like basically for all abilities you have something that increases damage and something that decreases cooldown. So yeah, we have the one accessory that just like increases our attack straight up. We have that equipped. And other than that, we're gonna be like swapping between accessories that increase the damage of like specific abilities based on the situation.
And I guess the reason why we don't use cooldown ones is because in terms of routing the boss fights, we have like optimized our ability cooldowns. And I believe a lot of the cooldown accessories are like quite far out of the way anyways.
Yeah, I don't know exactly where all of them are, but yeah, I mean well, we don't really have accessories that we like go out of our way to get them. Like maybe some things in a like chest on the way and like we pick it up, or like some of them we just get automatically from like bosses or quest progress.
So the people who died, I think we're like gathering their ashes or something like that, and then we're just scattering them to the river. That's like their way of showing respect, I guess, in this world. But, you know, not before running into Ahriman, or it has a different name apparently. Oh, it is Ahriman. There are multiple reskins of this exact same enemy, but
yeah.
But yeah, it's one of those hunts that we don't even bother doing. So I'm just gonna ignition out of here.
Of course it has.
Yeah, this is like the hunt tutorial, but we just leave.
That must be the bridge.
Yeah, hunts are like basically you can consider them like side quest stuff, where like you just go like kill these like mini bosses and you get some rewards, you get some renown, but yeah, we're not gonna bother with that stuff.
We're best off staying where we are for now, I reckon. The boys from the garrison might still be on the way.
Also, going from Final Fantasy 15 to 16, the Ahriman really got upgraded.
Yeah, Ahriman's like, I guess it started off as one of the final bosses in FF3, right? And then now look where we are. It's like 15 made it like some kind of mundane critter.
Oh yeah, was it in FF3?
It started off in FF3 as one of the final bosses, wasn't it?
Oh, like in the final dungeon?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I like stopped FF3 like right at the very end of it. That's kind of silly. Anyway, at this point in the run, now we're going to unlock the Chocobo. So we picked up this one side quest that we will pick up in this run.
Yeah, so in general, side quests that has like a plus in the icon means that you gain some sort of permanent change, like maybe your inventory size increases, or in this case, you actually get a chocobo, which is going to be like our main new form of movement in the open world.
No Grooze? I wonder.
Where is Goosebird?
Oh,
I didn't even know this.
Do you want us to do something with the Ooze? I know at least if you donate $99, you can get Goosebird Fanfare.
Alright, once this mini bus comes, rising flames, limit break, parry here, and then we're gonna work our way to staggering him. Lightning rod, so this is gonna be our first use of lightning rod. Get him to attack. And now we're gonna go for the full damage. So maybe I guess you can explain a little bit of what lightning rod does. This should finish him.
Yeah, you can see the lightning rod being used in a way where like the enemy hits it. I think it's like triple damage. It deals like 3 separate hits when an enemy hits it. While like if you hit it, it just deals 1 hit. But then on top of that, we do also use ignition and all these other abilities that also hit the lightning rod. So there's like a certain amount of hits that the lightning rod can take before it goes away. So some of those hits we will get from like enemies hitting it, but then well, we're not going to be able to like deplete it completely by having just enemies hit it. So we do also like use our other abilities to like proc the lightning rod, and you know, all of this combined, we just get a lot of damage.
When in doubt, talk together. I'm basically like stealing a joke that the Nier runner earlier was explained that when you go back to the hub area for that game, you always have to talk to this character called Popula. But in this case, it's basically Gav. Oh, whoops. Back to the map again.
Yeah, this is a Final Fantasy speedrunning event, and Nier is the best Final Fantasy game. No, actually, I'm the Sagas runner. Romancing Saga 3 is the best Saga game. No, best Final Fantasy game at this event. Yeah, it's my favorite FF game.
So going into combat intentionally there, because just simply mashing dodge while going downhill instead of having to always do air jumps is way more efficient and just way easier to do. But yeah, it's just only if you're going downhill specifically.
You fancy dancing a gallows jig like the miller's son?
You fancy dancing the gallows. I don't even know the rest of the line.
Do you always get that voice line?
Oh yeah, the voice lines in this game from the NPC are consistent.
Okay.
So yeah, another one of those talk to this guy, then talk to that guy, then talk to that guy to go to this guy, and blah blah blah.
You don't think these firebrands the Empire is looking for could be us, do you?
I don't know. But we
Oh my! I hate when I do that.
find out.
Okay.
Speak with the locals. Like, we're gonna get some exciting chocobo movement here. So kind of the like bread and butter here is the chocobo drifting.
Oh no.
That's it's a little bit tricky to get it started. You need to make sure that you have enough of a like curve and enough speed before you can get the drift going. But the drift gives you some speed, but then what we do after getting that speed is we just keep attacking, and normally the speed buff just kind of goes away over time. But if we keep doing this attack, we actually just retain the speed boost, and it ends up being overall just like faster movement too. And if there's enemies, then you can get an even like longer jump with this attack, where it's like homing in on the enemies, but with some like tricky analog control, you can kind of like redirect the movement you get from that and just like go the way you want to. So that was like actually really tricky movement. Like,
oh, that is by far the one of the hardest chocobo movements because of just how bad that terrain is.
Yeah, the tight corridors, all those enemies. Yeah, like that was really hard. I've seen it go wrong many times, and it's kind of awful. But yeah, that wasn't completely perfect, but it was pretty good.
You know what it was? At the very beginning, I was getting confused with FF15 chocobo movement.
Oh,
this game.
Yeah, that's what happens when you do one game after another.
Yeah, I don't know how like people do like many Final Fantasies back to back and not get confused with the controls. That is just like something I could never get used to.
That's right.
We can't leave them here like this.
We won't. But if the Black Shields have made it this far south, they may already be in Port Isolde.
Okay. That was technically inside some kind of town, so we couldn't summon the chocobo. Also, one thing to mention while we're in dialogue, just like how we're slow with Clive, you're slow with the chocobo as well. So we still attack to bypass the super slow like walking with the chocobo. It's, you know, still not as good as if you got the drift speed boost first anyways.
They're all Rosarian.
But this is their home.
This is considered like town area in between. You just awkwardly need to like jog here a little bit, then you get back up on your chocobo.
Also, nice thing is I can just literally hold the summoning chocobo button, and then by the time I'm out of town, it just automatically does it for me. I don't need to think too much about timing, like when to summon the chocobo and stuff. I just literally hold it.
Yeah, once again, you can see like because there were enemies and the targeting was on them, then you get this like speed boost, but then like with some like analog control, you can kind of redirect the movement. And now we're gonna like, even though this is dialogue, we're gonna line up this enemy, and now we're gonna get these targeted attacks on the enemy that like really jump quite far. So even though we're in dialogue, we can actually move really fast.
We just bully the spider all the way to the end.
Yeah, we just need to make sure we got the angle right, because we can only go like one way, like on a straight line. We can't really like change the direction very conveniently once we start.
Single Black Shield since Old Hill.
Maybe they found who they were looking for.
Yeah, it's interesting because like the attack on the chocobo is not very like powerful. Like you don't really do combat like this. Like that's not something you want to do. But turns out it's excellent for movement.
This is nothing like I remember it.
How quickly a crown can lose its luster.
Alright, these guys are actually a lot weaker than the Black Shields, so they require a lot less work. Just Ignition, Scarlet Cyclone, if I can get into the middle of them! Yeah, it's just their HP pools are a lot less. No Wicked Wheel required.
I like how they're doing like a barrel roll in slow motion at the end of the fight.
Also, I don't know if that's like the only mob fights where it says after you finish them, enemies bested instead of enemies slain, because you keep them, they're still alive after that fight, even though in the fight itself it looks like you're absolutely like destroying them.
Yeah.
Like no different from any other enemy.
Yeah, there's definitely a few different like victory texts that the game gives you. Like most of them are like about the same, but there's some like interesting details in them. So something you'll also see later.
Yeah, absolutely. Giant spiders deserve to be bullied.
Yeah, well, like this like new movement that like we discovered with the chocobo, like we didn't immediately realize that we can do this like attacking to like keep the speed boost or like attacking during dialogue. Like those are some things that make chocobo like really worthwhile.
Your petty revolution ends here. Okay. So lightning rod, it's also good AoE damage, so I'm just gonna quickly summon it here, and by the time that wyvern comes, I'm just gonna use it here. So even though the HP didn't actually show up yet, it was still taking the damage, so that's just one super nice thing about that. Alright, stagger him. Very briefly use this. And then now we're gonna gather those worms. I was gonna call them wyverns, I just forgot they're worms. Scarlet Cyclone. Not Wicked Will, because we need Wicked Will for the next fight. Also, we always meme this guy as well. He just comes out. A noble stand. Just a boss incoming.
The camera panning is so good. It's just like standing at the top, shouting these lines.
Yeah, like he just has like some epic dialogue, but he's like the least significant character ever. Okay, ignition after the halfway stagger, so I just do slightly extra more damage. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. But we're gonna summon lightning rods here. Jump into the lightning rods and stagger him. And you can also reposition the lightning rod as well just by pressing the ability button again. Really handy. Lightning rod will eventually come back, which I'll just quickly pop. And then I'm just gonna ignition these guys now. Very satisfying.
Nice ending.
Also, I think I actually wasn't meant to use that first thunderstorm. I think I was meant to save it for after I stagger him. That's probably why I was missing some damage at the end. Oh, my notes are weird. My notes are weird right now, but whatever. So now we're gonna go back to the hideout. We're gonna grab one thing, because the amount of ability points we have isn't quite enough to use like all the stuff we need for the speedrun. But conveniently, completing quests in this game gives you reputation, which is like a whole other mechanic that's introduced specifically after the 5-year time skip. And as you build up reputation, you can get rewards depending on how much you have. And the first reward just so happens to give 400 AP, which is a lot. So we're gonna grab that right after we talk to Vivian over here. So Vivian's basically the one, like I guess the strategist. You normally talk to her before like major dungeons for the rest of the game.
Yeah, normally when you talk to her, you have to skip cutscenes 3 times.
Yeah, it's always 3 times actually. Always 3 times.
Because it's like first she's talking to you, and then she shows you the map and explains like strategy, and then she talks to you after that as well.
And then we're just gonna fast travel. Every time you fast travel in the hideaway, you go back to basically in front of this lift, and conveniently Jill was just right next to it, so that's why we do that. Now we're going to one of my favorite dungeons actually. It's very it's quite lengthy. It's sort of separated into 3 different parts. So that means like 3 major bosses within this dungeon. But first things first, we are going to upgrade Thunderstorm because of course we want to deal more damage with it, and the upgrade basically just gives it extra hits.
It used to belong to Rosaria, didn't it?
Once, though it's been in the Ironblood's clutches.
Also, did I get the glitch where I don't have music?
Far too long.
Yeah, I don't have music.
For
This happened like 3 runs in a row. The last time I ran this game. But it will come back eventually. But yeah, enjoy some awkward dialogue exchanges for now, I guess.
Production, can you play the appropriate FF16 music on top of the game? No, you don't actually need to do that.
It could be worse. It could be like sound effects. But, you know, it's
Was that an earthquake?
They happen all the time.
we did do some like recordings of
Not 16.
we did do some recordings of 16 where we removed the music and the sound effects, so it was just the voices, and that's like some of the weirdest like sounds you ever get.
Okay, yeah. You know, what is the like what's like the regular boss music called? Do you know the name of that track?
I'm so sorry, I'm just trying to do the fight.
I don't mean to distract you.
Also, I did this fight completely wrong. Yeah, I'm gonna be so underdamaged. Wow, super underdamaged. Well, time to just wail on him. Ignition, just for good measure.
Or maybe if you can find the Drake's Breath music, that's probably a unique track, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what the track name is, but
I honestly, I feel like the music might distract me more than just having the game silent. If the music's like not even matching what I'm doing. Alright, so Morble, Akashic Morble to be specific.
yeah, we can see the lightning rod proccing on this breath many times. It's just like this constant hitbox just hitting the lightning rod and just like kind of destroying the HP and stagger.
Don't hit me. Alright, so I ideally would have dealt enough damage. I don't want to attack him here because that will stagger him, and yes, there are certain animations that they do that I cannot hit to stagger them. There we go. And now we're going to go for... Also, I messed up there, but whatever. I didn't even get the last hit of ignition in. That's lost damage. Okay. So we're just gonna keep trying to hit the lightning rods. Also, the nice thing about lightning rod is it contributes a lot to increasing the stagger. Oh, I should have just used. Alright, whatever. Not perfect, but good enough. Yeah, so lightning rod contributes a lot to increasing the multiplier while they're staggered.
Okay, so what do you think? Do we want production to play some music or not?
I think like the lack of music might make the run funnier.
Yeah, I'll have it be up to Yida.
Because there are some fights where it's really awkward and it adds to the immersion.
Sure.
It was.
Okay, so grapple for 5 of them, and ignition to the next part. Also, why are you alive? And then we're just gonna quickly upgrade lightning rod. So this is like, oh, I need to remove charge magic, and then get the AP from that to upgrade lightning rods.
Yeah, it's like when you want to unlearn something, it just unlearns it completely. So, like we just wanted to like unupgrade it, so we need to like unlearn it and then upgrade it, or like, then learn it back again. So that we have the basic charge magic, but it's no longer upgraded.
So, I guess the reason why some mob enemies, after I use ignition, still has like literally just 1 HP left. Sometimes you need to deal the like final hit of an ability to make it count as the kill. And in this case, it's the final slash of ignition. If an enemy just gets out of the ignition accidentally, then you just get it stuck on 1 HP. Also, target the bomb, please.
But in numbers like these.
Okay, so taunt and just keep taunting. Just keep taunting. Just keep taunting. Just keep taunting. Okay, there's 1 scorpion there. That's good enough. Okay, so I'm not actually playing without music. This is just a glitch. It will come back eventually, but it's probably gonna take like.
Yeah, I think when we mount the chocobo, it's gonna get fixed.
Yeah, when we mount the chocobo again. So we're gonna land and then limit break, attack into a parry, thunderstorm, get out of limit break, and halfway stagger him through this. And then after he starts something, wicked wheel. Now, get the stagger value up. I'm gonna quickly lightning rod here. Just do some normal hits because I don't have any other abilities right now. And then I'm just gonna like try to get my limit break back to full again. Ooh, he's like a couple of hits left. Okay, now that it's dead, one useful trick that that you can do is that when you load the autosave or pretty much any save file, you actually get your ability cooldowns back. And that's like one of the best things to abuse, honestly, when you just need them. Okay,
Yeah.
I'm talking. I'm sorry.
Yeah, the autosave pops up quite quickly, so you can just like flow try it after a fight and it'll be there. Flame Wizard is basically very much the same as Fafnir earlier, but you know, now we have a very different toolkit available to us. We have the Lightning Rod, which we've already been using a lot here.
Okay, so limit break briefly just to increase our damage. Again, the stagger damage plus the multiplier from the limit break stacking together is insane damage together.
Yeah, Thunderstorm just being an amazing single target spell.
Uh-oh, I didn't mean to do that. Oh well. I just missed that Scarlet Cyclone, sadly. So this is like his long DM when he comes down. Oh, I got the buff Scarlet Cyclone back then.
Oh?
I guess that works. Also, I'm still targeting the head because remember the head takes 1.25 more damage than the rest of the body. So, especially targeting the head with the Thunderstorm, which pretty much always hit accurately whatever you're targeting. That's like the big deal there. But yeah, that was a pretty good Flame Lizard.
You know, how about this? If we get at least let's say $10 donation, then we can turn on music for the boss fight at the end.
Yeah, it's just like I don't even know the name of the track, so I can't really tell.
Isn't it like Typhon Phase 1 music?
I guess you could even just literally type the actual boss we're fighting, Liquid Flame.
Yeah, maybe production would be able to find it. Yeah. We'll leave it like if we get a donation, we'll turn on music. If we don't, then we'll awkwardly play without music.
Alright, so this fight is pretty particular. We're just taunting non-stop. Taunt. And then they're all gathered and we're just gonna ignition them in a line. Beautiful. Why is that guy? What are you doing? I think I just missed him with my ignition somehow. Then the next guy, we're going to Phoenix Shift, immediately go into Limit Break. Oh, I didn't get the parry. But when you do normal attacks with the Limit Break there, you normally go into a very convenient parry. Nice. And now Scarlet Cyclones get the stagger multiplier up really high. We're still in a Limit Break because we just want to keep the Lightning Rod damage high as well. And then once the Thunderstorm comes back, it should be enough to kill. Oh, it's 1 HP. Gather them all. Just 2 of them. Not bad. And there are 2 of those guys in this dungeon, so you pretty much do the same thing, except I'm gonna change how I do the moves differently, because in terms of the cooldown for clearing up mobs later on, I'm gonna need Ignition to come back at some point, so but first we're just gonna do a menu where we get Charged Magic, Burning Blade, which is like the hold attack button to do like a charged attack kind of thing.
There's something I need you to know.
To like charge it faster, and then the last one is, what is it again? Down thrust, just more potency in its damage. So when we're in the middle of the air, we can just like do like a downward thrust, and that's just like more DPS for it. Parry, nice. Get out of the Limit Break, and then once we summon Lightning Rod, this is where we ignition. Last time we used a Wicked Wheel to get him staggered, but we're changing things up here.
Yeah, this is one scenario where Lightning Rod turns out to be actually pretty good for like AoE damage, just like hitting all those enemies nearby.
And he is finished. I don't know why, but this is suddenly cutting my entire train of thought right now.
Maybe it's a bit too loud.
Okay, Liquid Flame. I guess I'll just let the fight speak for itself. I cannot talk right now.
Yeah, we get a parry shot at the start. Doing some combos on top of that with the damage multiplier. Another parry, nice. Everything going as intended.
Okay, good damage for phase 1.
Some molten cheese flowing our way.
Or I guess right now we could be playing a Liquid Flame theme song, which is the boss theme for this.
I mean, this kind of fits this cutscene though.
I guess it's just the environment that the song already fits for anyways.
Yeah, true.
Okay, so basically a repeat of the first phase.
Yeah, basically we're consistently getting these like kick attacks here that we can just like parry. Also the punch.
Oh, there we go. That's the music. I love this song, by the way. It plays in Typhon Phase 1 as well.
Okay, 11th Hour is like basically the DM attack. What we can't really do that much during this. We're just gonna be dodging.
Maybe a little bit loud. It is kind of overpowering. Yeah, this should be good.
And using Limit Break just like tank through this big attack, and after that attack he just always kind of like crouches and like
No. Okay, good.
Okay. Yeah, he does have like another lengthy attack he would do after that, right? So we don't want to see that.
Alright. So Liquid Flame is one of my favorite boss fights just because of how clean the strat is. Going for those parries, and oh, it's just satisfying. And you know, like I mentioned before, like going for parries in this game is like really tight timing. It's literally your attack hitting the hitbox of the enemy's attack, and yeah, it's not exactly easy. It took me a lot of practice to get every single parry in a run.
Yeah, that was quite clean with those parries.
Okay, so now we're going back to Blackthorn. Excuse me. And we're gonna craft Platinum Sword. And then there's another mechanic within the blacksmith where we can refine a weapon, so we get Platinum Sword +2. Just better stats in general. And then now we're going to buy 2 Strength Tonics. Oh, yeah.
Alright, yeah, thank you, production.
Production knows. Yeah, at this point, it's actually not even that long until we go to the next dungeon. It's pretty much just visit the infirmary, blah blah blah. Talk to this person, talk to that person. Standard quest lines.
I should probably speak to him.
Yeah, we don't make the final weapons in Götterdämmerung, or I don't know the correct pronunciation for that one, but
Götterdämmerung or something like that.
Yeah, that requires way too many side quests. It's definitely not worth it. Yeah, we basically the final weapon we get, I think, isn't like Defender +2?
Yeah, Defender +2.
Yeah, we can basically just like buy and upgrade that one. So yeah, we just do that, and then that's sufficient.
Alright, so the next dungeon is the dominant of Titan has basically invaded Clive's home kingdom. A lot of memes in this one specific dungeon, actually. A lot of inside jokes. I'm sure we will go through all of them as we can. This is actually the introduction of Protect, one of the most annoying abilities mages can use. Protect is basically giving a mage giving another enemy some sort of secondary HP bar. What happens is when you do a normal attack on them, you sort of just like bounce back. It kind of like just prevents you from doing anything really to them. You have to do some sort of heavy charge attack or like some kind of ability to get rid of the protect buff. No!
Oh, we're getting more hideaway. Production, can you change the music to the appropriate dungeons music or I don't know. Yeah, you can also just leave it out. It's fine.
I actually don't even know what to call this area.
Yeah, I don't even know.
Because I'm pointing the camera in a very specific way so that when the next wave spawns, they're near the next area. Come closer. Whatever. Yeah, it's like if you don't gather them all with ignition, then things just go so south. Okay, lightning rods, poison mist get hit on purpose, and then that's also like gonna do a lot of damage on himself as well, because poison mist is like a lot of hits in one go. And then yeah, just wailing on him until he's dead. Easy fight.
Yeah, I don't know where this music normally plays at.
The prologue dungeon, the like marble one.
Oh, interesting. I don't like recognize this.
Once again, ignition, just gathering them towards the exit of this area. All right, this specific mob fight is so fair enough. I mean, I don't even know the names of these locations off my heart either. So ignition all the way to these. Wicked wheel, just to clear them. And then it should spawn the next wave. And I'm just going to keep the camera facing this way as I lunge all the way back. And that should spawn everything eventually. So the mages are going to cast Protect. No! Die, 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 die! Get the other one! Don't cast Protect! Okay. I can actually just ignition them now. So get them in a line. Okay, there we go. Yeah, that's all I need to do. Just basically get rid of the mages usually before they cast Protect on anything. The fact that they didn't is actually decent enough. So curl some lightning rods, make him do like stuff to kill himself. And then Wicked Wheel, get him staggered. Alright. And now he's gonna go to a purple phase as well. So conveniently we're gonna get Thunderstorm, Rising Flames, and Scarlet back on time just to quickly go through it. Thunderstorm, Rising Flames. Not very fitting combat theme. But it works, I guess. It is. We got something. Okay, now I'm gonna wait for Lightning Rod to come back. Limit Break. Lightning Rod. He's gonna use Whip Crack, which is gonna kill himself. Let's go. And then we're just gonna finish him off like this.
Yeah, you can see how much lightning proc does when the enemy hits it. A curl has a lot of these attacks where it's just like does like multiple hits in one attack and ends up being quite effective here. Yeah, we can just have some awkward time where we don't have any music. That's fine.
Oh, actually, coming up, we need the icon battle theme.
You want that?
on when we fight Hugo specifically. But obviously this upcoming fight is just a random mob fight, so we don't care about the track. This track is fine, honestly.
What was that icon battle theme called? It was like, was it To Sail the Forbidden Seas? I think it was called something like that.
Okay, so we're summoning Lightning Rod not just straight away in front of an enemy, but we're actually doing it kind of like as soon as the fight starts, because by the time the next phase of this fight starts, we already have the cooldown of it back. So it's just sort of an extra optimization like that. And of course we can just reposition the Lightning Rod back to where we need to be. Yeah, at this point it's pretty much just this mini boss we got to take care of. And then eventually the enemies will be taken care of by Ignition, hopefully, if they are kind to us. Execution is one of the worst moves, by the way. Okay, now gather, ignition. Alright, and then by now, Lightning Rod will come back during this cutscene. Also, we meme these two enemies all the time.
Here's some cool guys coming in. Look how cool they are.
They're just breakdancing, and we just meme how they say, "Still breathing, are you?"
Yeah, we're still breathing at 4 a.m.
Also, that's bad, but whatever.
By the way, Torgal is now in Fender mode, and his moveset is kind of different. Generally, he has like more damage in this form, but in some cases, it's also like a moveset we don't like always prefer. But in this fight, it's consistently he's always in Fender mode.
Oh, come on.
Yeah, also, if the poison mist hits the crystal, not the lightning rod, then it procs many times, deals a lot of damage.
Oh, okay, and that's it. They don't really have a lot of HP, but I guess it's like when there are both mini bosses like that, you kind of want to manage their stagger gauges exactly so that you sort of stagger them one at a time in an efficient way, so that you deal as much damage as possible with your cooldowns coming back as well. But yeah, it's one of those weird fights.
Also, we have $10 from Mr. Boblex, and you might at this point know what's gonna come up. It's another
Also,
fly, Weasel Martin!
I cannot talk here, but long story short, this is where the correct music's playing. Let's go.
Yeah, thank you for the donation. Yeah, Hugo. Hugo can sometimes actually block your attacks, but we're gonna try to like bait him into this lightning prod a few times here, and also just do some precision dodges on the combos sometimes.
There we go.
Yeah, kind of a like consistent parry setup there.
And then he's gonna do like some kind of parry back, but Limit Break can actually bypass through that, so we can just keep attacking, use the Rising Flames, and just go to the next phase. So that was like a really good phase 1 right there, really good damage, and getting him staggered quickly. So another scene we
My
meme a lot.
hatred for you is unending, unyielding.
The real reason why we meme this all the time is, like, just look at when Hugo's coming down. Look at that smug smile he does. He's just like, But yeah, in reality, if you fail, it's actually half a second faster. The cutscene itself is the same speed, but the reason why it's slightly faster is because failing the QTE itself is just slightly faster. But I guess, like, in general, I just go for the QTE damage, because why not? It's extra damage, might as well go for it. And it's quite significant as well. Yeah, if we had no music here, this would be the most awkward cutscene ever. Alright, so first thing I'm gonna do is lunge, Rising Flames, and I'm currently locked onto him, but he's underground. But what happens is, I'm gonna summon my Lightning Rod, he's gonna come back up with this big AoE attack. It's gonna hit him, the Lightning Rod I mean, and I'm gonna stay locked onto him. Eventually I'm gonna wanna use my second Strength Tonic, half stagger him here, second Strength Tonic. Oh no, I messed up. I was meant to do some physical attacks with the Limit Break to bait him into that parry, but whatever. This is Torment, a very long like DM. So this like, entire time we're gonna have his like stagger gauge to 0, but you're never gonna see him staggered because he's just stuck in this like animation. But we're gonna use it to our advantage. So right here, get a hit, Scarlet Cyclone, Rising Flames, Wicked Wheel, down thrust into Ignition. And you don't see him taking any more damage because that's actually a HP gate right for this specific attack. This would kill me, by the way. So I have to go to Limit Break to survive it.
Yeah, you saw HP going to 1, but in Limit Break you cannot die.
Just gonna quickly heal, because why not? Off stagger him. I hate this move, by the way. There we go. Ooh, I thought that missed for a second. Okay, and 1 hit.
3 hits.
There we go.
Okay, production, cut the music. Yeah, thank you.
I didn't realize how loud it was, actually. I did mess up slightly at the end there with that, getting the parry from the Limit Break, but otherwise... otherwise, it was a pretty good fight. But yeah. We are pretty close to getting the music back. It's pretty much just the next time we count the Chocobo again.
Yeah, we might as well have the production until at this point. Oh, never mind that they're on it. They still serve us with the music. But yeah, very soon we're gonna get the music back, so you don't want to be playing it on top of that. So like when we get out in the world and best character, but
no, we'll see. But yeah. Just double checking what I need to do.
Some people say that this character is mid, but I think she's better than that. Also, she's mid, but she's not mid.
Sid's daughter, by the way. Like basically the main engineer, like kind of character for this Final Fantasy. Also, what am I doing? I need a fast travel.
And also, she sends you on a lot of fetch quests, so that part is not that fun, but I don't know. Okay, I'm gonna like charge this tablet, so I'm gonna.
So next weapon we're upgrading. Get my Platinum Sword +2. Quickly talking to Karen, just to progress the story. We don't buy Strength Tonics here because there is no need to. Oh wait, where am I going? I was thinking of a different point of the game. Yeah, there's just a much better spot to buy Strength Tonics. the world map theme just for like 5 seconds of world map. Gotta love the detail. So right after this is where I'm gonna get the music back. So we're gonna quickly fast travel to East Pool, and then summon the Chocobo. At this point, we're basically going to some fight. All right, Chocobo, and the music will come back in 3, 2, 1, right there. Some cases after like getting a speed boost from the drift thing, also that encounter never happens. I guess I just, yeah, whatever. So sometimes gliding is like maybe a nice form of movement downhill, if like attacking like this isn't very convenient too. All right. So the next fight, there are basically like 3 different waves. So the first fight is these lobster-looking enemies. Just gonna taunt, grapple this one closer, and we're gonna ignition all of the lobsters together. There we go, and then Scarlet Cyclone. And now the vultures come close. Wicked Wheel will basically kill them quickly. Go to these guys. We do not taunt because if we do, they'll just start like doing ranged attacks, and that will interrupt us trying to do the grapple there. But now I'm just gonna ignition. They don't get like fully one-shotted by ignition, sadly. We're just gonna summon Lightning Rod, bait him, and then we're just gonna half stagger him first, and then Wicked Wheel and stagger him. Oh, you're doing this. Okay, it's doing like a long aerial, like flying towards me. And now we just wail on him. There we go. And then Thunderstorm should finish it off now. If not, Wicked Wheel will. Yeah, Wicked Wheel. Oh no, I can do. Yeah, whatever. Normally the Wyvern is meant to do that flying move immediately, and the point is I summon Lightning Rod far away from it, and it just flies all the way towards it. But I guess I was too close for it to do that.
I don't talk to the NPC. Yeah, if you're used to just like jumping around everywhere, you might accidentally like talk to an NPC who, like the one who has the side quest there. Huh?
Oh, oh. Okay, sorry. I was meant to visit mid, but the quest marker was in towards that direction. I was like, what? I can't skip the cutscenes? Yeah, that's my mistake.
Like we might have these confusing moments sometimes when it's close to 5 AM.
Not to mention I didn't really run this game for like a week and a half, 2 weeks, stuff like that.
Yeah, Yida here did have to like kind of de-rust FF15 as well for the event, but you know, we're doing all right for this game. All things considered. Okay, I gotta like, I don't know what I'm gonna do because now the tablet is charging. Maybe I can like.
When in doubt, talk to Gav. Oh, what am I doing? I guess you could like, yeah, move this way.
Now that that's settled.
Okay, now we speak with Vivian.
Okay, good. While you do that, we have $10 from. Oh, there's quite a few words in the donor section here. Comer, Keith, Travis, or in other words, KJ the Jerk. Boojururu in honor of Mr. Boblex. Thank you very much.
Fly, Weasel Martin!
Thank you very much.
Okay, you gave me a really long name to read. That was very complicated. Sorry if I didn't get it quite right, but I appreciate the donation. Mr. Boblex is still here as well. How many more Butcheroo can we get during this run? Let's see.
Oh no, the winds of fortune, whatever. Oh, I don't skip there. I feel like I'm hitting my third win now, if that's even a thing.
Sure. Can we explain the lore? Let's see. Now, well, we were fighting Hugo earlier, but turns out we didn't actually kill him. And now Hugo, he's in this like desert area, and we want to finish him off because he's causing trouble. So we're gonna go here. We're gonna go to a town here, and this is kind of like a blockade. Like we can't really like get all the way to where Hugo is. So we need to kind of deal with the local situation over here. Yeah, we did cut Hugo's hands, but then he got like these replacement prosthetics. So he's still going.
I'm not surprised you don't remember. It was just before Joshua was born. You were so eager to be there when your brother arrived.
I guess this is some extra backstory Uncle Byron is giving about, I don't know, Joshua as a kid falling off a chocobo. But yeah, this is the next like big open world area we've basically unlocked. Sort of like a desert-based area.
Yeah, by the way, since this is an open world area, now would be a good time to pet the dog if somebody wants to send a donation like that. So any donation that tells us to pet Torgal at this point in the story shouldn't be too difficult to find time to do that.
Oh, we also got Titan. I guess the thing about Titan is it's another one of those. Oh, every time you use a Titan ability, you just hear Clive going. But yeah, the actual ability of Titan isn't really useful. It's just a guard. If you guard it perfectly, you just do some powerful counter attack. Blah blah blah. That's not important. What's important is mainly the ability Wind Up, which is one of the most damaging moves in the entire game, as well as Upheaval, which is just a really nice AoE as well.
Yeah, that's what we used there in that previous fight, and generally Titan skills have this gimmick where you like charge them and you try to hit the like red area to like deal the optimal amount of damage. But there is a little special thing with Upheaval that if you use it in the air, then you just like automatically get the maximum damage out of it without having to charge it. You just like slam down and it deals that same maximum damage. how you found the Titan. Well, in this game, Typhon and Titan are separate. I think.
If we're talking about size, I suppose so.
Yeah. A Titan. I mean, Titan.
Why did Clive go that way? Alright, well, gather them.
Yeah, the awkward part about ignition is that at the moment that you use it, Clive just kind of like immediately like rotates towards like some particular target, and if it's not the target you're thinking of, then it might kind of like throw you off.
Fast travel.
Why is the tavern shut?
Yeah, now it's more talk to this guy, to talk to that guy, to talk to that guy, to talk to that guy. So, enjoy the music of the area, I suppose. Oh, I meant to skip this, but it's too late now. Oh, whatever.
I thought we were the only ones causing trouble in Delamil.
Yeah, desert music, always something I like to hear.
I guess one small movement optimization is you're just about out of town where you can actually use abilities, so we're just gonna ignition all the way back in. Very nice. That's also why we go to that person first. It's just more convenient to get the ignition in there. And when you're talking to this person, you're closer to the next person afterwards, so. A lot of like individual movement timing optimizations have to be done. Is this slightly faster than that? Oh, a lot of that has to be done.
I'm starting to get an idea.
Is this fast travel worth it or not?
I wonder if Uncle Byron's learned anything of use.
So this quest marker, we actually don't even need to interact with them. Just go straight to Uncle Byron, who is, I guess, bargaining with someone right now.
Yeah, they're like trying to like the quest right now is to like kind of break into this black market and like kind of catch the people who are behind it. So Byron here is gonna how do you say he's like pretending to be like a buyer for those people, and then they're just gonna like ambush and like catch those guys.
More chocobo. I love chocobos.
Yes.
Also, this attack movement speed isn't forever. At some point, you do need to reset the drift boost again to get the speed back up. Which is gonna happen here. I'm gonna eventually have to just do a short drift again. I'm gonna do it right here.
That's it.
Yeah, like the drift gives you a speed boost for some amount of time. Doing the attacks makes it last longer, but not quite infinitely.
Alright. Lightning rod, taunt, and gather everyone! And the next wave is gonna spawn, and there's gonna be like a specific mage here. We are going to Rising Flames this one first of all. Okay. Summon a lightning rod away, because every time we ignition through a lightning rod or like try to magic burst through a lightning rod, it's actually just gonna like straight up stop them. We're gonna wait for the cure to go off, and then now we use ignition, and then last wave spawns. So I'm just gonna quickly grapple the two guys. Wicked Wheel into Rising Flames to finish them. And then I guess bad chocobos. Oh, we do have this, I forgot about it. And ignition should finish it off. There we go.
Alright, not too bad. Another $15 from Mr. Boblex. $5 for pet the dog. 10 for butcher.
You know.
Fly, Weasel Martin!
Oh, you can do it now.
There we go. We can actually do it in town.
Nice. Instantly pet the dog. Very responsive.
All right. So now we're. Oh, I'm going the wrong way. What am I doing? I was like too focused on petting Torgo, and then I just immediately forgot what I was doing. So we're going this way. They have opened the gates for us to go to Hugo's kingdom. Blah blah blah. But conveniently, there's a shop here to buy strength tonics.
Here you are. We should get going soon.
Okay, I'm just doing a little bit of extra Phoenix movement with Ignition here, just because there's dialogue, and like being in dialogue with the Chocobo isn't really as nice as just doing those. But yeah, the Ambrosia just ended up somewhere super awkward. Yeah, I guess part of doing any percent speedruns is you really gotta try to remove your like completionist sort of self out of the equation. Yeah, I guess as a runner, you know, it's just something that I am entirely used to. That doesn't mean that when I play a game casually for the first time, I don't, you know, collect everything. Of course I do. You know, I gotta enjoy the game for the story and its content first before I absolutely ruin it by speedrunning it.
Yeah, and of course, if you do like completionist speedruns of the same game, and then you do any percent after that, then I've seen some runners be in that situation where they built that habit of like picking everything up and like a completionist speedrun, and then they start doing it in any percent. That can happen.
Or you could just speedrun completionist categories. Like plat trophies or like 100%.
Yeah.
Some games they have their own definition of 100%, but I don't know. Some people do that.
Yeah, but very powerful AoE combo there, like grouping them up with the Deadly Embrace, the Lightning Rod in the middle, Wicked Wheel, Upheaval. So Wicked Wheel into Upheaval is just a very nice combo, because like Wicked Wheel is AoE, it puts you in the air, and then you can upheal after that for that like maximum damage.
Also, one thing I gotta be careful of is every time I want to use Phoenix Shifts, I gotta keep in mind if my Lightning Rod is still active, because if it's still there, I'll just end up Phoenix shifting towards the Lightning Rod, and that's just no good at all. No, the orc! Come back! No! I'm taunting as much as I can. Come back! Okay. And just die. Okay, so I gotta grapple. So, Orcish Mesmerizers are basically like the mage of the orcs. You gotta get rid of them as soon as possible because they do attacks like that, which is annoying. Gonna group them up, reposition the Lightning Rod, and then do a combo of Wicked Wheel and Upheaval. So Upheaval does more damage the higher you started from.
Yeah, well, it's like thresholds. Like, as long as you're like high enough, then you get the max damage out of it. But if you like do a little hop and then use it, then you don't get that damage.
But then it has another version where if you're on the ground, you have to like hold the button until it like goes to a certain point of this like circle thing.
Yeah, so like if you're on the ground and you hit the like red zone, like the optimal zone, that's the same damage as if you're like high enough in the air and then you use it.
Alright, just a quick menu there. We put wind up now, so wind up is more of like a single target move instead of upheaval, but you're gonna see just how insane the damage of this move is.
I think it's pretty like similar to Thunderstorm. Of course, Thunderstorm is also very powerful.
Yeah,
those two I believe are the like best single target abilities, excluding like the ultimate abilities.
They're both insane, but oh, what am I doing? Wind up just barely like beats it.
Yeah.
Very little.
Another really good thing about wind up is that you don't need to even upgrade it for it to deal maximum damage. The upgrade just makes the like range bigger for the red area.
Now it's pretty much just waiting for Thunderstorm to come back, and once it does, just use it. We're just gonna face tank this attack.
Yeah!
No, how did you live? Ah! You're like one hit. But yeah, we actually have 2 bosses back to back, so that's just one of them. But the next boss is actually where things get interesting. We're actually going to see how Lightning Rod is supposed to be used.
Kuka never did do things by halves. As if taking the mother crystal to his
Ignition
own
here just for movement.
He had to build his
Because we don't really need ignition for the start of the next fight. Alright. So I'm gonna immediately lunge, use Lightning Rod, and you're gonna see it do like this big Kamehameha. It's just gonna basically destroy his stagger bar. Look at that.
It's just by placing the lightning rod, the stagger went all the way below the halfway point, just from the enemy's own attack.
Oh, I did this wrong. I was meant to use Thunderstorm before ignition. Ah, whatever. Actually, no, I am under damage right now. Yeah, whatever. We don't have to stress too much about the ending here, I guess. No! Ah! Okay. Once Thunderstorm goes back, this, that, and this. Oh, I missed the last hit, which is the strongest hit of Wind Up. Well, at this point, just wailed it. It should die. So the idea is at the end, you do one Thunderstorm into Wind Up, and they both just do one massive attack together, which basically just kills him before you even get to stagger him. Obviously, staggering any enemy is gonna take some extra time, so we want to avoid that if we can. Equipping Upheaval again because we got some AoE fights coming up, or mob fights. So we're just gonna bait these to form a line and mission.
What the hell is going on? Are these things here for me? Or for him?
Grapple done. And what we're basically doing is we're alternating between using Ignition and then going from this Wicked Wheel into a Upheaval combo. So after doing that, by now our Ignition is back. And we're just gonna go straight to the door here. And for the most part, they're dead.
Also, this is like the best combat music here.
Is this your doing, Ultima?
Uh-oh. No! Alright, well, lightning rod, just let it. Yeah.
Yeah, that was an inconvenient teleport.
Also, he is like at the furthest possible distance from the door.
That sucks.
Pretty stupid. Oh, I guess I'll catch him on the way. We're optimizing like that.
Now, you might think you could just jump down the balcony, but no, you can't.
Would have been funny. Ignition just for movement, why not? I normally wouldn't have ignition here, but I do get it back by the time I need it. Okay, so one more set of mob fights.
It's kind of a big arena, so it's a challenge to like group them all up.
Alright, so that cleared most of them. Now we're just gonna group them up. Ignition towards the next wave. Just gonna summon lightning rod here just to get out of the way. I should not have done that. I thought, whatever. Alright, summon lightning rod, taunt them. Come closer, come closer, come closer. And then eventually ignition will come back and we just gather them all as much as we can. Yeah, I should not have done that Scarlet like that. That was a huge mistake. Whoops. And wind up back again.
That had better be the last of them.
Alright. Big icon fight coming up.
Yeah, we get to see more of this Ifrit gameplay. So at the start here, at least, it'll be the same controls as in the Typhon fight. We'll have the same combos and abilities available. Also, you can see Titan there missing the hands, but you know, in Titan form, he can just like regenerate.
Yeah, because this is Attack on Titan. So Titan is not a very fun fight, at least in the perspective of speedrunning. I'm just gonna immediately, like whenever he's far away, charge magic is always the best idea. But I'm gonna try to like bait him to the side of the arena so that every time he tries to jump back like that, he doesn't jump back too far, so I can still get my combo finishers out. There we go, that's one of them, very nice. Okay, and I'm just gonna halfway stagger him. Normally he would like step back a lot and sort of just dodge your attacks inconveniently, but we have him against the wall, so it's just very easy to get the finisher out. Alright. I didn't want to go into the finisher there just because when you get the stagger animation, whatever animation was left off, which in that case would have been the finisher, would have continued and it would have just straight up missed Titan, and we do not want that. I missed my finisher. Oh, whatever. So this is him jumping out of bounds. We're just gonna basically do ranged attacks at this point. I'm doing like a weird thing where like I'm jumping at right times while I'm using charge magic to avoid his attacks and try to like get my charge magic through his ranged attacks as well. It is consistent to get all of them, but I was just being an idiot there. Timing them wrong and stuff.
Or if you can do it.
You can do it. So could I.
Yeah, we're gonna learn a new move like in this cutscene, which is like it puts like a shield around you. As the next hit you take, you're just like immune, and then you counter that with an explosion. You can also proc it without even getting hit, like kind of like a charge just like Titan's moves, where you like try to hit the red zone. And this is supposed to be like a tutorial where you're supposed to like guard this stone throw, but you can actually just like dodge it and keep the cooldown for like offensive purposes.
Let's give this a try.
Alright, so I'm gonna be in this corner, and I'm just gonna like wait for Titan to come back. Charge magic is right now doing the job for getting the stagger gauge down. But in general, the idea is get the stagger gauge to 0 as fast as possible, and that's Brimstone right there. You can see the massive damage, as well as it just completely interrupts whatever attack Titan is doing. So in later fights when we use Brimstone, it's actually very useful for like maybe skipping certain long attacks that other icons might use. There we go. And now we just wail on him to a certain HP point where it would progress to the next phase. There we go. I need to go to this is like mashing square.
Yeah, I can do it. Yeah, Brimstone is quite satisfying. A big explosion and you know, using it as a counter. Nom 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 nom. Nice crystal, very tasty. What was that guy doing? If you're talking about our runner Yida, then he's taking a short break during this long cutscene. If you're talking about Titan, he's hitting crystal and becoming very big. So here's some 15 FPS cutscene action. Oh, you're talking about somebody in chat. Alright, in this phase, you can kind of just like spam fireball, and you just like break these rocks that are flying at you, and then at the same time you want to like avoid these rocks that are on the ground so they don't. Like if you run into them, then you know they're gonna deal damage. You're just gonna like trip on them. I can do this phase. I think it's done.
You don't have to do anything anymore. Wait.
Yeah, you don't want to like spend time doing like precision dodges or something that would like slow down the time a little bit. Yeah, that's a little reminder. Ifrit is already like pretty big, but he doesn't look too big compared to what he's going up against.
Yeah, small minor optimization, but dodging through them doesn't lose you speed, but if you dodge to the side, then you would lose speed.
Yeah.
So you just want to dodge through them. All right, the real fight. Actually, no, not even yet. There's more QT. I forgot. Yeah, it's a really long fight. In the speedrun, it takes 20 minutes to beat Titan. Mash, 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 mash.
Yeah, Titan is using some like substances to like be this big.
There's like a wire, I don't know. So here, obviously, like we can't do physical attacks while we're all the way here, but we're just gonna basically using ranged attacks. And then Brimstone whenever we can. And then use the finisher whenever we can. So it's basically like maximizing the amount of stagger damage we're dealing.
Yeah, also something you can do is that if you dodge, like precision dodge the punch, like right as it's coming, then from there on you know you're going to be immune to the hitbox. If you're just kind of standing like kind of to the side and then just like coming in after it has gone past. In some cases the hitbox can like linger a little bit and you might still get hit if you do that, but like if you hit the precision dodge then you cannot be hit anymore.
So the way Titan Lost operates is there are basically like 4 HP points. So for every 25%, you basically progress to the next phase, and the idea of the strat is you want to get it staggered as soon as possible, and then as soon as its arm falls down, you just Brimstone and immediately get to the next like 25% milestone in its HP. Also, ow! That I don't think that matters too much, but still, ow.
Yeah, we do have 6 healing items of Firelight. In the bottom left you can see them, so we're not really too worried about our HP even if we get hit somewhere.
Good. And by the time I Brimstone, it should be half HP now. Oh, just a little bit off. Yeah, like 1 hit off. I suppose that's just like me missing damage from getting hit in the beginning.
So this soundtrack is like this is one of the tracks that's like really out there. If you know like FF14 soundtrack, then you can tell like yeah, like this is something that Soken would do. Yeah, first like on top of these sound effects might be a little hard to hear exactly. I don't think this is DMCA.
No, I'm missing so many hits there. But what's most important is getting the finishers out. Yeah, so I can't really go for a second full combo finisher. I gotta go for like the 3-hit combo finisher. Because that's like just barely enough time for me to get that combo finisher out. But here's the same. Oh, no, that was a different combo, never mind. I'm mistaking it for something else. But yeah, just getting it staggered at this point. I think I'm under damage, so I'm gonna have to do extra things. Like extra combo maybe. But first things first, Brimstone. And it also contributes a little bit to getting the multiplier up as well. Yeah, it was like a little bit off. But yeah, that's basically Titan Lost done now. The rest is pretty much just one giant... Wait. One giant auto-scroller. Maybe there's like a little bit of optimization at a different point, but I don't really know if it changes anything in terms of speed.
You know, we're kind of cutting off his hands again.
Alright, so now it's just a mini game of aiming at those specific rocks that have like these lightning effects around them. They're basically holding in on Ifrit right now. Just one charge magic gets rid of them immediately. But eventually one of Titan's tails or whatever they are will come. And this is the only part I'm not sure about. I don't know if the longer the tail stays here, the longer you stay on this phase. But just clear it as soon as possible, I guess.
Surely he's dead.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that's the highest damage number in the entire series, just from one attack.
Interesting now, maybe. Never considered that.
Alright, so this is phase 3. This is probably the worst phase of them all. And it's simply because air combos are just not as nice to land on Titan as ground combos. But right now he's basically just alternating between doing range attacks and then coming back close to do physical attacks on us. But we're just gonna try and get as many aerial finishers as possible before he leaves. No. Yeah, I need to stagger him here. There we go. Okay, I'm just gonna do a very quick brimstone here, so it's gonna contribute to getting this stagger gauge down as well as doing a lot of damage there. But yeah, now he's starting to do like a DM of sorts. It's gonna throw like a giant rock at us eventually. Oh wait, no. Wait, yeah, here he is throwing the giant rock.
And the animations for Titan here are really funny. Like you just kind of like flying all over the place, just like crapping frogs.
I'm sort of like keeping my back against the invisible behind me, because when he goes close, I don't want him to like go too far away from my brimstone. I want to make sure every brimstone counts. It feels so bad every time I miss one of them. Okay, so you're doing range attacks again. So that means charge magic. Also, this music is so good.
Yeah.
There we go. Second stagger, and this should be the entire fight done now. Just let me do the finisher. Okay, let's go for this for now. I believe that's it. That's the HP. Yeah.
Okay, good.
Oh.
Yeah, some people think that like this fight is a bit too long, like this phase is taking it like making it like too long, but you know it just goes to show how his hatred towards Clive is unending, unyielding.
Frick! I'm trying to censor the F-bombs here. If you can do it. And then he doesn't say the rest of that catchphrase. But it sort of became Clive's catchphrase now at this point. Everybody's favorite part.
Ora.
That was not in tune at all.
Ah!
Ah. Yeah, we got a lot of those just random. Ah. Also, just as a quick reminder, you can donate $5 for me to pet Torgal.
Or any amount really.
Yeah, I suppose.
You can also donate more. But yeah, $5 is the minimum donation. So any dollar saying pet the dog, pet Torgal, or something along those lines, we'll do it at Yida's earliest convenience.
Vivian, of course, the standard triple cutscene skip. And it's probably like, honestly, the big break of the story at this point. I guess it's more or less mid building a ship at this point, and we're basically just gathering stuff, and everyone's just doing their part to build a ship. So it's just whatever, talking to everyone at the moment. After Hippocrates, we fast travel again.
Right.
I'm telling you, it's true. I heard it from Otto's own lips.
Yeah, there's a lot of running around in the hideaway, as you can tell. At this point, it's basically mid-finished building her dungeon, and we do visit there a couple of times. It's sort of like her workspace, and there's just more moving the building ship project forward. so what happens now is we're basically, like if we separate this into 3 parts, we're basically talking to 3 different people now and like doing their own, well, Blackthorns is kind of like just fetching some materials. Not very interesting. The other characters are like, maybe you fight this one enemy and then last one is just something else. I already forgot what it is. Oh yeah, it's just more fetching. Not super interesting, but I guess when it comes to the speedrunning side of things, yeah, I guess like optimal movement, blah blah blah.
So was there actually any... So you could pick between 2 different characters who comes with you?
No use
Was there
calling
actually
up Reggie
any
now.
difference between them in terms of like the speedrun?
Oh,
River. Now where's Otto?
oh go. We pick Otto. He's either faster or the same speed as Byron. So, you know, if they are the same speed, you still pick Otto. Anyway, he's just easy to mash through the menuing.
Yeah.
However, we pick Tarja in the next quest. It is faster. I guess it's more like based on where she's positioned.
Yeah, yeah. For that, the positioning is different. Like where Tarja is different from where Jill would be, and Tarja's positioning is just much more convenient. Results in less movement, but for this part, I'm not sure if there's any difference.
Someone tested it. And the answer is Otto, so that's all we need to know. Alright. Now...
Let's see how Otto's getting on.
Let's go all the way back to Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
And that's Blackthorn's quest done.
Ramu isn't good for the speedrun. Well, having Ramu actually set as an icon, like the iconic ability definitely is not something we care about. Mostly, what we want out of Ramu is just a thunderstorm and lightning rod. So, if you count those as like Ramu being good, then Ramu is very good. But if you're just thinking like if it should be equipped or not, it's just gonna depend on if we need to have it equipped in order to have those abilities. Because like it is more costly if we have to like master abilities to put them on like other icons.
Editors started reading books that don't have any pictures in them.
If I don't come up with something.
Yeah, I guess the nice thing about the speedrun is we take something from every icon except Shiva. But, you know, aside from Shiva, we basically use like a lot of different things.
Yeah, Garuda we generally want to keep because of Deadly Embrace of being very useful for grouping up enemies.
You're quite talented with that rod of yours.
You're quite talented with that rod of yours. Oh, please go.
Yeah, Shiva, we just kind of get too late for it to be useful.
Yeah, otherwise, while you're in combat, using Shiva's dodge is actually the fastest form of movement. But obviously, if you have the Chocobo, you're just gonna use the Chocobo anyways. It only really matters in dungeons. But in terms of the speedrun, that extra movement from Shiva is not gonna matter. Because, well, it's sort of wasting our AP just trying to get her and equip her and stuff like that. Making sure the abilities we do want is still active. Okay.
Be safe.
So now we're gonna be doing one small mini boss. It's like a reskin of Ahriman. Not too bad. So 2 lunges, Phoenix shift, ignition, like 1 hit into that, and then lightning rod here will get it staggered, or not quite, but close enough. Wind up. What's that? Wait, was that the full damage or not?
Nah, you mistimed it by a little bit.
I feel like the game lagged there for a little bit for some reason. That's
now the wind up that's not fully charged is a bit weird. Like it has this like huge hit lag.
I'm so under damaged. Wow, that just shows you how much damage you lose out on if you don't do wind up properly.
Yeah, well, like one big reason that you lose out on so much damage is because then we also get a lot less hits on the lightning rod, because the fully powered up wind up has a lot of hits in it, but the like a half powered one, it's like, is it 1 or 2 hits? I'm not sure.
Just 1 punch.
Yeah, I mean the damage difference isn't actually like huge between those, but then when you add in the lightning rod, then the difference is pretty big.
Also, some of you might be familiar about Garuda's other feature with Deadly Embrace. So if you half stagger an enemy, you can use Deadly Embrace to do some kind of animation to make them stunned extra long. We do not do that in the run simply because, well, it's just a waste of time. All it really does is just some cutscene that, like, that just wastes time. We'd rather just keep the enemy moving because a lot of the times our strats do center around what the enemy is doing. And I guess, of course, at this point we have lightning rods, and maybe it's just a lot nicer to let them attack the lightning rod than us just keeping it like prone or something. And on giant bosses, well, that animation to get them down with Deadly Embrace is just even slower.
Yeah, all that just to get like, I don't know, like 3-4 extra seconds of like stun on the enemy. It's really generally not a very long stun that you get out of it.
No. Where's Talia?
Yeah, Taria here is very conveniently placed. At this point, Jill would be like on the like other side of these stalls.
What do you want?
What do you want? I like his other line when you go into the shop. He sometimes says, "Boy, don't touch anything."
You haven't much, but you're free to look.
Also, I have a strength tonic. Where did I miss using that?
Hopefully Talia's finished too.
Undertaker? That must be it. Alright, so that's the third fetch quest, or whatever you call it, done, and we're gonna go back to, the good stuff.
Ugh, I'm never drinking.
You know, that was the second time she said she's never drinking again. I don't know if that implies that she actually drunk again, and then decided to again never drink again.
Oh, whoops.
Well,
Think Mid might need some help, Tony.
What? Normally I can just mash X and talk to her. Okay, that's weird.
Patched?
You know what? I wouldn't be surprised.
The thing is, usually in speedruns, like it's normal to like joke about things being patched, but you know, in this case, it might just actually be the case.
I just hope whatever's been patched either doesn't make current round much slower than the older round, or whatever. But I believe like the big major change is really just the Ifrit and Phoenix cutscene.
how are you feeling?
Better. Thanks to Talia.
I'm glad to hear it.
And Torgal helped too. The new boy.
Faster!
Yeah, again, during the dialogue, we were not able to drift. Then we had a little bit of time to start drift, and then interrupted by dialogue again.
Leaving this one for those living outside the law.
Indeed. I doubt we'll be the only outlaws on the trail today.
Okay, dialogue's done, and we go for that. I think I lost the boost, so I'm gonna go for it. Alright, so this fight, I have the strength tonic here, and then he's not running towards me. It's very weird. Scarlet Cyclone, Thunderstorm, Ignition, and then just wait for him to get staggered here. Or I parry him, sure.
That works.
Wicked Wheel to get this multiplier up more, then wind up. What is wrong with me? It's like, I don't know, it's like the game is like lagging from time to time for me. I do notice some stutters sometimes.
I don't know if there was such an issue there. And I don't know, like both times you went a little bit too late. I don't know if maybe the input latency on this TV might be slightly higher than what you're used to.
We've done the Republic a service.
Either ways, I guess it didn't matter too much there.
Come on.
Yeah.
But it's gonna matter a lot more in major bosses.
I see the Dalnex lag behind Rosaria when it comes to bridge building.
The fallen ruin should hold at least.
Yeah, I guess installing a game
Continues on the other side.
might leave some weird things going on. But yeah, I don't know. Okay. Just chocobo movement again. This time most of it is just dialogue. And there are enemies on the left side here.
Infiltrating the Dominion
So I'm
won't
sort of
be
gonna go
easy with
around them.
Imperials on high alert.
But if I go too close, then this attack movement will just automatically aim at the enemy instead.
Will do everything in his power to hold on to Twinside. His troops are well trained and increasingly battle hardened. But it's not as if we can wait for this.
Alright. To be honest, I didn't even mean to go for this, but sure. Yeah, I couldn't even.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, that was actually slower overall. I'd be like here by the time I get to do a drift again.
I can walk from here.
There are no crystals here.
This is where we're supposed to meet Goots, isn't it?
That's right. He said he'd wait for us here after replenishing his supplies. I dare say he'll have finished.
Here's another section of kind of talking to a bunch of NPCs.
Peaches and pears, beets and beans.
And now we're gonna meet up with a character called Goots. I guess we didn't really mention him too much, but this is Karen's son, and he's basically like the second, like generic merchant that you would probably talk to most of the time, aside from Karen. Also, I'm supposed to fast travel here. I cannot play while I'm talking. I'm sorry. But yeah, right now I actually don't even know what he's doing here. I forgot the.
Well, right now in this town, the situation is that we need like a permit to get past the gate, and that permit got stolen from Goods. So now we have to get it back.
Out of my sight, wretch.
Out of my sight, wretch.
The caravan stops next to the check.
Jill, please!
You won't find anything of this quality in Twinside.
You should come with me.
All right then. Questioning children.
Alright, so, this is another one of those cases where you can talk to multiple children like that one there, but we're just gonna skip them and go straight to this one. This is the one that you actually need to talk to. To progress. And we got some upcoming fights, which I guess they're not super interesting. I guess it's more or less just repeating the same old strats for any mobs, and there's one mini boss which is just gonna repeat the same strat as the previous boss as well. Previous mini boss.
He can't have gone far. I need to find him before his employers do.
Also, we can ignore this person as well, because the kid we're chasing is already here.
Yeah, surely we will get the PC version soon. Then I'm gonna have to like, buy the game again, perhaps.
Ladies'
Alright.
cleft is to the south, past the camp.
Better not have scared any of my birds.
So making our way out of this town again. And then I guess like a little bit of movement optimization. It's more like the moment we know we can start Phoenix shifting, we just do that. And then because we're going downhill, we can just keep doing this. I guess another possibility could have been sprinting as well. But now that we're going uphill, now we use ignition. Generally going uphill, like if we can't Phoenix shift, ignition is like a good alternative if we don't need it for the fight.
I doubt these were the
And now we're gonna start sprinting because we don't have another good way to go back uphill again.
We have not finished the first DLC because we've been at this event while it came out, and we have not been casual gaming. So we don't know what's in the DLC. And also, we're not only playing Final Fantasy at this event. A large majority is Final Fantasy, but this is an RPG. Speedrunning event.
Ooh.
But we have other RPGs as well.
There we go. So we just picked up that chest which contains Ancient Sword. Is just an increase to our damage. And we're gonna equip Rising Flames back again. So Rising Flames is just amazing for its like damage as well as its short cooldown and fast recovery compared to other abilities, so we just want to make use of that. Also, what am I doing? I just blanked for a second. There we go. So we're gonna bait him to attack with lightning rods. There we go. Okay, please wind up. Oh, just please be good meat. Okay, that's it. Now that we're done with this area, we're now going to the dungeon, which contains a lot of people's favorite part of the game. Yeah. It's just like the downtime in this game adds up so much, but then you still have to focus on them. So now we're gonna talk to Goots, and then a very, very big dungeon. It pretty much marks the end of what we'd like to call mid-game, and then we're about to enter end game after the dungeon. I forgot this cutscene was there. Oh, I forgot this one was there as well.
How many more cutscenes?
Okay, there we go. So we're invading or infiltrating, I don't even know. Sneaking into the Dominion, which is
of Crystalline.
It's sort of like the main empire that's fighting against the Empire from the other side of the continent or something. One of the big bads.
The city's on fire.
Surely this is fine. He'll be making for the square.
The one with the bell tower. In the middle of town, right?
But spare the citizen. His Highness's orders were clear.
Those were Imperial Dragoons.
Alright, so I have to do a specific setup here. I'm gonna be using a magic burst to push them against the wall there. If I don't do that, that would cause these enemies to like move around, and having them stand still like this is so much better. We want to keep them in a line, and then when we use ignition, it just straight up runs through all of them. Next, I'm gonna summon my lightning rod exactly here, which is where the Dragoon boss is gonna pop up. And then after a rising flame, he's gonna jump, and I'm just gonna wait for him to come back down. Half stagger him, and from this point, he's just gonna do attacks onto the lightning rod to get him staggered. There we go. Wind up. Thunderstorm. Wicked Wheel to build up the stagger. Rising flames, and then we finish it off with ignition. There we go. And now we're just gonna quickly switch to Scarlet Cyclone, because we got a bit more mob fights than just single target enemies. What?
Okay.
Okay.
Patched?
Also, I normally skip that. I don't know why I just went down there. I just normally like Phoenix shift over that ledge. But whatever. Unskippable cutscene, unfortunately.
Right. Let's go.
I guess it's really important for us to know about the bell tower.
Alright, so we're just gonna group them up. One lunge to get him closer to the wall, and then easy ignition. Wicked Wheel to clean up. Just pass right through. The next fight is a little more tricky because it comes in multiple waves, and honestly those worms are like some of the worst enemies in the game. Grapple this guy and then ignition through them. Scarlet. And then now we're just gonna quickly bring them all closer. Closer! No! I'm gonna try again. One. Yeah, and they just keep shooting fireballs as well. There we go. And then once this wyvern comes. Nice. And now we just ignition all the way to the next area.
One interesting thing about this area right here is that you can, at least in New Game Plus, you can actually get enough height to like get to the top of this ladder before even killing these enemies, but there is an invisible wall, so even though it's like pretty hard to reach, they still put up all these like invisible walls to like really make sure that you can't just like skip even these small fights here. There's also some other sections in the game where it would be even like easier to get enough height to like kind of move on, but then there's invisible walls anyway.
Ow. All right. Coming up, we're gonna get to a really difficult boss, so I won't be able to say anything. But really quickly, we're just gonna get these two closer. Wicked Wheel and Ignition all the way to the door. It's just like a nice, convenient way to get the limit break back, as well as just ignitioning all the way to the door for movement.
Yeah, there's another dragon, kind of similar to the Akashic dragon we fought earlier, but this time with like these kind of ice-infused attacks and some completely new attacks as well. We want to see some lightning hot procs here. Got a little bit of that there.
Oh, I missed the lightning rod completely with that. I used up the lightning rod anyway, so it's fine.
Yeah.
And remember, the head specifically takes extra damage from the rest of the body. So now he's going to be HP gated while he's doing this move, which is exactly halfway through the health. What am I doing? I'm just missing that. Yeah, I'm going to get to that halfway point, and I'm just going to chill for a bit, because I can't damage him right now. What am I doing? Okay, I'm going to reload the save, because if I just try to fight like that, the starting move is going to be completely different. Yeah, I don't know why I was struggling to just use one potion there. I'm so tired right now. Yeah, just I guess I should not talk.
Yeah, it's like again, like these fights are planned out in a way where there's like there is this like kind of precise plan like how the fight truly should go, and if something starts going wrong, then it can be really hard to like adapt on the spot and just kind of you know, well especially especially at this point at 6 a.m. You know, it's totally understandable that puts Yida in a difficult situation to like suddenly have to react like that.
I think it has something in store for us.
Get ready to move. Too slow.
I guess having a death does restore like restorative items in your inventory. Oh no! That... Okay, this is so bad. I can't even get close to him.
Yeah, these are some very dangerous attacks, but okay, now the dragon's gonna chill for a bit, laying on the ground. I just place the lightning rod back on the on top of the head. Use the bullet power that wind up on top of that. Getting a lot of hits in a short amount of time using all their strong abilities, and goes down.
Yeah, White Dragon is tough in general. I guess it's just... It is consistent. I mean, for the most part, all these fights are consistent. It's just... my brain's like operating very weirdly right now. Okay, so... doing another shop as well. And swapping back to Scarlet Cyclone. So at this point we're dealing with more mobs again instead of just
What can I do for you?
like
Thank
bosses.
Right on, here you go. Is there else you need? Finished!
Diamond Sword +2 as well.
Good luck, Clive!
Alright, so this is like the second part of this entire dungeon. A lot more technical than the first, to be honest.
Yeah, weapons, by the way, in this game, like they're very straightforward. Like basically, you just get upgrades on weapons just to like increase the like damage numbers, and yeah, that's like the only difference. So we just like periodically need to make sure that our weapon is up to date. Like anytime we can like easily like buy or craft a new weapon that has more damage, then we're just gonna do that.
Alright, so we have another stupid Lich. See what he does first. Okay, he's doing an attack. Just gonna ignition real quick. I was not meant to do that. Wicked Will was meant to be Scarlet. Ah, whatever. At some point you gotta bring out the lightning rods. Not if it takes up all the hits from it. Okay. Now I'm good. I'm not going to use ignition here. I want to keep it for these mobs that I have to clear out after I kill Lich. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Drag them to this wall here. And that's about it. If there are any survivors, I can just Wicked Wheel. And then that Wicked Wheel will bring me up, so I can just basically skip that entire auto movement as well, which is a nice little tiny optimization.
We have to save him.
And we will. We just need to keep moving.
Yeah, I think in terms of story at this point, they saw like Bahamut going wild somewhere in the sky, so.
Okay, at some point I'm gonna want to use Wicked Wheel. So there's gonna be an explosion around here. So that explosion will like cause Clive to get stunned while he's on the ground, but the Wicked Wheel is just one way to avoid that. Gather that one, and then we're just gonna do an ignition. Go to the middle, and then we're gonna grab all of them. Uh-oh! 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, Spectres are also very annoying enemies. They just like to snipe you. And now we're changing back to Rising. We got Undertaker again, except this time we're way stronger than before. Oh, I missed the parry. Also, where's my Hold on. I didn't even equip my Rising Flame somehow.
Oh.
Okay, I don't know what I pressed to get rid of that. Alright, let's do this correctly this time. Parry.
Nice.
Wind up. And then kill yourself. There we go.
That was directed at the enemy that we're fighting here, to be clear. Yeah, lightning rod, when he shoots that beam at the lightning rod, yeah, he just really destroys his own health and stagger. Wolf.
Wait, am I? Oh, I was like a little bit off. Okay, so coming up next, I absolutely cannot talk, but it is one of my favorite boss fight strats. It's very satisfying to pull off, so hopefully I get to showcase it properly.
How are they still standing?
But this is Necrophobe.
Yeah, this is like this kind of a unique fight. Like, I don't know, it's kind of comparable to Liquid Flame, where it's not like a kind of major boss, but it's a unique boss nonetheless, and it's very tricky. It has some very like fast attacks. Let's see if we can, yeah, we're getting some hits on the lightning rod. Got that quick stagger.
$33,000 is good damage there.
Yeah, I think this is where he starts doing. Oh, okay, yeah, that's very.
I'm starting to realize it is really hard for me to see the wind-up circle. I think that's why I'm always like doing it a little too late.
Oh, I see.
Okay, so back there we're gonna do ignition, and at some point during this purple phase we're gonna use strength tonic again. There we go. Very nice.
Okay. Nice. Can we get some claps in the chat for that fight? That was tight. That was pretty scary, but
yeah, that's one of my favorite strats, just because of how clean it looks when you do it properly. And honestly, like, any fights that involve parrying a lot is always satisfying. But yeah, we're heading off towards what a lot of people would consider their favorite section, I guess. Oh no. Where we fight Bahamut.
Quiet. There's someone up there.
So yeah, this is just one of those cases where we intentionally fail the QTEs. The damage it does really doesn't even matter. It's basically chip damage at this point. But yeah, in general, Bahamut is not, at least once again in a speedrunning perspective, not a very good fight.
Yeah, this has some lengthy cutscenes and other lengthy sections going for it. And this is where we watch as our battle arena is formed. Very beautiful animation here. Gorgeous on OLED? Yeah, I can imagine.
Okay, so Brimstone here, and then we're gonna do a 3 combo finisher instead of a 4-hit combo, because Bahamut would just get away if we try to do that. We're gonna basically try to get his stagger gate. That magic just missed, wow. We're gonna use the 3rd combo finisher to just tank through and not get staggered through that Aura Blast. Alright, I think the stagger gauge is fine right now. I wouldn't even say Bahamut's attack patterns are consistent. He can do different things. I don't even know what determines what he does, but as long as you make sure you manage the stagger damage right, and then you make sure you, after I get him staggered, I make sure I phase push him and basically do enough damage to go into the Phoenix section. If I don't, he's just going to get back up and do more attacks and he's just going to waste more time. So the general idea is just don't be under damaged. So this is Spit Flare. It's like a really, really powerful range attack. You can aim it, control its aim. Oh, he's not even staggered yet, but that's fine. There we go. And I should be able to do enough damage. I'm gonna save Brimstone for the end of the stagger bar, just to build the multiply up a little bit for it. And at this point it really doesn't matter what I do. Yeah, it's just gonna go to the next phase now.
Yeah, you can hear the Phoenix music started playing, which means that we're gonna be playing as Phoenix for a change, and I can't say it's going to be a very exciting section when it comes to the speedrun. Basically, all these different phases are HP gated, so we're just gonna deal enough damage, and other than that, it's basically just a lengthy auto-scroller.
Yeah, I guess the only really interesting thing I can say is charge magic is the most damage. Other than that, I mean, I'm gonna hit HP gate soon, so it's not like I can really do much at this point. Yeah. You do know when you've hit the HP gate though once you see him summoning some sort of projectiles, these ones. You just want to shoot them, get rid of them, otherwise they explode once they're next to you. But yeah, I'm not dealing any more damage, which means I'm just waiting for the next phase now. I guess one thing to note is these attacks from Bahamut are always the same pattern, the same speed, so nothing you really do influences anything. I guess at this point, more Phoenix music to enjoy though.
Maybe I'll step out for like a little moment during this.
I really, really want to just move around right now.
Well, I can also control if you want to move around.
No, it's fine, it's fine.
Okay.
There will be some breaks eventually. Goodness, it's 6:20 a.m. right now. Yee. I'm gonna eat breakfast at the hotel and then sleep like a baby. Should be HP gated soon. Yep, once he summons these, that's how I know. This is probably the only part where I really, the speed of how I do this actually changes things. So I'm basically just, I have to destroy all of these while Bahamut's like attempting to charge up a really powerful move. Generally when I'm shooting at one bull, the next bull will kind of like move closer to where I'm already aiming, which is a nice thing. They just keep moving clockwise. And now it's just deal the last bit of damage, because this damage does carry over to the next phase, so we want to do as much as we can here. That's it. Nice lag.
yeah, okay, that was some lag. Yeah, I don't know. I don't remember it usually lagging on these cutscenes like that.
That specific one, yeah. I don't know why, but it just does.
Yeah, this is the newest patch. We probably wouldn't have patched it if we had the choice, but we just kind of like had to like install the game from scratch on this PS5. So yeah, it'll just automatically be the latest patch. So there seems to be some interesting we're seeing like during the first Phoenix versus Ifrit fight where like we couldn't skip the cutscene all the way to the start of the fight. So it seemed like that was like some kind of a change.
Okay, now I'm gonna be doing jump magic, because those things are generally like AoE on the ground. Also, it's just easier to move around while I'm doing those jumps. But yeah, getting his stagger as close to 0 as possible. You can't actually stagger him. You can't actually stagger him while he's doing that DM though.
Very beautiful music playing while all of this is going on.
And the first thing I'm gonna do is just get him staggered, because I have done enough stagger damage on him. And then just wail on him.
Yeah, Spit Flare getting used again. So this is what we learned during this fight. So it's just like laser beam and just deal a bunch of damage. We do still also have Brimstone.
Yeah, which we don't have to use because we've done enough damage.
Yeah. It's so funny how Phoenix just like pops out of nowhere. It's just a scream.
All right.
Bahamut defeated.
Surely.
Oh, it said so. I'm just reading what it says.
We didn't defeat him. Instead, we Dragon Ball Z fusion danced with Phoenix, and now we are combined. I guess what was it called again? Ifrit Risen? Yeah, Ifrit Risen. We basically keep the same abilities for the most part. Brimstone and Spit Flare, but combos sort of change.
Yeah, you keep all the same buttons that like you can use, like the different like combos and stuff. But the effects on those buttons and combos will be different. And there's also the what was it called? Was it like hyper speed or something? Where you just like warp to him?
Oh,
light speed.
No! Okay, you're still there. No, he dodged it. Alright, whatever. At this point. So the important thing is to do the combo finishers, because those are what determines like the most like amount of stagger damage you deal. Obviously the full combo one is what deals the most damage and the most stagger damage.
Yeah, we're still using the backdraft finish, so it's the same combo, but it looks quite different.
Okay, now we're gonna go Spit Flare. We got the multiplier at 1.5.
Yeah, and Spit Flare does also slow down the stagger gauge recovery. So even though it was like almost like done recovering, the time really slowed down so we could like dish out the entirety of Spit Flare during the stagger still. It's kind of the same as Giga Flare, which is something we get to use later once we get the Bahamut powers.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, you can see either just going inside and what was like a precision dodge, and then Brimstone gives you the shield and pops a counter when you get hit.
I'm popping this Spit Flare specifically after I half staggered it so I get the extra multiplier to damage. Okay, Terror Flare. We're gonna go for a full combo finisher, and then after that the Brimstone will get us out of it. Well, mostly. There we go.
Close enough.
Oh, he's still far away. He's still far away! Come closer!
He keeps... Why are you running?
I can't even get him staggered. Fine. You can just be behind him while he does this. Is honestly nothing.
Yeah.
Alright, so... let's go for the Spit Flare.
Yeah, that'll be enough damage to get to the final QTE time. But yeah, this really is quite the spectacle, and Titan as well. They I think like spectacle is like what this game truly does the best. Like, I don't know, I've never seen anything quite like this in other games.
What in the hell?
Yeah, 16 just sort of made everything over the top. That's what I love about it.
He would burn the world.
Donald Duck!
Not today. Come on, Joshua.
Oh yeah, Donald Duck using Zeta Flare first, and they brought it to this game. I guess this apparently means I run the 2 games that actually has Zeta Flare in them.
Yeah, maybe people were complaining like, why does Donald Duck have to be the like strongest flare user in the like FF universe order? So and they were like, alright, let's give it back to Bahamut.
Right. Bahamut done. Ah, this is like my 4th win right now. I'm like lapsing in and out of concentration.
I'm only on my 2nd win right now.
But yeah, I hope everyone's enjoying the speedrun. And I hope we're doing the commentary justice. But I know that sometimes I just get quiet, but it is hard for me to like play a game that's so input heavy like this and talk at the same time. And also there's just a lot of downtime. Sometimes I just don't really know what to talk about. But yeah, so now we are like where we would say the end game, which is like basically everything after Bahamut. We did just get Bahamut as well, and definitely one of the best icons to use.
Yeah,
Oh.
yeah. I could give a little explanation on what Bahamut is all about. So there's multiple things about Bahamut that we like for the speedrun. So we do actually, at least at some point, want to have Bahamut like equipped as one of the icons. His iconic ability is actually, or iconic feat is actually very strong. His Mega Flare, and you go into like the stands where you start charging up Mega Flare, and if you dodge, like precision dodge during that, then you build up the gauge really fast. So that's something you're gonna see later, where we just like go into like Wings of Light and then do like 2 quick dodges and unleash a level 2 Mega Flare like instantly. It's pretty strong when you use it that way. And another thing we want to take from Bahamut is Giga Flare, which is like his kind of ultimate attack. It has like a long cooldown, but it also has a lot of damage that like you shoot in a straight line. So these are some of the things to look forward to.
More inclined to share his thoughts when he hears what the others had to say.
This is like the one time you cannot fast travel back. And I sometimes forget about it. Part of me is thinking, I can't believe I actually made it to endgame. Okay, so we have to go to... Okay. Yeah, it's like, I don't know if time flew by quickly or slowly, but I'm here now, so I just gotta keep going, I guess. Oh, I guess I can menu now, doesn't matter. Oh, another ability we're using, Flames of Rebirth.
Right, yeah, that's like the Ifrit kind of ultimate ability. So that also has like a really long cooldown, but it's like a huge AoE radius attack. And there is also like a neat property with that where you can kind of cancel the animation halfway through with limit break, and then the like damage still goes off. But yeah, basically for some fights we want to use Flames of Rebirth. Just because like there are enemies all around and it'll hit everything, and you know, in some fights it's like easily the best way to like clean up lots of like weaker mobs around the arena.
Yeah, this will be our first use of it, but like much later we'll be using a lot of it back to back. Okay. Clean up, and now this is the next wave. This Flames of Rebirth should kill everything. Nice.
Yeah, very nice fight.
It just turns what would otherwise be awful mob fights into just very simple one ability input. But now we don't even need it anymore. We're gonna just set it. And then Giga Flare. What did I forget? That's fine. That's
How many points are you missing?
like 500.
Yeah, that's quite a few. I feel like it would be like one of the.
Wait, huh?
One of the skills you use.
Got rid of. Wait, I was able to get Flames of Rebirth anyway. Oh, well, I guess there is a lot left after it. Got rid of Burning Blade Down Thrust. Reset. Huh. I don't reset Thunderstorm ever.
Yeah, hold on. We're just trying to figure out why we don't have enough AP. Gotta be if we're getting something here. I mean, I guess if nothing else, he could just like, I don't know, unupgrade Scarlet Cyclone or something. Did that give you enough?
My worry is the rest of the run at this point. Also, I need Scarlet Cyclone upgraded. Wow, I do not know what happened. I've never had this before. 500 is a lot. I do.
It's got to be like one iconic like icon ability.
I got rid of Wicked Wheel, Rising Flames. No, I followed everything correctly.
And you got the like renown reward.
Yeah. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to do this in Phoenix Gate, unless this was a patched thing. I don't.
Oh, you know what? That maybe that. Well,
I highly doubt it, but.
And I mean, just do something and troll with it. We're not getting anywhere just thinking about this.
Is Ignition even a good one? I don't even have enough for that. Wait. Do I? What does Ignition even do? Increases effect and potency. That's too good.
Well, yeah, but we have to make compromises now. We have to Do you have the ability set correctly though? You should probably do that. Yeah, we're not surely sure what's up with our AP. It seems like we've or Akira has correctly followed all the nodes. We shouldn't be like forgetting anything, but we just don't have enough AP, and we don't know why. Maybe that's actually because of the patch somehow. Or maybe it's just that because it's almost 7 a.m. and and we're sleepy. Who knows? But we're gonna do our best to just keep.
No! Oh, I hate when that happens. This enemy is the worst because the shell can just stop any ability.
That's right.
And I am so under damage now. Insanely under damage.
Yeah, you can see hitting the shell again.
Okay. I don't even know if Ignition can do much at this point. It just doesn't even have the same sound effect. It just feels so weak.
It still worked though.
Oh.
Just patch me up as quick as you can and get me back out.
Oh. I don't know if Ignition...
For the rest.
We have to slow them down. Martha and the others won't be ready.
Well, we're gonna see how well upgraded Ignition is gonna work out for us.
What? Target the right thing, please. Line them up. And Giga Flare.
Yeah, these chocobos are pretty tough. They're also like large enemies that you can't like grapple to you with Deadly Embrace. So then like one thing we can do is just line them up and use Giga Flare. Also, this is a very awkward cut into black.
Apologies, my lord. Did I miss anything?
Only the first round to wait. Shall we?
A very nice lightning rod just as the Akashic Plague was throwing these projectiles. And there were a lot of enemies also grouped up near that lightning rod, so everybody got hit by it.
I'm still trying to figure out where I'm losing the AP from.
Yeah, I don't know. I can't really think of anything.
Everything was done exactly right.
First we find Isabel.
Um,
I saw it with me own
leveling up doesn't give you AP, does it?
I don't think so.
My only explanation is just it's the patch, and I don't know what it is.
Well, then we have something to look forward to, which is to like figure out. Like, after we sleep, we can look at the VOD and compare it to a previous run and see let's see what the difference is.
I mean, there will be a point where I have enough AP for everything, but that's gonna be like late end game. So for now, it's a little bit of a. I need to do some improvisation. I don't know.
But I think not having ignition upgrade shouldn't be too bad.
We should head for more.
Before we could even draw his steel.
I guess for now, yeah, not really.
Yeah, I don't know if there's gonna be another problem later on, but yeah, I guess we're just gonna have to work with what we have, or we can't really conjure AP out of nowhere at this point.
I forgot something important. But I can do it in the hideaway. I forgot to buy 2 strength tonics.
Alright.
Clive, look.
I see them. With me.
Oh, I'm still able to kill them. But I guess it's more about what happens afterwards. No!
Oh. Yeah, we just wanted to use an ability, not wing supply there.
Oh, you're... It's like behind. Oh no! Ah! This is bad. This is so bad.
Recovered?
No, not even close. Not even close. I've done nothing to it so far. I have to like stall it. I need to like get it staggered first. Or I guess I could take an intentional hit for the Scarlet. Never mind. The only thing is how much smaller is the gathering with ignition now.
Yeah, I feel like that's the main concern, really.
But damage from ignition is also a huge part of it as well.
Yeah, even though ignition has a lot of like utility like that, it still has like pretty good damage on top of that.
Alright. Semi back on track. I think later on, I don't know if it's gonna change a lot or not.
Remember to get the strength tonics at some point. I don't know if there's a merchant here as well.
Not really. No, once I go back to the hideaway, I should be able to get it.
Yeah, okay.
Suppose we just follow the shouting.
Also,
What's he doing here?
this is Victor. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna say. Yeah, it's like
Picturing Conrad.
My shop. Why would anyone do
If I had my pickaxe, I would.
I mean, it may still be possible to.
If I had my pickaxe.
Not.
what time is it?
That's like right now time.
Okay, I'm resetting that. Why did I use ignition there? Okay, yeah, this is right before the fight.
Oh, you just read one of the papers there.
No women folk can come to buck.
I'll take that one.
They mean to overwhelm us.
I know exactly why I didn't have the right AP. I was supposed to go here first. Oh.
Oh.
I was like, why do I have Mega Flare in this fight? It'll make sense now. Okay, there is no weird patch thing. It was a conspiracy. Okay, well at least that cleared everything up for me.
This is what Sleepy Brain does to you, I guess.
I should have at least used Mega Flare in that fight. Might have made it better.
Or you mean Giga Flare?
Giga Flare. Yeah, I guess Mega Flare in this game isn't the same as your traditional like Mega Flare from other FF games where it's like a beam. Instead they made that into Giga Flare. Mega Flare is more like raining projectiles. But yeah.
Yeah, the Mega Flare is like kind of in the same style as FF14.
Strength. Well, I guess I can go this way and then go back to Karen afterwards. Strength tonic, for sure. That is extremely important. Yeah, like there's a different shop I can go to instead of the hideaway. It will be in like the next town or so.
Yeah.
The only disadvantage of that is by the time I walk up to that merchant, it'd be like a grayed out icon instead of like me being able to just purchase something straight away because I'll be in the middle of a dialogue. But I think I only have to do like a 3-4 second wait anyway, so it's not that bad.
Four of us out walking, used to.
enjoying this, are you? Gav and the others could be in danger as we speak.
Oh, we have both Joshua and Jill in our party now.
Yote is a fine scout. If Candle was attacked, she will already have begun gathering information.
Tabor isn't far. We should pick up the pace.
We can use the ruins to cross the ravine.
Okay, for some reason we can actually start doing the fast chocobo movement even with this dialogue going on.
Maybe that's because you got close to the ruins and you like triggered that dialogue and it kind of like changed there.
She's strong-willed, loyal, and deadly with a blow.
Yeah, but I guess like the explanation is just some dialogues still let you have normal movement, and that was just one of them.
Yeah.
Oh, when did I run out of the... Okay. Got a little too soon to run out of the movement there.
They're everywhere now.
We can't go around it.
Then we'll just have to be careful. Yes!
Oop. I guess like being in combat makes me go a bit faster, so whatever.
Yeah, that worked. That was all good.
We're nearly there.
Have you been to Tabor before?
There are a few places I haven't.
I like how that entire like
Where now, Joshua?
journey was
There is a residence
just some
inside the
quick
city gates. She awaits us
exposition on who Yote is. It wasn't really too much important there. I guess in terms of where the merchant is, yeah, it's just right here.
And I heard,
So realistically,
which is why I had to let her go.
it might not even be the worst time was to go for him.
A fine choice.
Yeah, that was pretty quick to get.
Cyril seemed very... You certainly keep strange bedfellows, Joshua.
The free cities and the sea?
Alright, so around here I can pull the chocobo.
What game are we talking about that you'd be grinding from level 96 to 105?
Then let us be rid of them.
Or is this something you can do with the DLC in this game? I don't know.
Smoke.
Is the city fallen?
Oh, they did increase the level cap with the DLC. Interesting.
That is strange. 105 is such a strange number.
Yeah, we're still oblivious. We haven't had the time to play the DLC because we're here at DSA Legends.
Can I stay awake long enough to finish this? I think I can.
2 more hours.
Okay, so upgrade lunge and wicked wheel. So the upgraded lunge is quite different. Not only is it a longer distance, but it has like an extra swing at the end of the animation. I guess the swing animation isn't really important. But the whole point is the distance is just enough to change a couple of the strats in endgame now. Just makes things a little more convenient. But this is one of those places where you can bring enemies from one wave, or not even a wave, but like from one section of the area all the way to a different fight. And then just combine the 2 fights together. Alright. Summon the lightning rod! No, I'm too late.
Yeah, again, that like fire breath attack would have been perfect for lightning prod.
I mean, he got staggered very quickly, so it's good enough.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is the main reason why Mega Flare is so good.
Giga Flare.
Giga Flare. You combine Lightning Rod with the many hits that Giga Flare does, and not only that, Giga Flare in general is just a really high damaging move. It is absolutely insane. Alright. Too slow. Come closer. Don't protect anymore. You just protected someone last second. Okay. Come closer.
Oh, 1 HP.
What happened to the Royal Army? There's nothing but monsters here.
And of course, I guess one thing we didn't mention before was getting Limit Break back is based on the hits you're doing, as well as Clive getting hit by enemies. Well, taking damage rather. But when you hit the Lightning Rod, that actually counts towards the Limit Break bar as well. So if we are using Giga Flare, which already does a ton of hits, combined... oh, why did I target that guy? Oh no!
yeah, I focus on playing... Yeah, yeah so like when you use Giga Flare, it hits both the Lightning Rod and like maybe even multiple enemies, then you just get a lot of Limit Break back while you're doing that.
Yeah, as you can see, the bar is like going super up. I guess I just need to ignition here. I have no other choice. This was an awful fight. A lot of the damage that's missing would have been dealt by him attacking the Lightning Rod, which was meant to be the plan, but I don't know what happened there. But I should get ignition back for this fight now.
That sounded big. Joshua and Jill must be busy.
Magic Burst him away. Grab these, and then we're just gonna ignition around Scarlet. Also, why did that one escape? And then as soon as this Orcish Warlord spawns, I'm just gonna bait a couple of attacks from it.
Hey, wasn't that supposed to be a yeah?
Alright, so Mega Flare for massive damage here.
Giga Flare.
I'm so sorry. I don't know what's wrong. Normally when I do this run, I never make that mistake, actually. Something's happening to me. Okay, so now one last menu for this area. Just upgrade master, and then we're gonna equip Rising Flames to Garuda Triangle.
Survivors inside. Where are they? These creatures. Does Ultima's reach extend this far? What the hell is going on here?
Alright, that Spectre is annoying. No! I targeted the wrong thing. Okay, we're just gonna Rising Flames to get rid of that Protect. And now we're gonna gather as much as we can. And Ignition before it protects. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna need to concentrate on this fight now.
Yeah, this is Sleipnir. So there's some particular spots where, well, okay, we're wanting to land a parry, but we also want to hit some good lightning prods where we get into hit the lightning prod a lot, but yeah, I think we're in the improvisation territory right off the bat.
I cannot do anything. No, I cannot do anything. If he teleports, I'm screwed.
You can still preset divide.
Okay.
Okay.
I forgot to use the strength tonic. That's even worse. I mean, once we get to phase 2, everything's basically back to normal. Okay, yeah, we're in phase 2 now. Oh, actually, I'm gonna say this right now to chat.
You'll forgive me if my performance seems uninspired.
Yeah, so
It is just what I expected.
I feel like I'm underperforming because I'm just, I don't know. It's not a big deal, but yeah, it's just a funny line that I love from Sleipnir.
What now? Gift from my liege lord's armory. Gungnir. Watch closely, Mythos.
I'm inspired by this late night / early morning FF16 speedrunning.
Also, I missed that Rising Flame, which is really bad, actually. I don't know what to do to stall for more time for my cooldowns to come back. I suppose I can just go into a limit break very briefly. Yeah, that works. Somewhat. Okay, so this is the first showcase of Bahamut's skill.
Yeah, like I said earlier, like with precision dodges, you can fill up the bar a lot, but this DM is long enough that we can kind of just like stand still, and that's also enough to fill the gauge. Okay, now we're looking to land a good lightning rod if he gives us the correct attack.
Okay, I can do this.
But yeah, I think he was supposed to already use the attack, but he didn't, so we're just gonna get this dagger and finish the fight. Yeah, well, what we would prefer to see is that he uses this attack where these like orbs spawn and like kind of come together into like one spot, and then the lightning rod in the middle, and then it's just like proc a lot and be really effective. But that was a good alternative.
Also, I just had a lightning rod glitch at the end there.
A glitch?
So the lightning rod was still visible, but when I was attacking it, nothing was happening.
Oh.
So I was still able to relocate it, but like it's so misleading, and it's one of the worst glitches, and I was expecting them to patch that out eventually.
Right.
If they were gonna patch the game, at least get rid of that. I believe it's something to do with the final hit of a lightning rod is what gets them staggered, and then that's what causes it.
Oh.
But that's just my guess. I don't know really. I'm about to fall asleep myself, to be honest. I don't know how the FF9 runners managed to stay up for like 20 something hours.
You missed Bahamut. We're not going back to Bahamut.
Oh, I forgot to inspect this one. I'm stupid.
Yeah, we're just gonna go forward until the run is done.
So Sid hit something in me.
Yeah, you're gonna get a little break soon. You can make use of that to like walk around a little bit, maybe have a quick snack of something.
How are we supposed to do our duty when...
Oh. Yay, that's another quest done. Skipping cutscenes. Alright, so we're basically going to the point where we're traveling to the other continent. But things will go wrong. This is basically like the port where the ship is, and suddenly we're being invaded.
Every moment we can give them. I'll take care of these fuckers. Behind you. I'll have you know about that offer, Gav? How are we doing, mate? I thought you said that ship was fast.
Okay, and now it's just the last couple of them. That lightning rod's gonna go away anyways, so I don't know why I relocated it. Minute break. Mega flare when he's half staggered for the increased damage. Ignition. And then lightning rods. And we're gonna get him staggered here. He's gonna swing. Nice. And this should be the kill. You lose. I guess the difficult part of that fight is really just the mob at the very beginning. If you don't catch enough of your ignition, you're kind of just, well, left with dealing with the rest of them without much of an AoE. But yeah, this is auto-scroller. You don't have to do anything. But I find it funny to use Torgal to, if I can group them up, to just lift a bunch of them up at the same time.
That's pretty funny.
But yeah, aside from that, you don't have to do anything.
I see some love for mid in the chat. My guys, we got some real ones over here in the chat. Yeah, I like Mid's personality. He's very full of energy and
ow.
Yeah, we're a very kind of strong personality.
Should we make for the ship?
Not yet. Wait for my signal.
I like how there's just like these guys are just like jogging behind you in like formation.
Let's lift them up. Oh no, they separated. Maybe if I can taunt.
They're coming.
No.
Right, run for it.
I guess when Slipner splits up to so many, like one individual is just not very strong. They're like the weakest of all enemies. Also, this is where we get one of those unique victory texts.
Enterprise escaped. But yeah, the next section is actually... Oh, I always forget. Never skip that. Never, ever, ever try to skip that. So the next section is actually quite like a tough area, even though it's very short actually, but some interesting strats happen there as well.
Yeah, the frame rate mode on console is like, yeah, during exploration it drops a lot of frames. It's a little bit unfortunate. It's like, in most regards, it's a very polished game, but even now there's still that issue.
Alright, so long story short, we're now on the enemy ship.
Yeah, this is a pretty short stage altogether. Like, if you use like the stage replay or like arcade mode, like this is pretty short. Basically, we have like on the ship deck, we just have like one of these like smaller enemies, and after we clear these, we're gonna have some more enemies spawn.
This is a problem. Well, not a problem, just slow. That's basically it.
Yeah.
Okay, so this.
Yeah, there we go. We're getting that fire breath attack on the lightning rod. I think it had enough time to proc there.
Oh, what am I doing? I also did everything in this fight completely wrong. That's why. That's why it took a while to finish them. Yeah, it's. I'm just. I guess I'm just like not really remembering the order of which abilities I need to use. But no, that one guy.
Yeah, like we've talked about before, is that there are so many like strategies for these different fights in this game. Like so many strategies where
goodness,
everything is like supposed to work consistently. Like you have this very specific plan, like start with like this ability, then do this, and then parry that or counter that. And, you know, it's very particular, and there are many fights in this game, so remembering all of them, like exactly what to do, is really not easy.
Okay, that's one way. I want to save the ignition. Oh no. Alright. Don't die me.
Alright, nice play there, crapping out one guy that was to the side, so Yida could get all of them in like a line and catch them with the ignition.
I guess if you like accidentally start climbing down the stairs, ladder, you can just literally jump down. It's not really big a deal. Can I get them all? No, I can't. Okay.
Yeah, now we're getting our cooldowns back because we have an important fight coming up here.
This is another difficult fight I need to concentrate on.
Yeah, so here at the start, what we're looking for in this fight is that he can use this like a sort of mini Zandatsuken. So if we could land lightning rod so that he hits that with the Zandatsuken, it's gonna get a lot of hits. But first we got some very nice parries, and there's the Zandatsuken. Yeah, you can see a lot of damage coming out of that lightning rod from that. Yeah, that was really good phase 1. The phase 1 is kind of interesting, like, if you deal enough damage, it just instantly goes into the next phase.
Oh,
nice, very good.
I am out of here right now. I am out.
Yeah, go.
Yeah,
yeah, just go take a break. Have something to drink, maybe eat a banana, use the bathroom, or whatever you need. Yeah, I can explain some things here. So, so the first phase is like, yeah, if you deal enough damage, he like goes into phase 2 immediately. But you can also just kind of wait for his like voice lines to play, and eventually he'll go to phase 2, even if you don't deal that much damage. But yeah, of course, we want to move on to phase 2 as quick as we can. And then in phase 2, you also need to deal a certain amount of damage for him to use that Iron Flash or like start treading it up. So, like at first, it kind of seemed like this whole thing is just like kind of auto-scroller, like you don't really get to like speed it up much, but in the end, it's like actually there's just like kind of specific HP thresholds that if you just hit those thresholds as quick as possible, then you just beat the fight really fast.
Mighty acts of God.
We are more than that.
So in the end, like what we do in the speedrun in terms of like these mechanics is actually not that complicated. Just deal enough damage and that's it. But it gets more complex if you don't deal as much damage. Yeah, this is a very long cutscene that you cannot skip because technically we're still in battle. Like this, like kind of like in battle cutscene in a sense, and you can't skip any of those.
Apart from you, Mythos, you wield the might of many, yet your body does not answer for its avarice.
What are you saying?
Yeah, good morning to everybody waking up around now. Good night to people who might be going to bed soon, and have fun to everyone who's been staying up to watch this.
As you would know, could you
what else?
beyond the walls of your prison of self-regard? As long as you choose to ignore this, you shall never penetrate my defenses. Still, you may take solace in the fact that
I think I'm gonna need a little break too.
The chains of volition shackle all of mankind, but there is yet cause to rejoice. For the Lord, in his mercy, has taken pity on his flawed creations, and shall see them restored to their proper forms.
And what exactly would that be?
Why, loyal servants to God. No.
Manners, Lord Rossfield? They are men, like you and me. Albeit ones unburdened by the wills that drive our kind to madness. They are pure. They are divine.
You mean to turn everyone Akashic?
Not turn, Mythos. Turn back. For too long has mankind been led astray by their clamorous wills. It is time they return to a world of quiet equality, where they might once more know salvation.
Salvation! And abandon everything we hold dear!
We don't need your salvation. We'll save ourselves, and we'll do it on our own.
0 players, 0 controllers speedrun.
And not your gods.
That's
With every
called
defiant expression
TAS.
of your will, the tighter the chains of consciousness become. But perhaps that fact may be put to use.
Clive!
The faster it binds you to the remaining dominance, the stronger your hunger will become. Until it leads you back to the only answer there ever was. Mayhap not by the path.
You know, there's actually a rule. For FF16, you're allowed to take a 30-minute break. And what you have to do is, I've never done it before, but what you have to do is pause the game, and then once you do, you stop your timer, and then you can have a maximum of 30 minutes. And then once you like unpause the game, that's when you restart the timer. Now, I understand that for a long speedrun like this, people would want breaks. You know, not everybody could like maybe sit through an 8-hour run, but if somebody actually does that, I don't know if a lot of people will see it as like legitimate, even though it is part of the rules. Oh, Shiva.
Visit Joshua.
We're never gonna use her.
Assuming Tahi will allow it.
I mean, she is good. I mean, Diamond Dust is amazing, casually, but the problem with getting any Shiva abilities is that we don't really want to equip her in one of the icon slots. So, if we ever want to use any of her abilities, we would have to spend extra AP just to master them, just to be able to equip them on other icons, and that's just not worth it in general.
How may I help you today, Clive? Your benefactors are a generous lot.
Are you doing? Wait, what? They patched this as well! No! I'm normally able to just press right on the D-pad to go, like, a page down. But this is... What can I do? I guess I have to use...
All yours. All done?
What, they just stream?
Ah, I wasn't expecting you back.
Wait, why would you not be able to do that anymore?
You
Like,
earned this. Come again.
Because now I
Roll
can
for
hover
ya.
over the rewards and see the description of the rewards.
oh, that's awkward.
I don't like it. One simple change is enough to ruin me. Okay, Flames of Rebirth. And Wicked Wheelback.
I still say it were a compliment.
I feel like I've got my 5th win now that I've... Wait, what am I doing? My 5th win now that I've walked around a little bit.
Is this what a 5th wind looks like?
Mm-hmm.
Here's just like, 5th wind, what I'm gonna do.
Everyone's allowed to use their 5th win in their own way.
I'm gonna have some of this. This is gonna give me the energy I need.
Oh, I forgot one thing. I can do it now. I need to buy the strength tonic.
Oh, don't tell me we've run out of pep. Still alive, are ya?
Still alive, are you?
Still alive, are ya?
I'll be here.
Has she not said, you're rubbing me blind, you know?
You're robbing me blind, you know. Ice brand.
But he has said, what do you want?
What do you want?
Phrased that poorly. I have to say, I might agree on that one. I'm kind of struggling a little bit to understand the meaning of that sentence.
Okay.
Even 100% run of this game? What would be 100%? Does this game like track completion in some ways? Like I feel like in all the ways that it tracks completion is part of like platinum trophy.
Yeah, I guess just platinum trophy.
Always wanted to visit Ash.
Also, Matako's asleep.
Yeah. The production team is asleep, so
That castle over there looks inviting.
we're just gonna.
What are you talking about?
You looked
never mind.
completely passed out when I walked past.
I could hear some snoring from over there.
I mean, we are give or take perfectly like horizontal, but we're in it for the long haul. Let me
By the
tell
way,
you.
here's an important trick. We're actually gonna attempt to skip this fight here, doing a very specific movement where we leave the chocobo there, then just use some launch movement to get to this lever here, get rid of these couple enemies here. Yeah, now we're out of combat, so now we can actually just use this lever and get through. So, because that's not really like a force encounter that you need to do. It's just that they're kind of like blocking your way to the lever. So we managed to kind of get past them.
It's Camber all over again.
It is consistent, but I guess when it comes to like interacting with the lever, I have never done it that fast before. A lot of the times, like you're so afraid of walking too far away from the gate, and then you might go back into combat again. But I don't know. I just went for it. But yeah, it's not complicated. I guess in general, you pretty much just have to follow the same pathing as like I do. You don't even have to do any evasion for movement as well. You can literally just do normal jogging. But yeah, this is where movement gets a little bit weird with the chocobo. So there are a lot of trees. Even the super like thin ones can still be a hitbox that just straight up blocks your path. And then there's a lot of like mini ledges where if you were to do an attack over one of these mini ledges, and the chocobo kind of like does a small, very tiny falling animation that just still counts as getting rid of oh, like that, yeah. So it gets rid of the speed boost attacking movement.
Oh, there we go. There was, I don't know, like a branch or something, a stump, and the chocobo just couldn't go on.
Yeah, you just got to be really careful. But from this point on, there are no enemies around. I can just safely go across this bridge.
There was also like a weapon you could have picked up in that area, and I think it would, I don't know, give you like 5 more attack or something.
I think it's either 10 or 15 actually, but
You deserve a rest.
I mean, I guess on easy mode when they tested it, it was quite a lot more damage. But then again, not super worth it anyways.
Yeah, in the end, it does take a while to grab that weapon, so...
Oh, that lightning rod was a mistake. Or, it doesn't matter really. I'll get it back eventually. But yeah. This is another moment where we use Flames of Rebuff, so everything's super far away. Well, this has a really massive AoE, and it should just straight up get rid of everything at once.
Yeah, we did also go into limit break just before using that to have just enough damage to kill all those enemies.
Now I'm just gonna taunt and taunt and taunt and taunt and grab and ignition.
Taunt and embrace.
Oh, actually, I'm getting lightning rod. Yeah, so summon it wherever. Get close to the wyvern. And it's pretty much just waiting for it to get staggered by its own attacks for a round. Oh, please. Okay, and these last two. I don't want to die though.
Then don't.
And now we're gonna have a last mini boss.
Zoom in on the door.
Yeah.
Here he comes. Big lad. He's walking.
Ah.
Bollocks. It's gonna catch it.
Alright. Parry!
Oh! That was a very exciting parry.
Oh, I'm a fool. I should have baited him to attack the lightning rod. Okay, that's the move we wanted.
Looking pretty good here. All yours, Torgal proceeds to Giga Flare the enemy.
At this point, Flames of Rebuff, just to get rid of the other dogs that are around me. A good fight would normally skip the Flames of Rebuff. You would finish a fight before it even comes back. But if it does come back and you have dogs that are super far away from you, you might as well use it. Oh yeah, this is one of those cutscenes you can't skip until quite late into it. It's a cool cutscene though.
We see a big sword and then we skip. What that big sword do?
Maybe there's something here we can use.
The big sword makes a shield somehow?
The sword equals barrier. Maybe you can pick up the sword and start swinging.
Good. So pretty much just making it to the Odin dungeon now.
Wherever he goes, they'll follow, and so will I.
Imagine if they made us do 2 R2s, one for lifting that and one for pushing the door. Which, to be honest, kind of makes sense, but would be more annoying. Okay, so now the worst part about this is I am going downhill, which makes things more difficult to not like make the chocobo fall in the middle of the air, so that means it cancels out the speed boost. But I'd say that already is, you know, pretty much the hardest part of this movement done now. It's kind of just making sure I go the right way. Oh.
And a little crash there.
Oh, Ambrosia. Kicked a spider in the face and I call it a success.
Ah, King at last. Oh, that's a fun game.
Oh, I was doing an F15 and I thought opening the menu was the touchpad. What is wrong?
that was very easy to confuse you about what game it is.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Lightning rod. Because this is the only way to deal enough damage. And then there we go. So the thing about lightning rod, I did mention this earlier, but in case some of you missed it, if you try to Phoenix shift too close to it, it's like as if you're targeting an enemy and you're just gonna Phoenix shift towards it. So I use ignition there to avoid exactly that. So obviously ignition is gonna go backwards, but then it's very easy to just change your direction back forward, and that is just enough distance to be able to do Phoenix shifts from then on without targeting the lightning rod behind. And standing around here, that's the exit. I'm just gonna grab these 3 bombs, and they have a lot of HP, so I'm gonna Wicked Wheel and then do a Kamehameha, and that's pretty much all you need to do. But the fact that their health bar lasts for the entire duration of it is pretty insane. Another load autosave just to get my cooldowns back. Mainly is mainly for Giga Flare, because Giga Flare is 60 seconds, and by the time I reach the next fight, I will definitely not have it. So I have to use that autosave. Another Guardian. Oh, you're doing this move. Okay. I'm just gonna quickly target a different bomb and then Wicked Wheel both these together. And then once they're staggered, they're gonna be in sort of a line. And this Giga Flare should take care of the bomb behind the Guardian as well. Okay, and I'm just gonna let Thunderstorm do the rest of the work for me. So yeah, I usually use lunge at the end of if I know I'm gonna like enter another cutscene or trigger like the elevator like this. It's good to just lunge, just because it's like the fastest form of movement outside of, you know, the long cooldown that it gives afterwards. But yeah, if you know exactly where to stand when you're running the elevator, then it's easy to adjust your position after doing a lunge like that. Alright, I'm just gonna wait for it to stagger itself. Nope, it attacked the nothing. Okay, now. After that fight, we're gonna put back on Flames of Rebirth. So we get another fight where mobs are going to be like very spread out, and we want to have a way to just clear all of them very quickly with just one move.
If I were Barnabas, where would I be? The top. So I could look down on the world.
Oh. Yeah, the prompt to open the door kind of takes a while right after you finish combat, but I feel like it's even more noticeable when you ignition the enemies close to the door. So these are the big spread out groups I'm talking about. Also, you want to use it the moment you see the health bar red. If it's like gray, then that means they're not actually in the fight yet and they can't take damage at that point. Oh no! Come closer. Okay, so Giga Flare, the bombs. That was a weird spawn. What is this? Why is it aiming that way? No!
That is unfortunate.
Why did it aim that way? Alright. 2, 3, 4, 5. They're in a straight line. We're just gonna have to take care of the bomb together with everything else. Which wasn't too bad, I guess. We're not going to be using Flames of Rebirth for a while now. We're going to be getting 4 stocks of Limit Break, so that's going to change quite a bit. But yeah, as you've seen for the most part, I've just been using 2 stocks. So in general, it's not like the managing the limit is any different. It's more like, well, now it's simply just because the strats call for more limit. But managing the limit is still very tight. Oh, I meant to skip this.
This looks familiar. If only there was a lightning rod in front of that. But I believe in this fight we don't actually get to see that, because he doesn't open with spirits within.
Yeah, so you have to get it half staggered.
Okay, we do see a little bit of it there at the end. Just a couple ticks.
So we're going to do Ignition, get some of the stagger multiplier up, then we're going to do Giga Flare for the damage. We're going to stop the limit there because we want to get it back for the next run. Next run. Next fight.
Saving limit for the next run.
As for this wind up, it's just one regular punch. We don't have to do the full thing, otherwise it's just a longer animation. But yeah, this is sort of a boss rush at this point. So that's the first big boss here. And then we're gonna have 2 back-to-back in the next elevator. Well, after these guys. I'm doing the right thing, right? Yes. Okay. So the next fight is Control Node, and then the fight after that is Aurum Giant, which is some kind of like reskin of Iron Giant. The idea here is to not run out of potions by the time I get to Odin.
Yeah, you can see at the start of the fight good use of Thunderstorm, where even though the control node was moving a lot, Thunderstorm was still hitting.
Oh! No! Okay, I'm like stun locked now. I can't do anything. I was meant to go for a Mega Flare here, but I can't do that anymore. So I'm like under damage now. I guess the only alternative is just go for the damage. Yeah, summon Lightning Rod there, I guess. Oh, I don't even have the Lightning Rod anymore. Yeah, I have no high potions left.
Okay.
I mean, the next fight, this fight isn't meant to be tricky. I just, for some reason, messed up the Mega Flare there. But this fight is where I definitely want to save potions as much as possible. This is probably the easiest fight for me personally to die in. Or I guess it's not like easiest to die in, but it's more like it's very easy for me to under-damage the stagger gauge specifically. And then the fight sort of doesn't really go how
You
I
can do
want
it!
That was a jump scare.
Okay, don't die. Okay. He's gonna go for like a really big swing attack. I'm just gonna quickly use this. Also, this is another boss where if you target the head, it's more damage.
Very important to dodge that.
Yeah. Uh-oh! Also, I hate those flames. Woo! Okay, okay. Well, I got some abilities back, so I can just use them now.
Yeah, we're just tanking through the attacks with limit break. Can't die while we're in limit break.
This should be enough to kill.
Yeah, we can just finish the fight like this.
Okay, but the only problem is I have no limit break for Odin, so...
I can hear some celebration there from the production.
Maybe a little bit of improvisation is gonna be needed for Odin. Also, my health is dangerously low.
I mean, you can take it. You could take a death right at the start.
I think this amount of HP is fine. Okay. Now, I just need to concentrate.
Yeah. Once again, this is a pretty similar opening to the previous Odin fight.
Oh, that's not what I wanted. Okay.
Yeah, again, getting that Santetsuken on the lightning pod gives a lot of damage. It's instantly staggered.
Okay, I'm good now. Perfectly fine. Perfectly normal. Nothing went wrong.
Awesome.
I normally don't lean forward when I play games, but
it's just an exception.
Yeah, it's like the TV's a little bit far.
And you cling to this foolish notion of hope when there is none. Fuck.
But yeah, that's just the beginning of Odin. It gets harder from here.
Yeah, Odin is tough. This is not a fight where we play around as if for it.
This is probably the hardest fight in the run. One, for its length, but two, it pretty much has everything. Parries, like managing limit break cooldowns, like precision dodges that you absolutely need to do, otherwise you'll die. Yeah, it's pretty much putting everything you know about FF16 speedrunning to the test. Also, this one is definitely worth it. It's faster and, well, you might as well do that extra bit of damage as well. There isn't exactly a HP gate we reach in each phase, so we are free to do as much damage as we want. And generally, the more the better, because in phase 3, we sort of want to get him immediately to a specific point of HP where he's now like... I don't know if you all like remember this big DM where he transforms into Odin and he's like swinging the arena, but we want to get that as soon as possible at a certain point. And that's why we need to do as much damage to him in phase 1 and 2. So here I'm going to summon Lightning Rod.
Yeah, summon Lightning Rod and then go into Wings of Light to do these dodges, precision dodges, get the Mega Flare level 2 out, immediately cancel the animation with Limit Break, and then start launching some more abilities on top of this. So we're just like completely bombarding Barnabas right now.
Okay. Got the stagger, and now we're just gonna go ham with Mega Flare.
Giga Flare.
Well, we did use Mega Flare, but it's already gone now. Might get Ignition, just very little. Also, that is extremely underdamaged. Less than 60k somehow.
Surely.
But I mean, well, once the HP bar comes back, I'll see if I'm alright.
When you turned your back on the truth, Barnabas, we are not as weak as your god believes.
Wow, he's just dead. Got stabbed. Pierced. Is dead. Or not. And still has some iconic powers.
Yeah.
Damn it.
I guess Odin, like, not having any combat with Ifrit kind of made people have some mixed feelings about it. I guess personally I like it because playing as Clive is more fun to me personally than just playing as Ifrit.
Yeah, like Ifrit is pretty cool, but I feel like if they had more Ifrit combat than they already do, I think it would just get stale at that point. Like the way they're doing it right now is like every bit of like Ifrit combat that's in the game is like somehow different from like what you had previously. Like it keeps kind of like evolving in a way.
What are you waiting for? Men know nothing of
So unless they came up with like some more like unique Ifrit mechanics, I do think it was a better choice to make this Clive fight.
It's so over the top. Men know nothing of strength. Men know nothing of speedrunning. But you will. Okay. Also, the HP on Odin is really high. So I don't know if this is gonna reach the if it's gonna reach the DM. Maybe just barely. I'll have to see.
Could it be you have made a weapon of your weakness? My apologies.
Alright, here comes maybe one of the most like infamous monologues, I suppose.
And so it ends.
Tell me you're tired, Yidamoda.
I knew you were gonna. I was gonna say that. Don't tell me you're tired, Yida.
And then some amazing music. While he's raving about whatever he's raving about.
All right.
Yeah, we're gonna start this phase with this like purple bar. So we're just gonna do our best to just keep dealing damage. That's all we can truly do. We can still, yeah, even in this purple phase, we can still parry and get the like bonus damage. That's pretty great. It's powering up. Yeah, this is where we get this big sword, and if I'm not mistaken, there's gonna be some like kind of continuous hitboxes where like when we have the lightning shot there, it's just gonna proc many times here.
Oh.
That is dealing a lot of damage.
Also, I used my strength tonic by accident. I was meant to save it for a different fight, but
you could do a shop in between if you need to.
okay, yeah, so that's fine. This is the move I was talking about. I wanted to do this as soon as he's done with the Odin Kamehameha. But yeah, you can still damage him with charge magic, also with a thunderstorm as well. Yeah, we love how he says ash. Okay, now I'm gonna build up the Mega Flare.
You can kind of see the sword just going through him, but yeah, there was no force behind that. It was kind of just disappearing. Yeah, there, just by standing still, we built up the level 2 Mega Flare, which is kind of pumping a lot of damage while we're doing other things at the same time. And here, you can parry this. There we go. Yeah, that's a pretty lengthy move. Kind of like Fafnir at the like start of the front. He's just like spinning around, but if you parry him at the start, then no, you just get like an opening. It just stops the move entirely.
Uh-oh. Oh, okay,
Oh,
I got
okay.
There's like 2 chances for you to get the parry there.
Oh, okay. There we go. Okay, good. That was not too bad.
Well, the day is at an end.
Now, Odin might be the hardest fight to execute, but not exactly. There are other fights later on that are more like it's easy to die in. Can I actually shop before? Like as soon as I'm done with Odin? I don't think I can.
It was his.
Clive, Rossfield.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I mean, I don't see why you couldn't do a shop, right? I mean, you're just kind of on the world map next.
Yeah, I guess I can still fast shop. I just never tried it. But that strength tonic would change everything in one of the fights later on.
Do you need it before the next dungeon or like
before the next dungeon?
You could also pick it up like right before entering the dungeon, because you have to go to the world map anyway at that point.
True, true. Yeah, I guess that's one barrier. I mean, I personally never ran anything more that was longer than like 5 hours, and even then I felt like 5 hours was super long. I don't know. I guess I just happen to like 16 enough to commit to it. Alright, so 1 ignition. And then we're gonna do a menu. So we just got Odin.
Yeah, Odin has a couple nice things about it. We're gonna put it to use, unlike Shiva. So Armor of Darkness is like so we're actually upgrading the iconic feat here. Because with that, so Odin has a specialty Sandetsuken, which is like a gauge you can charge, and by upgrading it, it can go up to level 5. Also, right now we're using the Sword of Darkness, and when that is enabled, the lunge is replaced with this move. And this is actually just like faster movement. it may be hard to tell, like, what, is it truly faster? It is in fact faster. I'm pretty sure it's faster than Phoenix shifting, but also you can even do that uphill. Of course, now we can use Chocobo, so that's always better. But yeah, so the gimmick of Odin is the Sandetsuken gauge, and now that we upgraded it, it can go up to level 5, and level 5 Sandetsuken is very strong. Generally, it just like kills all like non-boss enemies that are like in the fight, pretty much. There are like some kind of like edge cases where it doesn't, but generally that's pretty much the concept. Like, it does a lot of damage in a huge radius. But yeah, the problem is just getting it to like building up the level 5 Sandetsuken. But in some of these fights where we can get like a big group of enemies together, we should have Gungnir.
Taunting here to get those guys closer. I'm just gonna keep taunting so everything becomes closer. Dog! Okay.
Yeah, Gungnir is the convenient way for us to build up that level 5. There it is. And then we're just gonna get to position so that we hit everything. And there we go, everything's dead. Also, a little detail is that Yida there like kind of charged up his burning blade and then switched to the like Sword of Darkness, and like that buffer just carries over, and he could unleash the Sandetsuken that way.
Oh no, this assassin's still alive. Well, not that much health left. Okay, yeah, that's whatever.
Okay, I like the cutscene.
So we're gonna go for another Sandetsuken level 5 to clear out the other enemies around the...
Woo, 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 woo.
Okay, so gather! That's not really gathered.
That's dangerous.
Yeah, I'm only at level 4.
Yeah, you could do the launch to like, kind of. It's not really safe to just. If you do launch, you can just carry them away with you. Oh, nice.
Okay. Whatever. Whatever. Now the question is, can I live through this guy? Well. Okay.
Hello, Joshua. Are you gonna do something? Very nice lightning rod.
So this fight is like the reason why I wanted the reason why I wanted some potions leaving Odin, because that orc can be dangerous sometimes.
Yeah, this fight is definitely like I've seen runners die to this fight like, multiple times.
Oh wait, what am I doing? So now we're done with Xanthat skin. We're never using it ever again.
Oh man. It turns out for we used to use Xanthat skin more, but it turns out that for most scenarios, Flames of Free Burst kind of does the same job but easier, because you don't need to build anything up for that. You just like pop it and it just hits all the enemies in a huge radius, and that'll be enough. So we used to have some like cool Odin movement here, where like with the Sword of Darkness, if you do a jumping attack, then you just kind of like dash downwards diagonally. So you could like go really fast on these stairs with that. So like at the time it was the fastest movement we knew to get through this part, because like this dialogue keeps interrupting you, so Chocobo didn't seem that good. But now that we realized that we can use the Chocobo kicking to make Chocobo faster, we don't do that Chocobo, and that we don't do that Odin movement anymore.
Also, that's a hunt on the left right there that I want to avoid, otherwise I'll just get a cutscene for no reason. Oh, I must have stepped on some kind of ledge. But yeah. Probably like the longest amount of time we use a chocobo.
Does it bother you that we haven't heard a single human sound?
Everything about this place bothers me.
Going close to some enemies. You don't have to be in combat, but as long as you see the red like square around you, that just means they're nearby, and that's gonna speed up the chocobo a little bit. But yeah, I hope I can buy.
Yeah, you should just be in the world map and you can just go.
Okay. I can just go here. Would be way better than going to Karen.
And what
Yeah,
can
that was
I
a
do
good
for
call.
you?
I guess I can buy 2.
You've a keen eye.
Might help somewhere. What am I doing? But yeah, I only needed 1.
Yeah, I guess we got 1 extra. Where were you going to use that one?
Behemoth.
Yeah.
Oh, whoops.
You could use one on like some other boss later, maybe the duo fight at the end.
Maybe. Oh, why did I took it that way? So I'm going to gather them and sort of like go to the side, because if I go 2 down, that would make them be missed by or that would make like them go above the ignition, and then I won't really be able to hit them anymore. They'd have too much health for Scarlet Cyclone as well. So you also got to keep them in the same vertical plane as you're going downhill. Okay, so we're going to the next phase now. He's just gonna be like doing this phase transition cutscene. But the important thing is I got the stagger bar relatively low, so that by the time I start the next phase, I'm gonna be able to stagger him quickly.
He did not conjure a ward.
Also, that strength tonic is important to deal enough damage to phase push him as well. Otherwise, after my Giga Flare there, he would have just still attacked and stayed in phase 1 forever, and you don't want that.
I'm your shield, remember?
I can't tell you guys how many times I've watched this scene just to test Behemoth. Oh, it's so annoying.
Yeah, you're like 20 seconds into the fight and you need to watch like 2-minute cutscene. Might be a chopper Ifrit.
Yeah, that's another line we memed the hell out of.
Yeah, I've like changed my pronunciation of Ifrit because of that.
Ifrit.
Yeah, now I make the E longer. Ifrit. I used to say like Ifrit. Now it's Ifrit. A brother moment.
It's so over the top, I love it.
It's very anime.
Yeah. I honestly wouldn't be surprised if they got inspired by Dragon Ball Z a lot. Alright, so stagger, deal damage, and then the idea is to make it use Meteor, because Meteor is like the biggest damaging move it can deal to itself with a lightning rod active.
Yeah, the thing with Meteor is that it has this like very slowly expanding hitboxes all around the arena, and like there's a lingering hitbox in the area at all times as the like circle expands. So as long as lightning rod is inside one of those circles that like spawns and expands, it's just gonna constantly keep proccing and deal massive damage. So that's what we're looking for. But it's not. So Behemoth can do these attacks in different order. So now. Oh wait, we've got get another comet.
Yeah. Oh no, this is a very bad move. What are you doing? Okay, I don't really want to half stagger him just yet, so I'm just gonna like... Yeah, there's Meteor. So summon the lightning rod right below him, and then just watch that damage. Oh, it's insane!
And hear the sound as well.
And then now he's doing a second Meteor. Oh, you're killing yourself. Uh oh, I'm gonna die though. I'm gonna die. I'm the one that's gonna die.
Dodge.
And then Extinction, you just go close towards him after running away. That's too scary.
Yeah, that was pretty scary, but we got it.
Man, Endgame just really needs potions past Odin. And the problem with that is it's very common for me to leave Odin with no potions. But this time at least I left with some. You know what? I should have just bought some when I went to buy strength tonics. Kind of made a mistake there. Alright.
Yeah. I was thinking of like telling you to buy those, but they were like already leaving, and I was like, you know, we'll probably be fine.
Alright, so mobs in this entire area are generally just done with Flames of Rebirth. And it's not even the upgraded ones where you can just literally do it with the normal one.
Yeah, generally the enemies in this area, most of them are like pretty weak. But like the kind of gimmick of this area is that it just throws a lot of enemies at you, but one enemy doesn't have that much HP. So something like Flames of Rebirth is pretty much perfect for dealing with them.
Oh, who's alive? You're alive. Okay, so I needed to kill 6 of them just to spawn this last wave, and once they're all in, now I use it.
Yeah, also another reason why we're using Flames of Rebirth instead of Sandatsuken here is that because we have this trick to just load the autosave and to quickly get the cooldown back, so we can just kind of repeatedly use it over and over on like subsequent fights.
Just gonna ignition through them because it's like much better movement, and now we have everything like visible. Now it just goes through. And we don't even need to autosave here, or auto load here.
Load autosave.
Load autosave. Also, have I? Oh, this whole time I didn't even equip thunderstorm damage. Oh.
that could explain some of the under damage.
Not what I was expecting.
Yeah, one kind of mini boss here to deal with.
Alright, and just probably don't even need to use this Giga Flare, but my limit break is kind of low right now, so I might as well. Also, it's a very good, efficient way to just get rid of the lightning rod quickly, because this lunge would go backwards if I still had it there.
Once we step onto that bridge, we'll be easy targets.
Then we better move quickly.
Ooh. Also, that one enemy with 1 HP, I can just use Torgal to finish off.
Unfortunately, we didn't get to see that lightning rod action because he got half staggered.
Oh wait, I just realized I wasn't meant to use Mega Flare in a previous fight because I want to save for this one.
Give me a Giga Flare.
Yes. Oh no. I need to stop.
I was actually confused there for a moment, like, wait, how do you like store Mega Flare and like how are you gonna do that?
Through the castle then.
I don't see any other way.
Okay, so now I'm far enough away from the lightning rod I can start doing Phoenix shifts again.
Yeah, the music in 16 is very good. I actually like the combat music in this area.
Oh, why are you alive? Okay. Oh, I forgot to change to... I don't want to do this. Ignition, I guess. It's gonna have to be. I will need to reload the autosave here to get my cooldowns back. But yeah, I was meant to have Flames of Rebirth there.
Bollocks, he's gonna cash it.
Ultima's corruption has no bounds. We cannot allow it to spread any further.
Oh, nice parry.
Okay. I thought it was targeting the enemy on the side there. What?
Uh-huh.
I managed to get a hit on me before I managed to lunge.
Oh. I see. That looked really weird.
So, I guess the trade-off is I don't have to do a load here anymore. I just have Flames of Rebirth back. So this is the really nice movement Dan was talking about earlier.
Yeah, I enjoy that. That's something that I found like way back while like nobody had actually done any speedruns yet, I think. Then I like showed that to my friends Crystal and Sid and I guess Yida too at some point, and they were like, "Wow, what was this?" Yeah, we've been like testing and shrouding and running, hanging out in like voice channels and sharing stuff. It's been a lot of fun, like working on like figuring out this game.
Alright, this fight is very particular, so I gotta make sure I do this right. So I'm gonna have two assassins, and the idea is they're gonna do like attacks that damage themselves with lightning rod, and I'm just gonna make sure they both get staggered very quickly.
You still have the extra strength tonic?
Yes, but I probably won't need it. Okay, so that's one, and now I'm just gonna Mega Flare them both.
Giga Flare.
Giga Flare, sorry.
How many times? Oh yeah, nice. They're both staggered, and they're like right next to each other. That looks like a pretty good situation.
One takes the Thunderstorm, the other takes the Wind Up, and that's it.
Very clean.
And now we're gonna bait all of these guys to come to this little platform, just to gather them. Ignition! New enemies approach, and so I'm gonna wait exactly on this rubble here, because this is like the middle of where everything would be. And once those guys show up, that will wipe everything clean. Yeah, whatever flare. At this point, who cares? It's just a flare. So we got another orc. At this point, I'm so sick of this mini boss.
Maybe you can use the strength tonic here.
Maybe. Yeah, I'll just use it. So lightning rods. I'm gonna give it half staggered, keeping a limit break on. And then I'm gonna have the lightning rod close to it, and then it's gonna do this big AOE attack.
Yeah.
And then just from that, ignition, Giga Flare. I'm gonna use the Giga Flare to finish some of these guys in the side as well. Just because I can. Oh, there's another one. Why? Very clean. That's very clean.
Yeah, that was nice. I feel like the strength tonic helped there a little.
The fight would have been exactly the same. It still would have ended at the wind up at the end.
Would it?
Yeah. So now, quickly, rising flames here because we want it.
I don't suppose. Let me show you me wares. Is there else you need?
Oh,
I've
I need
got
to
some good
buy
stuff for yous.
defender.
Thank you.
Clutch mine. So this is just a material I'm gonna use later to
Is there
craft
else
a
you
defender
need?
+2, but I can't really craft it now just yet. And yeah, I'm ready to go into face. I guess if we skip the cutscenes, you never see Ultima until now, do you?
Barking?
Yeah, I just forgot that was a scene. So more downtime, but you do have to jump here. If I just walk normally, I would be walking very slow. So this is, I guess, an homage to FF15 movement.
Goes is gonna get invested at the end of this, or invested in this run as it's nearing the end.
Oh goodness. I actually cannot see anything. It's so dark. At least, like it's fine to see Clive, but ahead is a little bit more difficult. I mean, once I get into the boss fight, it should be fine.
Welcome back.
Alright. I think this is the very last... Yeah, it should be when I face the boss. Alright. Ultima is tough. So...
Yeah, at the start we just like launch immediately and lightning rod because of these like lingering hitboxes on these lasers, and then we can also dodge these lasers, get to level 2 Mega Flare right away. The lightning rod is just putting in work. Then we go in with the thunderstorm, the driving flame, and everything else. We can see the stagger gauge just steadily going down.
Parry there, and then the parry will let me do extra stagger damage. Also, we've also memed his stagger voice line.
Alright, it's gonna be the next phase.
So he still takes damage even though you don't see the numbers.
Such foul attaint may not be sublimed through gain standing. Any English experts in the chat who understand what he's saying? That's like the one sentence they drop in this game that's like, huh? Like, what are you even saying?
No, wait! This might have to be a retry. Oh!
Let's see.
I couldn't even see the circle, but maybe? I don't know.
Well, if we have to retry, at least you're already in the third phase. Like that truck that he spawns, you're supposed to like kind of just when you limit break, you just have some like iframes, and like it's just like it's supposed to like just kind of disappear and not hurt you.
It wouldn't be the first time.
I didn't catch exactly what happened, but I think sometimes it just like kind of just hits you anyway.
Your fate is inexorable. Surrender the vessel unto the darkness. Surrender it unto us.
A nice parry there.
I did this wrong. I did this completely wrong. Alright. Just wind up then instead. Yeah, I'd have like no stagger damage done to him. Half stagger.
We're doing pretty good on damage. Nice parry.
Yeah, but he's gonna like go into a phase that I don't even know how to deal with at this point. Let's just...
you can just get behind him, I think.
Alright, now it's time to just be good at the game casually. I didn't even use a strength tonic. I thought I did.
Alright, you got this.
Okay, I'll take it, I'll take it.
A little bit of impro there, but it's fine.
Yeah. One small thing going wrong just basically changed everything. That one attack just somehow knocking me down when I was in limit break. Not much left to go. We do need to do one last setup. It's really just refilling our potions, getting the strength tonic, and then getting the strongest weapon we can actually easily access. So we're just gonna forge Defender +2.
Yeah, we already bought the Defender earlier, but now we can actually access all the upgrades
I need
for
to
that.
tell everyone what happened at Drake's Spine, and I'm going to need Otto's help.
There's something about it. I feel like it's...
Okay. Oh, oops.
Seemed upset.
Before I buy any of those things, I need to talk to Joshua. Oh, I was trying to skip the cutscene, but I guess I opened the menu like one frame before it went to the cutscene. That was weird.
Yeah, I kind of like I saw what happened, but I've never seen that happen before.
All right, so
Clive.
Clive.
Fine purse weighing you down.
Yeah, let's just go
Better I'll
for the
be
potions.
You're rubbing me
Except on
blind,
Ultima, you
you
don't
know.
really need it at all.
You're rubbing me blind, you know.
She finally said it.
What will it be?
So what? Reinforce Defender +1.
You can thank me later.
And then +2.
My best work, but it'll do.
First the skies.
Yeah, we're not gonna do side quests to like get more potions or anything like that.
Okay. I think the last boss takes like 20 minutes, I think. Something like that.
Something like that. I think I'll take a little break during this QTE sequence. While I still have the opportunity. Hold the line, Goosebird.
You enjoying a run right now? Oh, I guess for this, it's pretty much just fail the first one, succeed the rest of them. I actually don't even know what happens if you run out of HP here. I guess you just game over. Yeah, Eon's probably my favorite character.
You know what? This headset looks pretty good on him, so I'm gonna keep it there.
Try disaster. What is happening?
Ding.
Oh, we beat him. That's the end of the game?
Yeah,
oh.
he's thwarted.
Wait, we thwarted him.
Yeah. That's it. He's thwarted.
Now I get to play the game by just holding forward. Man, the downtime in this game is honestly so bad.
Okay, this is like the final break.
Sorry about Dion.
We have. Well, what do you think, Goose? How has the run been so far?
This time we did the same.
Very good. It's been enjoying it.
Should we stop?
But if you've enjoyed it so far, then you're going to enjoy the ending of this run.
I suppose we are.
The very final fights we're going to have. There is still some tricky boss fights remaining at the end of this corridor.
Seems that way. But I don't want to think what could be waiting for us in there.
Then think instead of those waiting for us at home.
There we go. It's like the slight shift in how the camera moves is when you know you have to skip the cutscene. Okay, so first things first, Kamehameha.
Yeah, there's a couple different openings I think he can give you.
Just 2.
Yeah. Yeah, he either opens with the dash or with those orbs, I think. Yeah, now, yeah, it's kind of like dashes on you or slams on you from above. Straight on top of the lightning rod. First phase very quick.
Centuries have I waited for this moment. This moment in which I might revel in my creation. Only to find it profaned. And so it must be cleansed.
Yeah, it's just another Final Fantasy where you kill a god at the end. Or JRPG at that.
Unexpected.
How is it that your will yet endures?
Unexpected.
It's not so easily broken.
Alright, lunge, attack once.
Yeah, it's very unexpected that we're fighting God at the end of Final Fantasy game.
And then after this move, he's gonna do like he's gonna do Ultima, so we're just gonna
yeah, lightning rod on this.
Lightning rod. And just let it do its thing. And then we gotta go back in there because you know we can't let him live at all. There
wow, just completely destroyed him.
Ugh.
Latent force feeds these flames. I sense more here than mere will. Is this Logos? Have you truly become free? No, I forbid it. You are not a god. You are but flesh and bone. You are not one of us.
Yeah, I guess they just view gods as like a different kind of thing.
And what is mine is mine to destroy.
Ooh, space.
Once perhaps.
Yeah, you can notice he was called Ultima Risen. Kind of like how we were Ifrit prison before.
Bird has won.
My arm was hurting from that. Alright, so admittedly this is honestly easier than Bahamut Risen in my opinion, but that's just because Bahamut is, I don't know, he's just a little more difficult to deal with. I think this fight is a little more grounded in what I want to do. So Spitfire to start, just to get it out of the way. Also, he teleported. That that never, ever happened before. I've never seen that. No, I take everything I just said back.
Brand new content.
Okay. I blame Bowie's PS5 actually.
Oh.
Oh well. Forget that happened.
Yeah, of course, if the person here has the same moveset as when we were fighting against Bahamut.
Okay, so we're just gonna do finishers to get the times 1.5. And now we're going to use Spit Flare with that times 1.5 multiplier, and it's just going to do insane damage. After this, he's going to do like a big AoE attack that I just want to avoid and keep doing charge magics in. This is like the only real way to get some extra damage in without getting caught in this. But yeah, now we're going to the purple phase of this fight. I have never seen that opening before. I basically just missed Spitfire damage. That is huge.
Yeah, that's not good.
Okay, so he's gonna do these big AoEs. Just dodge through them.
Yeah, launching these precision counter shots and deal a little bit of damage while we're dodging. Is there a little bit awkward to dodge because it's like if you do a dodge like to the left or right, you're just gonna land directly on another orb.
I usually just try to ignore them as much as one, just keep going for the finishers.
Yeah, if you're in the finisher animation, then you're not gonna get staggered out of it.
Also, I was meant to do one finisher there, but whatever. And after this, one full combo this time, because we have enough time to get one in. And he's gonna push us away. Oh, what am I doing? Yeah, I'm kind of lost my flow here. There's meant to be like a specific combo, string of combos I'm doing here, but kind of lost my flow there. But this phase is consistent because he does the same moves in the same order every time. So we're going to go for 2 finishes again to build up the times 1.5. Oh no, I didn't do the finisher! Okay, Spitfire. I mean, it's better than nothing. No, I didn't mean to go in there! Get out of there! Get out of there! Yeah, well, it doesn't really matter. You don't die if you go in there, but it's just missing some charge magic opportunities. So that attack where it was going to do like 8 Kamehamehas or whatever, that's like a very long attack that you only really get to cancel it by doing Brimstone or Spitflare, so we had Brimstone available that we saved from the previous phase. Okay, halfway stagger, and now we're just gonna go for damage. This move, instant transmission Kamehameha. Ow! I'm gonna get it staggered first, and then I will use Spitflare. I don't think Spitflare is gonna kill now. Yeah, you need some multiplier to help a bit here. I think one more finisher should do.
But that is not quite all yet. Now we're going to go back to regular Clive for one last phase, you could say, well, or one last fight. It's like a phase that still has multiple phases in it. I don't know what to call it.
I think Bowie playing Crisis Core on this PS5 just messed the RNG. That's what I'm thinking.
Oh.
You conceived us to prove otherwise.
You're really committed to this. Putting the blame on Bowie on this one.
It's because Crisis Core is a better game. They can't be in the same console.
I see. Oh, that's how it is.
Alright. I guess the whole thing about Ultima is he's not particularly hard. Can't even die here really, even if I really wanted to. Cause yeah, I mean, I guess the only bad thing is if he doesn't use Meteor at the end. Because Meteor is the one move that makes Lightning Rod do a lot of damage. But then again, in the final phase, he doesn't really do anything, so it kind of just like goes back there and yeah, you have to do an extra bit of damage, but you're not gonna die. He's not gonna do anything.
So if I remember correctly, was it for phase 2 that you want him to start at like very low break gauge?
Yeah.
Yeah, so we're gonna like phase burst in a way where he's like almost ready to stagger. So then we can get the stagger at the start of the next phase, like right away.
So we know what they grant. They bring us together, and that makes us strong.
Kamehameha! Ah! Okay, we're going to use Thunderstorm here, and as I do that, he's going to push me all the way to the edge. Lightning Rod. This, I'm forgetting the names of everything. He's going to be halfway staggered here, just for my ignition damage. And then here, it's pretty much just trying to get... or he's going to go into... I've never seen that before either.
Yeah, that break gauge is not very low yet.
I mean, it's an easy enough fight. I can just do whatever. But this is very unusual. Well, see what happens from here. I guess these QTs do deal a little bit of stagger damage, but I don't think it's gonna change anything really.
Yeah. Let's see.
Go on, lad. when I was doing my my last run, which was my PB, I just had people say, "Go on, Yida," and other stuff like, "Give him L, Yida." I'm like, Jesus, you guys are so stupid. Okay, so how do I want to do this now? I guess I'll just stick to the same old, same old. Okay. I am so bad. Oh, I don't even have Torgo. I don't know why I'm spamming D-pad down. Alright. I think my damage is back to normal now-ish. As long as I go into the final phase as quick as possible, then I'm good.
So when do you pop the strength tonic now?
In after this next phase.
Okay.
That's my boy.
That's my Yida. You know, they when I did that run, they really stretched it. Oh, what am I doing?
Darkness, unending.
Okay, I'm just hoping he uses Meteor so I can at least deal a lot of damage in this phase.
No, mine is the altar at which you pray. Mine are the eyes that look down upon you all.
And yet still you cannot see. You are no better than us. We are one and the same.
We are not the same.
Okay, Meteor, let's go!
It's just like before Meteor. It works the same way as in the Behemoth fight, so just popping that lightning crowd all over. We should be very close to getting to the final phase here.
Okay, and that's it. I'm gonna save my limit break for the final phase.
With me, Phoenix.
That scream is wild.
Peak voice acting.
I appreciate Ben Starr for going really hard in the voice acting.
And so you shunned the one thing that could have made you stronger. Pushed away.
Like he's not ashamed to like just make these like screams and like something that doesn't sound like super like pretty, but it has a lot of like energy behind it.
I carry with me the hopes and dreams of my brothers, my sisters. And it is they who will give me the strength to end your reign. I cannot stand.
I don't know if this is even necessary. The limit break, I mean. Yeah, overestimate. Can't believe it.
Well, at least we're in time before the start of the next run, so...
At least we're not gonna miss breakfast.
yeah, we're gonna like run to breakfast right after this. Anyway, Final Fantasy. And there's just one more thing that needs to be done.
I said, it's over.
Yeah, we're just gonna leave it like that. Just forever.
Forevermore.
There we go. Did I stop it? Oh, I did.
Let's check the.
Yeah.
Yeah. There it is. All right. We've beat the run. It's done.
Well, I don't know how the FF9 runners did this, and they went like way longer than I did. Yeah, I need to get my breakfast really bad.
Yeah, we're gonna wrap up quick. Any final thoughts, Goosebird? Okay. Thank you, Goosebird. I appreciate that. We really needed that. We deserved that. Okay. Final words, Yida.
Tell me, what do you imagine will befall of this speedrunning event? Now that you have gained your precious...
I honestly don't know.
What's the next run?
Yeah, the next run is going to be...
Crisis Core, now that you've gained your precious Crisis Core.
Yeah, Bowie the Hero is going to be running Crisis Core in about 50 minutes. So I guess the stream is going to go...
It's who we are.
Okay, we're just gonna have intermission for like about 50 minutes, and then you can expect opening of the next day with Bowie and Crisis Core, and then we have some more things to look forward to after that. We have the SMT Backseat present, we have Parasite Eve, and then Final Fantasy VII. I think that's all. Yeah, that's gonna be tomorrow for you guys. We're gonna miss like a good portion of it because we're gonna go back to the hotel. Yeah, but that's about it. Yeah, it was. I appreciate all the donations that we got to show off this run here.
Yeah, thank you so much. I guess my final words are, yeah, honestly, it's been an amazing event so far. And it's been fun, like, commentating with Dan in both his runs and my runs. Yeah, and I guess I'm super happy that I got to showcase both FF15 and FF16. I do plan to run FF16 for the next, I guess, like, at least year, maybe 2 years. I do want to make this as my main game for now. But yeah, hope you guys enjoy the rest of the event. One more day to go.
Yes.
Let's reach that 10,000.
All right. Are we done with that?
Yep, we're
All
done with that. I'm not singing no credits. I don't even know the words of the credits.
Yeah, roll the intermission. We're out.